For instance, smoking. For instance, taking a lot of alcohol, taking so much caffeine. All those things have been associated, have been documented that they can cause the heart to stop, leading to the person slumping and dying. And there are even obesity on its own. There's also obesity has also been related to some issues that some patients also, some persons also end up dying when they are sleeping. And that's part of some of those things that we know. But apart from the heart itself, there are also the vessels coming out of the heart that can cause problems. There are situations we call that the vessels are dilated. It can occur in hypertension. It can occur in some other infective condition. It can just come on its own. And suddenly that vessel ruptures. It can also cause the person also to slump and die. And outside the heart, the brain itself. In fact, I have also a terrible experience. I have one of my relatives that called me around 4 a.m. that woke up to urinate. And I don't know how he's feeling. I said, rush to the hospital immediately. By the time they got to the hospital, within 1 hour, he was dead. And what happened? There was a rupture in the brain, and it was bleeding into the brain and couldn't survive it. There are some issues also that occur that in the respiratory system. You find out that I just told you the story about a prominent Nigerian, I think he used to be a minister, that was in an airplane, and as they landed in Abuja, as they were coming, slumped and died. And what happened was that along the process, there's some clot that is also that built up somewhere in the body, and that clot also dislodged, and God blocked the respiratory, the blood going to the lungs, the respiratory organ, and the person slumped and died immediately. We also have had issues of people also some activities trying to do exercise. In fact, I lost a friend in secondary school. That young man was preparing for a state athletics meet, the student college athletics meet, and was going for a long jump. We were all expectant, and he was there. In fact, they were training. He was there about to take a leap and just fell down and died. So some people also doing exercise because that his own also, there are some malformation in the heart that he didn't know and he didn't detect. And unfortunately, it happened, and that's how we lost that bright. So
most of the cases of this slump and die or sudden death is usually undiagnosed illnesses.
Yeah, we cannot completely say they're undiagnosed, and that's also, you touched another area, which we are going to also in that public lecture we're going to talk about that. You know, most times in our environment, they felt that when people die suddenly, either one spirit have killed them, or one man or one woman or the other have also thrown something that also led the person to die. It's not exactly the same. Though there are situations that you find out that they do everything, including an autopsy, and they cannot locate the death. That's sudden unexplained death. But majority of them, there are things attached to it. I just told you about hypertension. Hypertension can cause sudden death. One, it can cause the heart to get to not receive enough blood and have heart attack, which we call ischemia of the heart, and cause sudden death. It can cause the heart not beating regularly. The hypertension itself can cause the heart not beating regularly, and it may miss that beat, and the person may die. Hypertension also can cause also the heart to fail and may throw what we call a clot, an embolus, and also can lead to person death. So hypertension is known. And I just talked about things like cigarette smoking and alcohol. There are things that are known. Those ones, you understand, we already know them. I told you about someone bleeding in the brain. They are known. There are people also who find out that how what we call aneurysm is there. And occasionally, majority as somebody is having some discomfort in the head, and they don't normally take normal analgesic, and the headache comes and goes, some abnormal feeling, and you've been living with it years, and one day, boom, that vessel has ruptured, and the person can die immediately. So you can't say there are no causes. These causes of so many of them are known, but either it is not detected, or it is detected and not well managed, you understand, and it leads to that. But most of that, I say, there are some that you cannot. There are some also that patients are born innate with them, and they inherit it from. That's why you also have in a family, you say, the father died the same thing, the son is dying the same thing, the brother died the same thing. That means there may be something that have inherited and genetically inherited that may not have been detected, that may have been amenable to treatment. You understand? And it keep on recurring on the patient. There's one funny name we call Brugada syndrome. Brugada is also some issues with the conduction of impulses in the heart that enable the heart to pump, and this is something we inherit. You find that if a father passes to the children, you keep on going there until that person that detect it and lay the right thing also to be done to prevent that.
Okay, so in other words, people who have illnesses like hypertension, people who smoke, people who take excessive alcohol, they are all prone to this sudden death syndrome.
Yes, including those that are obese.
Okay. Including
those that don't run exercise. Though, like as I said, there are some when you're at risk, it more occurs during exercise. But those that live sedentary life, they're also more at risk than those that exercise.
So either way, it can happen to anybody. It still does not matter your health status or what.
You can't say that. I just told you now that look, there are some unexplained.
Like
but when you're but like the aneurysm, if you are health conscious, first I just talk about some feelings in your head, and you've taken the normal thing over the counter medications of analgesic, which we don't also advise anyway, and you'll also be able to attend to appropriate medical care, and is detected. I just talked about aneurysm. Aneurysm is amenable to treatment. If you know that you have aneurysm, the first thing that you're trying to maintain as low blood pressure as possible, then it can also be clipped by surgery.
Well, the way our society is, most of the time, people don't know that they have these things. Like you mentioned, a slight discomfort in the head, and you think maybe it's a headache or something. Most times you go for pain relief medication, or you go to the hospital and they say, oh, it's malaria, you take anti-malaria, and life goes on. So at the end of the day, most people don't even know that they have these things that could lead to.
The challenge we have in this country, just I would say, there's hardship, there's hunger in the land. But beyond that, we take a lot of things for granted, even when it's offered on a platter of goods. Just a free thing, Nigerians, we don't also appreciate that. There are a lot of health education going on. Just as I told you, on the 15th of July, there's going to be a public lecture on sudden death. And that public lecture is going to, not just a lecture, there's going to be a demonstration on what you do to prevent it, not just to prevent it, but assuming it happens and you are there, and this is also one of the essence of this, assuming it happened and is there, what measures do you do so that that person slumped don't die? I hope you understand what I'm saying. So, but the problem we have in the country is that we are there pursuing our stomach, agreed, because probably of the hunger in the land, but you have to be alive for you to feed. So yes, there is economic hardship. That's true. But you find out that occasionally somebody that is going to that have headache, and at the end you take paracetamol. I don't think you're going to lose much. There are so many public hospitals and health facilities all around that you cannot be, I say, at a cheaper rate than a private setting. So if we have gotten to that consciousness of our health, of assessing some of these things, I don't know if you understand, it's going to help to save a lot of these catastrophes of slumping and dying.
Okay.
Nigeria, we claim that we have a health insurance scheme. I want to also thank the state, because as I yesterday before, I think there's a resurgence of universal health coverage insurance that's going on. If it goes on, then people can have access to health. There's nothing as great as that you meet somebody that will be able to tell you the right thing. For instance, just as you said, if you have headache and you find out that this headache is due to aneurysm. You may not have the fund, but at least you can cry to somebody, I have this problem. I hope you understand what I'm saying. And it's also going to save this is that when it happens, it won't be that Papa Okeke or Mama Okeke is responsible for the death of this person. Meanwhile, it's a ruptured aneurysm. It's the same thing with that of heart. Okay. There are so many people that are treating ulcers that actually this person is having issues with the heart. That if detected early, you understand, could have prevented this slumping and dying. But the person now is going one chemist that are treating ulcer, that are saying they go to run one test, and test say they have ulcer, they did this and did that, and somebody will tell you, doctor, I've been having ulcer for several years. You understand? Ask the person, how do you know it does ulcer? They say, at times I have something that is, that thing may be a sign that, look, this person is having issues with the heart. And if it's attended to early, can prevent this slumping and dying.
All right, now aside from some of these health issues you've mentioned, what does psychological stress have to do with slump and die or sudden death syndrome?
Oh, well, I was coming to that. You know, what stress, both mental and most physical stress, what they do is that they allow your system to pump in some chemicals, some hormones in your body. Part of it is what we call catecholamine. You must have heard about adrenaline. There's adrenaline, there's what we call the noradrenaline. There's also what we call cortisol, which is steroids. Some of them, especially this adrenaline and the noradrenaline, can also make the heart to be, the threshold for the heart to start misbehaving may be higher. It can cause the heart not to beat as it ought to be. And that's why I find that some of these stress, you may find the heart will start beating fast. In the process of beating fast, and it's beating regularly, well, that's good, but in the process of beating fast, that beating fast may miss it, start being irregular, and the person can die at that particular moment. That is one. Then the stress, if you have a stress that is continuous, stress come and go may not cause so much issue, but you have stress that is continuous, you understand, it must lead blood pressure to be up and not to come down. It must lead the blood pressure on someone that is already hypertensive. The blood pressure to go to one threshold. There's a threshold it may get to. You can just see that the vessels in the brain will just boom, and that can cause problem. The same also occurs, you understand, with the issue of that stress may make you that the little thing you're supposed to do, you understand, it may lead the complete and total consciousness of that because you are so engrossed with that psychological stuff that is causing issue. And I didn't also mention that inadvertently, I told you suicide and murder, they are not included as that. But there are people also that in process of treatment, it's not as if they are committing suicide. I hope you understand what I'm saying. They may think that they are treating whatever thing. Some people will tell you that they are taking sleeping medicine. They are doing this, they are doing that. That drug also can also lead to the person slumping and dying.
Okay, so you're speaking on stress. Now, what kind of stress would be so much that would lead somebody to, have high blood pressure and then subsequently follow?
I'm sure you agree with me that two of us will be in the same situation. Our stress level are not the same. I'm sure you know.
Yes.
Yeah, some of us pass through a lot of things and our stress level. For instance, most of the things we use to assess is probably was a heart rate. You may find somebody that will come here, this house is burning. You check the heart rate is say about 80. There's somebody, this house is burning. And so the heart rate is jumping up. So there's no real, say, this is the measure of stress, or say, they failed ordinary WAEC exam and they slept and they didn't wake up. I see somebody that, the business are crumbling and they're moving up and down. But I think what we should do is that we should also look for a way that will be able to handle whatever situation, including the hardship, including the hunger that is in the land.
All right, now very quickly, because of time. Now, in a situation whereby someone slumps, what can the other person in the room do to help the person not to, go on to die?
Well, I will just give a summary, but remember what I said on 15 July of a elaborate thing. That, but what do? Somebody dies, lie the person, somebody slumps, lie the person flat, preferably in the hard distance, and call for help. Before you do this, call for help, can scream. Somebody help you, somebody, you need an assistant, you need assistant that can make call, you need assistant that can also help you. Then you'll be able to do what we call cardiopulmonary resuscitation. What is cardiopulmonary resuscitation? It's trying to allow the blood to be circulating, because what happens is that the blood supply is cut off, the heart stops beating and things like that. So to allow the blood to be circulating, and that's the cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And that's where you place your hand, as we are seeing it also on there, and you do some compression. The number of compression you do, and also you check, is the person breathing? If he's not breathing, then you do compression about 2 or 5, and you taking a breath. That's you giving a breath on the person, and that's if you have an assistant, then you can do it. Why at that point you call for assistance? Assistance can come in person of someone calling an emergency, calling a vehicle to take the person to health facility as fast as is possible.
All right, our time is up, but thank you so much, Professor Umezuri Okafor, for this a very, very enlightening conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, always Signature. But please, just as I said before I sign off, of a public lecture that's coming up on 15 July 2025 at the International Conference Center in ENUGU here.
Okay, thank you very much. And we've come to the end of our conversations for today on Signature Morning. Thank you so much for staying with us. And the Signature Morning continues right after now. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oloha. Good morning.
We are local.
International communities observing
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The once peaceful community of Ehamufu says they are under siege. Their farmlands, homes ravaged, and their freedom taken away by criminals they suspect to be Fulani herdsmen. In a bold and desperate cry for justice, the women of Ehamufu embarked on a 20-kilometer trek from Ehamufu camp to Ikem, the local government headquarters, protesting what they told Signature TV were unbearable conditions that have turned their ancestral homelands into a battleground.
Mana nke ikpeazụ a kịta wutere anyị ma anyị ndị ara ekpatara anyị ji mewe protest onwego onye jiri anyị onwego onye anyị na-ekpare mana ọnwute dị na nwaanyị adịghị agazi ugbo kịta bifo anyị aga ugbo kịta o shiri ike onye arọ ka m ga-abụ ndị ekwuru onye ọnwa ya dinye m ihe oriri ka m kọrọ agbara mkpọ ọva ehia esa with over ekpa fertilizer meji gute ofu mkpụrụ
ọ bụ na-ekowe ego Enugu eke na anyị bụ ndị Ehamufu so is in ENUGU state. Maka na ihe niile na-eme asị anyị na gọvanọ anyị amahọ ma chairman amahọ ka ndị ga-amanụ n'obodo na-ebusisi obodo ebusisi ma ọ bụrụ ori na anyị so n'ENUGU steeti. Nke mbụ bụ na nwa nne na nna ofu onye mụrụ nwa ahụ wee akpụ ha na ndụ bepụ anyafụ ozu ha ma anyafụ nwa anyị rute taa.
Everywhere, we had stories of loved ones lost, livelihoods destroyed, and constant fear.
Ofune mụrụ ito wute nwunye ya na ọgọ ya nwaanyị na nwanne m nwoke nke jerilite mma inu egburu ya na ọkpọkụ nji abịa na family papa ha egburu mmadụ nwanne m nwoke m na-echi n'ofu jadi tite rice egburu ebe ahụ
si wa mo ka ya ju ko ya shift e mo pa na tiro kanko wa ma ti mo mba ti mo ya fo wa kita no mo kro bia ga no aya no bro mo gbogo be mo bro nde wa ye wa ka o je we e wa ti te wa mne o ke ni mo ja to fla ti te wa mo ke ni mo ja boye kan buri je ya ni ne go ye ka boye bu je bo cha wa fa ni ndabi oyi abi ekpata ndami ndabi je fito si nwo ka ji ti no bo ti wari
ya ya afu no be ka anyị na-afụ. Imagine na nwaanyị ga-eju ugbo onye rugoro onye hapụgoro nwoke olu ebe a di na cha na bụ ofu na bụ mmadụ bụwa erepụ. O nwere one of my friend ebe a the thing bi eme na di anụrụ ya o jere ebe a ndị a repụ ya ọ gị asị na ọkpacha anya je ka ndị a repụ ya ọ kwachaghị anya mana ha by force na akpụrụ ya je napụta ya n'iru nne na nne eso je du ugbo akpụrụ ya bụ ọfịa bịa di na ya ebe a.
The herders' nomadic lifestyle has brought about conflicts with the farmers.
I grew up as a child. I met them, but they were not violent then. Most often, even if they kill a bush animal, they do give to our people. We are coexisting with them. But recently, especially from 2021, they started destroying everything and unprovoked. On March 11th, as I said earlier, they killed somebody, one Chimoba Naj. Then on 24th of May, the same year, they killed 4 persons, including a husband and a wife. So since that time, in fact, between that 2021 and the 2022, December 18, 2022, they killed not less than 206.
A community leader, Ikechukwu Eze, who highlighted the strategic importance of Ehamufu to Enugu State and the Southeast region, shared a personal account of how his house was transformed into a refugee camp after a brutal herders attack in February 2025.
What is obtainable at this part of the world is that it's only the voice of the political leaders. And that is why it appears as if the governor does not really know the true situation.
Our journey to Ehamufu exposed the glaring security lapse, the startling absence of police or army checkpoints along the entire stretch from Nkalago Junction to Ehamufu. Information reaching us is that last month here was deserted. We are on our way to go and visit the man whose son was allegedly kidnapped.
They burn many house. They break some of the house. Even my own father house, then break it. Small materials where government they give us, even carrots that attack them.
The brutal killing of Donatus Ndubisi, an only son, and who allegedly suffered the forced insertion of a stick into her body, was the last straw that forced the women, to the streets.
Si ma ọkwa anyị nwa na-egbu efi ha na-egbu ha nsị a na-amaghị ọkwa n'ihu na-ekwu m jee nye ha nri ọsịsọ nsị a na onwekwa nri anyị ji asị m jee nye ha nri wee si ha jee n'ebe ahụ anyị dosara ehi ahụ anyị bana.
It's a mass to protest about the invasion of these Fulani herdsmen in their land.
Anyị ga-arụkọ na nwa m nwunye m nwoke na Jenọb ka nje nọ anyị gara abụkọ ụka ata egbeshi piakpo ọkpalihu mee ka ga ọnụ Jizọs mụ gbaji kemu anya maka igbe ndarada ọgbarụdaje ụzọ anyị ji egemi mụ bịara ka dara pere orishige wele ọbepe na apụrụ ọgbarụdaje ụzọ ọbụla ha nwene paye na-asụka ọbọpụ kọlikpoto ọkpa ha gbara igbe na anyị nụrụ na anya maka ebe ka ọ dara kanogba jide na ya gbagune pa egbeke na kanogba dashi na yele hekoro e gbagbo nwatakịrị m.
Oriakụ Udo's account and others Signature TV spoke with starkly contradicts the narrative presented by the chairman of Isuzu local government, Obiora Obago, while addressing newsmen on a government-facilitated tour to Ehamufu.
There are conflicting reports. I've given my report to security agencies, to the state government, and I believe they will make known their findings soon. And there is every pointer to the fact that what people are peddling out there that is not what actually happened.
Signature TV investigation revealed that though some of the headers' attack may have occurred years ago, fresh attacks continued in 2024 and 2025, and a number of lives were lost, though not in the magnitude that was witnessed in 2022. Previous crises and protests may not have yielded the desired results. The people of Ehamufu and others are hoping that their latest cry for help would attract the needed attention and results from the government. Their prayer is that a lasting solution to the situation be found to bring succor to the embattled people of Ehamufu. From Ehamufu in ENUGU State, Chinemerem Ikebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
international communities observing Thursday.
Just finished the why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing Thursday.
just finished the why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and thanks for joining us. Today we have the pleasure of the presence of someone who has been a strident voice in Nigeria talking about how to move Nigeria forward, how to move society forward. My pleasure to welcome His Eminence, John Cardinal Onayeko. Your Eminence, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You know, there's been so many landmarks in your life. I remember when you became a priest, when you became a bishop, then you rose to cardinal, then you've held many positions. Looking back, which of these landmarks left a permanent impression in you?
That was posed to the late Pope John Paul II, exactly in the same terms. The Pope also, apart from being cardinal. And I feel like just repeating the same answer as he gave, which was quite surprising. He says the greatest landmark of his life was the day he was baptized. And I could say the same thing, and I happened to be baptized the day after I was born into the family of Joanna and Bartholomew Onayeko. Of course, you could say if you were not born, you couldn't be anybody. Similarly, from the Christian point of view, if you are not baptized and made a child of God and a member of the church and a brother of the Lord Jesus Christ, nothing else can follow. One kind of blessing from God after the other. I am not sure I can even say that one was more lasting in my life than others. What I can say, though, is that the only one of those things you lined up which I seriously aspired to, which you could say I really wanted to achieve as an ambition, was my priestly ordination, which took place in August 3rd, 1969. After that, every other thing was just what the Hausa people will call jara, an addition. Realization of the fact that the priestly vocation is not a human thing. But if you are going to look for any human dimension to it, I would say it was the family in which I was born. I happen to have been born into a family of very good Catholics, where right from the early childhood, you lived with the Catholic faith. You saw your parents praying every day, every afternoon, every evening, every morning. Mother carried me on the back to church, and later I followed them to church. At a very early age, I became an altar boy. And followed Reverend Fathers. So more or less, that kind of environment disposes a young man to begin to want to be like somebody. And so from early childhood, I had wanted to be a priest. We must remember that in those days, in the mid-40s, late 40s, we never saw any black Reverend Fathers around. So the only priests we saw were the Irish missionaries. And to really want to be like a white man at that time was rather a tall order. As it turned out, however, as we grew older, in the 50s, we began to see black priests. Not many. I want to remember the memories of the very first black priest I met, Monsignor Umurie. He's an Urhobo man who came from the whole way from Delta to serve in Kaba as an assistant parish priest to an Irish priest. And the other second person I remember very well is Monsignor Emodi, who came from around the Guashuku area. The T2 was, by that time I was already in primary school. You could then say, I want to be like this man. That's how the whole thing began. I did my primary school in Kaba, a very quiet town. I was the son of a farmer. We went to farm. My father went to farm every day. I joined him on Saturdays, and on holidays. That's how I lived my early life. We were not rich at all by any standard, but we were not miserable. We had this kind of simple life that was also dignified. Dignified also because My father happened to be someone with a high level of respect in the community. He was the head of the Catholics community in Kaba, and on that basis, he sat on the native court to judge cases with the Obaro, the king of Kaba. So from that early moment, I saw my father in that light. He used to sit under his feet in the native court. Not really listening to anything in particular, but you know, it made an impact on you. The whole idea of leadership, the idea of pursuing the truth and ensuring justice. I'm sure already in those days, it was impacting on my life. I didn't spend too long time at home because by the age of 12, I left home already for secondary school. And I went far away for secondary school because from Kaba, I went to Alede, presently in Benue State. It was far in those days. It took us 3 days to get to school.
Trekking?
No, not trekking. No. By car, by lorry. But there was no direct transport. The road was not there. To get to go Alede from Kaba, you had to go by Ames transport through Owo, Benin City, Asaba, cross the bridge on ferry boat, the ancient Eriko and so on, and look for an Ogongoro lorry that will carry us from Onitsha to Tukpo and wait to Motukpo. It's a long journey. It used to be a long journey. These are journeys that we now do all within a few hours. It was a long journey. But we didn't see, neither did we see, we didn't see it as a terrible thing. We didn't see it as a hardship. On the contrary, knowing that those of us who ended up in secondary school were just the lucky few out of the many who passed primary school and didn't go further, out of the many more who sat at home going to farm and never went to school, we who went through secondary school considered ourselves really fortunate.
You know, you talked about your father, dignified man, a leader in the community, a farmer, someone you learned so much from. How about your mother? What kind of influence did she have in your growing up?
In those days, the mothers were largely in the background. My mother was simply known as the wife of Bartholomew. She was Baba Egbe's wife, the wife of the chief Catholic. My mother was the wife of the Baba Egbe. So, in fact, if you are looking for a role for her, she is the woman who is supporting my father. Within the family, she has a different sentiment from my father. My father was more quiet, recluse, pensive, reflective, and so on. Whereas my mother was more expansive, boisterous. It doesn't take time to know where my mother stood on any issue. If he doesn't like you, he will tell you immediately straight to your face. And I would say, more or less, she was the one who was doing the disciplinarian work. She was the one who was beating us, who was shouting on us, and so on. And I believe the two actually complemented one another. She too was not educated. She couldn't even read anything, whereas my father at least could read some Yoruba. And Papa could even write, but always in Yoruba. He couldn't write in English. Doesn't mean that he did not understand English. He understood simple English and was able to communicate with the parish priests in those days.
Well, you went to a regular Catholic primary school. Then you went to St. Michael's for your secondary school. At what point did you zero in on priestly training, preparing you for priesthood?
Let me talk about this regular thing. In 1949, when I went to primary school, there were only two primary schools in Kaba, the Catholic primary school and the Anglican primary school. There was no such thing as private schools for the children of the rich. There were no rich people in Kaba. So we all went to these schools, which were all government supported, though they were run by missions, Catholic Church, Anglican Church. And they gave us the best secondary school, primary school preparation that was possible at that time. We'll say the same thing of the secondary school. The secondary school that I went to was one of the 2 Catholic secondary schools, so-called northern states. If you wanted a Catholic secondary school in northern Nigeria, you either went to St. John's College, Kaduna, or to St. Michael's Secondary School, Alede. It was as bad as that. Which means, and again, that means those schools that existed, where most of them were government secondary schools, in a few mission secondary schools, apart from the Catholic Church with 2 secondary schools. In those days, I remember there was St. Paul's, Usasa, Zaria, run by the Anglicans. Up in the plateau, there was Gendiri, that was run by the then SIM. Nearer home to us, in a place called Egbe, there was Titcombe College, run by the SIM, which later became Ekwa. I would say these were the only secondary schools in the north. They were the only secondary schools in the north. They were obviously schools for the few who were lucky to get into school. Few as they were, we were still very few in each of the schools. By the time I entered secondary school in Alede, St. Michael's, in 1907, the whole school was not more than 120 people, children, in 5 classes at that time, eventually 6 classes. And by the time I finished secondary school 6 years later, we spent 6 years in secondary school, in 1962, the total population of the school was massive training took place in our school. We got the best kind of education. That was also a good preparation for the leadership role that many of me and my classmates eventually took on immediately after independence. Don't forget that our independence came in 1960. So we were growing up in secondary school looking forward to when we shall be an independent country and when everything will begin to work well, and very soon we'll be like the great nations of the world. That was our dream. Talking of education and schools, every now and again you keep people talking about, oh, the good old days when education was high quality and so on. I always tell them, I beg to differ. The situation now, despite what you might consider poor quality education, is obviously much better than what we had in 1956, when nobody went to school. At least a lot of people are now going to school. Most children are able to learn to read and write. People didn't just remain in the farm and rotting away. And so when we look at it from that point of view, I think we should still say we have moved and we are making progress. What we could say is that we could have done much better with the investments that have been put into education in these past years. And we can still do better. It is not too late to improve. And if I can suggest to government, I will ask them to once again their policies in terms of collaboration with voluntary agency institutions. Let there be one small collaboration between the church and the government in the running of at least some schools, not all, some schools. If that were to be done, then the wonderful work that we are doing in our so-called private schools can also profit from this kind of education, which presently is only available to rich people who can pay the fees. Rich people like you and your colleagues. When I went to college, my father could never have paid any such fees. So that has been in my heart all along. And as a Catholic Archbishop who have started some schools, I keep insisting that I have been condemned to run schools that only the rich can afford. It is not my joy. In fact, I'm sorry about it. I wish I could run schools with public funds that will be available to the poor. I have not given up yet. I still have 5 more years as Archbishop of Abuja. And I think there's enough time to review this system. And that doesn't mean close down government schools, no, not at all. But let government spread the money around. After all, the children in our schools are also Nigerians. They deserve to have their own share of the national cake. And if it is accountability, we can assure them that we'll account for every kobo we get from government.
In 1963, you went to St. Peter's and Paul Major Seminary at Bodija. Tell me, at what point did you make a definitive decision that I want to be a priest?
You will be surprised to hear that from early childhood, I never saw myself wanting to be anything else but to be a priest. I had always wanted to be a priest. And even my mother tells me that as a small child, before I even what I don't remember now, when children play doing things, I used to play being a reverend father. Put tumblers and cups together on the small stool, carry it up, and make green, 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 like I see the reverend fathers doing in the church. Which means there is such a thing as being called from one's mother's womb. It is not true that you cannot desire to be a priest until you are old enough to make up your mind. That's not true. I know from my own personal experience that this desire can really be almost inborn. In fact, if I ended up in St. Michael's College, Alede, in 1957, it was precisely because I wanted a Catholic school. Because at that time, I got admission to a government secondary school, Kefi Government College, which was one of the best, actually the best college in the north at that time. I didn't care about how good it is. The one, already at that age of 12, what worried me is that if I go to Kefi, I will not have mass every day. But if I go to St. Michael's, there will be Holy Mass every day, and I will have Mass on Sundays. And so, to imagine that at that age, such consideration was so important in one's life. And when I told my father, when I got admission to the two schools, my father asked me, well, you've done your best, my son. You've studied hard. You passed very well. You have done your own part. Which of the two schools do you want to go to? I told him, I said, Papa, if it were it not that we are poor, and we don't have money, I would have preferred to go to St. Michael's. When I presented that way to my father, he was very, very sad. And he didn't want a situation where I didn't go to where I wanted to go because of his own poverty. Things happened then later. The negotiations and discussions went with the parish priest, and eventually I went to Alede. And all the time I was in Alede, St. Michael's, I was on government scholarship. My father didn't pay anything for my fees. He could not pay. My senior sister was already in Queen of Apostles College, Kakuri, Kaduna. And to even pay the half fees, which she had to pay, well, I knew how much my father struggled and how much my mother literally carried loads from one market to the other to make enough money to pay 12 pounds, 10 shillings.
Anyway, you ended up
all through the time I was in St. Michael's, Alede, the idea of being a priest was always in my mind. And I had mentioned it to my parish priest when I was finishing primary school. And I have the feeling now that my parish priest must have communicated this to the priest in charge of the college, so they kept an eye on me, because I know that somehow I got assigned to the sacristy. So I was always in and around the church. So I must say I thank them for helping me to buoy up the idea. Young boys at 14, 15, 16, 17, you do get crazy ideas. But strictly speaking, I never once wanted to be anything else but a priest. Yeah, I never felt attached to any girlfriend in any seriously emotional way. But as a normally growing up boy, you had friends, some boys, some girls, but that's about it. And why? Because I knew where I was going, the direction I was moving. is going to be to us a priesthood that will be a celibate priesthood. So God prepared me for that. We could say too that at the end of the secondary school, it was also another turning point, not turning point, another decision point. Because at the end of secondary school, I did get a chance to go to King's College, Lagos, with Northern Region Government Scholarship. A lot of stories have been told about Sadana and my performances at the end of secondary school. The important point about this is that by December 1962, I was given admission to King's College, Lagos, to read maths, physics, and chemistry, because they are my best subjects.
For your advanced level?
They call it higher school certificate, HSC. But at that time, I asked myself, what do I want to do with my life? So I wanted to be a priest. I went to the bishop and told him that I have been given admission to King's College, Lagos, but actually I want to be a priest. What does he say? Should I go to King's College, Lagos, and later follow whatever instruction he gives me? And I knew if I went to King's College, Lagos, it was towards university. And personally, I wasn't worried that maybe I will lose my desire for the priesthood if I continued along those studies. I was not really thinking that I would lose my desire for the priesthood. But you never know. In any case, I was not feeling in any way attracted to continue along the secular life. Somehow, I wanted to, since I want to be a priest, I might as well start seriously. That's how the bishop told me, John, you want to be a priest? In that case, you're going to Bodija, St. Peter and Paul. And I said, what do I do about my scholarship to King's College? So you don't have to do anything. If they don't see you, they will know you are not coming. And that's how it all ended. I must say that the Northern Government, Northern Region Premier at the time, Sadana Sokoto, was personally aware of this development. Rather unusual, because most people, if you got a scholarship to go to King's College, you ran for it. And he showed keen interest, wanted to find out what is happening. And he sent somebody to my village who met me, and I explained to him what was happening. And the man whom he sent, who was definitely a Muslim, listened to me very carefully and accepted my explanation, because I told him I want to go to the seminary because I want to serve my God. And he said, oh, you want to serve your God? God bless you. And I said, thank you, sir. That must be what he must have gone to report that to the premier, who himself also, since he takes religion seriously, was rather admired my decision, or the decision which God made me to take. That was way back in 1963. From that point on, it meant that the die is cast. Everybody now knows John is a seminarian. He wants to be a priest. And I came home on holidays dressed in white garment. And I myself knew that this is my objective. That's why I told you that the only thing I worked towards, the only ambition that I ever pursued seriously in my life, is to be a priest.
So on the 3rd of August, 1969, yes, your dream came true.
After spending 2.5 years in Ibadan and finished my studies of philosophy, my bishop, the same one who sent me to Ibadan, arranged for me to go to Rome, where I did 4 years of theology, along with other young people from all over the world, including Nigerians, many of whom are still my friends today. We finished our course and I came back home. In fact, when I was being sent to Rome in 1965, the only thing that my father requested of Bishop is that, Bishop, as you are carrying John to Rome now, please, when it is time for ordination, bring him back to us at home. And my bishop promised, Papa, And he kept his promise. And I was happy to come home for ordination, 3rd of August, 1969. It was at the dying moments of the Nigerian Civil War. Because as you know, in January the next year, after about 5 months, the war ended. Yeah. But that was it, the time, August 69 was a very bad time for the Civil War because it was neither here nor there. The boundaries were shifting, the war was ended, was not ended, and a lot of avoidable tragedies was taking place. We thank God the war was ended.
And I was wondering, I mean, how you were doing out there, knowing that people back home were in harm's way. Did it distract you from what you were doing?
No, for 2 reasons. First, I was far away, and I was busy preparing myself for the priesthood, and no amount of worries is going to make much impact at home anyway. But more seriously, on the other hand, you say, remember, I'm from Kaba, which means I was a northerner. My parents and my family was not in any harm's way. The war was not raging in our area. Rather, my colleagues and good friends who came from the heartland of Igbo land were constantly receiving bad news from home, and that obviously did not leave me in any way unconcerned. I shared and empathized with them. But you see, at that stage, we were students. We were not in a position to really become very much active in political discussion about secession or no secession. So we spent most of our time just praying for peace in our land.
So on the 3rd of August 1969, of course, you said, like Pope John Paul, baptism was the foundation of it all.
Yes.
But share with me how you felt that morning or that day that instead of John, you were now Reverend Father John Onayeko.
Don't forget that at least it was a 7-year journey, which means at every point along the long journey, with the steps that we took, and in those days we took actually 7 steps, because there were 4 minor orders and 3 major orders, which means we prepared our minds for it, prepared our heart for it, prepared our soul for it. And we knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew exactly what the bishop was going to say to me, and we also knew exactly what we expected from God that will happen to us. If that is what you're asking for, mainly that, with what mood did I take the wonderful work that God was doing in my life? It's like with an act of great thanksgiving to God, knowing that many of us started and didn't end it. And one thing I always thank God for is that I've always remained in that mood of gratitude to God. So much so that whatever may have been challenges, difficulties, contradictions along the line, I was always able to put them in my stride. In '69, at that time still, there were not too many Nigerian priests around. And priestly ordination was a national event. There were not too many ordinations. And in my diocese itself in particular, most of the priests in the diocese were Canadian, French-speaking Canadian missionaries who were working with us. So they were there. They were the ones there. The Nigerian priests we had in the whole diocese were just about 3 or 4 of us. Just about 3 or 4 of us. And so we moved among our people. We were able to say Mass in Yoruba for our people. We moved to I was very anxious. I was always very happy to relate with the younger generation, with the students in the secondary school, both the boys and the girls. And already at that time too, we got quite involved in political discussion. We were interested in the politics of the day. '69 was in the middle. There was military rule all around. And Everybody, even already at that time, kept saying that the military rule had to end since the war was over. And so we're party to all those discussions.
Okay, I'll go back to 3rd of August 1969. I mean, if you look back on that day, did you think that 40-something years after that you could be a cardinal? Did it ever cross your mind on that?
In 1969, there was one black cardinal in the whole Catholic Church, and he was Cardinal Rugambwa from Tanzania. And as a young priest student in Rome, we met him on a few occasions. With that kind of situation, it is not something you aspire to. You didn't expect that it would happen. And like I told you, after my priesthood, I didn't aspire to anything else, not even to being a bishop.
You just served God.
I knew that being a Reverend Father was already a great thing, saying Mass for the people. I imagined too, I knew that I was more in the academic line, so I was thinking that I would probably either be teaching in schools or maybe end up in the seminary training priests. Eventually, I ended up in the seminary training priests until I was called to become a bishop.
You've had quite a career in your chosen field. You've held position in the church, sensitive positions of authority in the church, but you've also held positions in the bigger church. At one time, you led the bishops in Nigeria. At one time, you led the Christian Association in Nigeria. At what point did, forgive me, this activism in quotes, at what point did it catch on? At what point did you feel you could do more, even outside your immediate environment?
It has always been clear in my mind that the priest must be a hardworking person. And by hardworking, I mean do all you can to serve the Lord Jesus, which means you don't ration your energies. Not because you are working towards a good recommendation from anybody, but simply the way I see, since I've decided to give my life to God, then you must spend your life for God. You can't say you gave me your life to God and then you are looking for an easy way. And it seems that simply doing my best must have drawn other people's attention. And it is the decision of others to either promote me and put me in a position. We take the case of even being the rector of a senior seminary at the age of 33. Some of my students were older than me. And the responsibility to train Catholic priests was given to me. In fact, the first such surprises I got was on the first anniversary of my priestly ordination. My bishop came to where I was a teacher of French and Bible knowledge in a town called Isanlu, to tell me he is now moving me away and sending me to the junior seminary to be rector. 1 year a priest. I faced my bishop, a Canadian. I said, "Bishop, are you sure what you are saying? You mean you want me to be rector of a junior seminary, 1 year a priest?" He just told me, "John, you can do it. Go there." That's all I needed to hear. And that kind of surprise kept coming one after the other. If it comes to being president of the Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, they elected me. My colleagues said, "You do it." And I went and do it. And by the way, I led not only the bishops of Nigeria, I led the bishops of English-speaking West Africa, and led the bishops of the entire African continent, again, under being elected to the job. Put on side of that, various appointments. I feel like my mother, who on the day of my ordination as a bishop in Rome, she was there with my father. In the evening, we were eating supper. And my mother was not eating. And he was looking at me all the time. And I said, Ma'am, after some time, I had gone through, I was almost finishing my supper, and she was just playing with her fork and knife. So I said, Mama, why are you looking at me like this? You are not eating. She said, my son, I'm just thinking, I cannot believe that my own son is a bishop. Then I told Mama, I said, don't worry. You see, your son is still to get used to believing that he is a bishop.
So it was not just her.
Yeah, not just her.
That's overwhelmed.
Me too, I'm just trying to say, look at me here, look at me here, what am I doing here? You have several occasions when you find yourself in a forum and you look around you and say, oh, little me here. But you see, once I get there, I also am quite convinced that God brought me there. Then I do my best.
I'll take you back because you could be referred to as the old generation. Today we have a lot of our priests angling to serve in the very prosperous parishes, angling for government appointments. Even in some areas, at the point you had to be asked to go and do some work somewhere in Imo State because priests were fighting and wanting to, who was going to be bishop and all that. Is this what it used to be? Was this learned along the way? Or is it the society affecting those that have decided to serve God? What is bringing all this kind of agitation? Because here you are telling me that after you became a priest, you served God, did your job, and these things fell on your lap, so to say, because of God's grace. But today we see priests and bishops angling and fighting for higher positions to serve the rich and not serve the poor.
One can answer that question in many ways. The first thing I would like to say, and I say it with all seriousness, is that whatever may be happening, whatever anybody may be doing, what a priest is and how he should behave, what a bishop is and what he should do is clearly laid out, and we all know it. They are laid out clearly. Our church does not leave room for confusion or say, I don't know what to do. No. We know what a priest is, what he should be, how he should behave. And obviously, we are all supposed to do our best to live up to that, to those ideals. Times are changing. The society in which we live is not particularly facilitative of a kind of zealous, clean, quiet life like in the days when we started. The situation around us was different. That does not in any way affect the first point I made. The ideals remain, while the conditions in the world around us will be changing. And the whole point, therefore, is that we should constantly measure our efforts and our lives against the ideal. We must also add numbers. Where you have 20 priests, maybe one or two may not be doing too well. And those one or two, you can ignore them. But when you have 100 priests, one or two becomes 10 or 20. And therefore, the negative dimensions begin to show up in a way that it was not showing up before. When I became a priest, there were no rich parishes. Every parish was poor. So there was no time to angle for anywhere unless you wanted to leave Nigeria and go somewhere else. Now we have big parishes, some rich, some not so rich, and because of that, the kind of condition is created for people to perhaps want to probably convince themselves that they are the best suited to take care of some very important aspects of the life of the church. Don't forget that a very rich parish is generally also include the rich people, which means, strictly speaking, if you are talking about the task that has to be done, you will say that the work of a pastor of a rich parish where ministers and their permanent secretaries are worshiping is very serious. He's supposed to be able to guide and direct people at that level, and that this may not be what every priest can do. We try to consider all those also. So the society around is changing, and we also change with it.
You told me that growing up, you made up your mind, this is what I wanted to do, and you knew what were the peculiarities of the journey you were undertaking, like you were going to be celibate. Today, you see a lot of priests, or some priests, argue that ab initio, that celibacy was not part of the deal, that it was something that came at a particular time. And that also has not augured well for conduct of some in this very challenging calling profession. What kind of advice would you give to the younger priests and even those that are hoping to become priests?
No other advice than to say, be a man of your word. Be faithful to yourself. Those who say celibacy was not always in the church are not saying anything new. It is in history. We all know that. Even right now, as we are talking, there are parts of the church where there are married priests. We know that.
Catholic priests.
Catholic priests, but of a different rite. But apart from that, there are exceptional cases of Anglican priests who have become Catholics and who have been allowed to continue with you, who have been ordained priests in the Catholic Church, retaining their family. But those are exceptional cases. But if there is such exception, it means that it is not as if it is impossible. And theoretically, the law of celibacy could change. But that's not the issue. The issue is that right now there is a rule which is on ground, which has been made known to everybody concerned, and you embrace this job, this life, being told that this is the name of the game. These are the conditions. At any moment, you can opt out. At any moment. Whether many seminarians, midway along the line, suddenly discover that they just can't cope. And they leave the seminary, but no problem. It is generally not something that we look forward to when a young man, after ordination, begins to regret, why did I go into it? And as a result, begins to retrace his steps. That happens too. But I think we ought to know that when that happens, it is clearly a case of having made a serious mistake. And again, like I said, that is not what anybody really wishes for himself. We have had in the last decades many priests who have left the priesthood because they said, I cannot cope with it, which is right enough. If you are not able to cope, you can leave, but you don't have the right to say, because I cannot cope, the law is not good. No, you cannot make that judgment. For as long as there are people who are ready, and the church finds that a celibate priesthood is what is best in the best interest of the Catholic Church, those who are agreeing to it will be in it.
Your Eminence, I want to ask you a personal question. You're 70, and for 70 years you've been celibate. How have you managed?
How have I managed? The answer is very simple. Nobody takes this honor upon himself, except you are called by God. So you must rely on God's grace to help you and to keep you going. Let me say that it's not only we celibate people who have to make effort to live our lives with some amount of decency. Even married people too have to, if you are going to be a good Christian married person, faithful to your spouse and nobody else, surely you must make effort and rely on God's grace to make it possible.
You have remained a strident commentator on contemporary issues in our country. What would you say are the impediments to genuine national development in our country?
Consistency. I like to be seen as being a consistent commentator, that I've not been changing I don't change my story every day, because the stories that I carry are not of one party or the other, but rather of the principles that lead to a good human society. And those principles are valid every time, everywhere. And that is why, if you are pursuing those principles, you cannot have more than one language. Luckily, in my own case, I happen to be a bishop who is also a bishop of the Catholic Church. And my church has a whole body of teaching on these matters. So all I need to do is simply try and repeat and present to the people the teachings of my church, which we call the Catholic social teachings. That is what I have been doing all along, not alone, but with other Catholic bishops too. As you know, we do issue communiques at the end of our bishops' conference, and all of us issue those communiques on unanimity. Why are we able to be unanimous? Because we have a common point of reference. You see, you're asking, what do I see as the major obstacle? Yeah. Well, there will always be obstacles, because the world will never be perfect. But at least we can do as much as we can to reduce especially avoidable sufferings on poor people. As you know, that is very dear to my heart. I don't care what the political calculations are. I don't care what arrangements the politicians are making. What I care about is, how does that affect the poor people of this country? That, in other words, it boils down to two things, like the popes have always mentioned, namely common good, and secondly, the dignity of the human person. The common good means, therefore, that politics is about making our community better, not about making myself rich. I don't know whether Nigerian politicians really understand that. The second aspect is this whole issue of the dignity of the human person, which spells out into the fact that every human being, whoever he is or she is, whether he is Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, whether he is Catholic, Christian, Muslim, or so-called worshippers of our traditional gods, whether he is old or young, or even whether he is not yet born, it's in the womb, everybody has some kind of what you might consider basic dignity. This is why we insist that it is intolerable to have a country where a few people are very rich and don't know what to do with their money, are buying useless jets and parking them in airports at thousands of naira or dollars every day, while people are dying of hunger or dying of preventable disease. I hear that when some Nigerians, when their wife is pregnant, they parcel them up to America so that the child can be an American. In a situation where there are women who are dying in the maternity ward because they have been told to go and bring I don't know what that costs just 2,000 naira, and the husband cannot get the money to buy. Before he goes around and borrow left, right, and center, the wife is dead in the hospital. That should not happen. That should not happen, which means that the dignity of the human person means wherever, if you live in a country and there are human beings that are living below human dignity, it is a shame on me and on all of us.
As we are concluding our conversation, we've seen you go to great lengths to encourage coexistence of the religions. In very few sentences, how can we move it further in our country?
I have a strong personal conviction, which is also supported by the position of my church, that genuine religion has to do with God, and God is one. Therefore, the same God which we all worship, in which case we have a common ground. Secondly, that common ground is for goodness, is for peace, is for mutual respect, is for respect for human life. Whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian or you are whatever, if you deny these things, whether by word or by action, you cannot claim that you are being religious.
The Pope says he's trying to bring the church to the people, to give the church a new meaning for the people. He doesn't want a rich church. He wants a church that touches the lives of the ordinary Christian. How would you describe this move?
There is no doubt that Pope Francis has come out very clearly to, as it were, encourage the church not to forget that the basic purpose of our being around is so that through us the world might be saved. In other words, that the church is not a club of the few people who are going to heaven. I used to say it often here in my cathedral, that the church is not a reserved coach that is going to heaven, leaving everybody else behind to hell. No, the church is a community of believers who have imbibed the message of Jesus Christ and who, through their lives, spread this message of God's goodness to the rest of the world. Which means, technically speaking, it doesn't mean that everybody must be a member of the church. But what it does mean is that everybody must see in us what it means to be children of God, whom God loves. Everybody must be able to see in us who are Christians the essence of the message of Jesus Christ, who carried his message so far that he was ready to die for it, and in fact did die. Now, what the Pope then says, therefore, is that we shouldn't waste too much of our time. Well, we shouldn't spend all our time only on what you might consider internal affairs of the church. And when you do that, you end up with all the quarrels, the kind of thing you mentioned before. Who is bishop, who is not bishop? It may be important who is bishop and who is not bishop, but at the end of the day, what is important is not who is bishop, who is not bishop, but whether the people are witnessing to the gospel.
What will John Cardinal Onayeko would like to be remembered for when you retire, so many years after you leave office?
And that will not be my headache. But if by the time I retire, before I die, my major problem will be how to get to heaven, because that's the last lap of the journey, of the long marathon.
But when you look back, what do you think, which principles have sustained you?
The principle of joy in the fact that God has called one to serve, and you do your best to do so, to serve God. And you can't serve God without serving your neighbor.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ciao, Mr. Ilu.
You've been listening to my conversation with John Cardinal Onayeko. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja, Nigeria, thanking you for joining us.
We are local.
The international community is observing Thursday.
Just finished the why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bull by the horn.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Vanrikumo Ado. In the headlines, 11 NWC members reject Anyanwu's reinstatement, insists on June 30 NEC meeting. NIMSI trains core members for nationwide NIN enrollment. Destroyed shops and littered streets as Kenya businesses count the cost day after deadly protest. And Russia says European arms supplies to Ukraine increase the threat of destabilization in Europe. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has described those at the forefront of forming a coalition to unseat him ahead of the 2027 presidential election as persons who have been internally displaced politically. Speaking during its one-day presidential state visit to Nasarawa State, where inaugurated some projects, Tinubu urges supporters not to lose sleep over such moves, saying his political opponents were in a coalition to unseat themselves. He commended the Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule for bringing development to the state and pledged his administration's support for the development of the state. Governor Sule appealed to the president to use his good offices to initiate full oil and gas exploration in the Obi local government area of the state, where hydrocarbons were discovered in 2023. Former Benue State Governor and Chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Gabriel Suswan, says a planned opposition coalition would be the party to beat in 2027 elections. Suswan was featured on a live television program, said that most Nigerians are dissatisfied with economic policies of the current administration and that a coalition would leverage that discontent. He noted that there is no Nigerian that is not affected by the economic policies of the administration, noting that a ruling All Progressive Congress APC should be worried. Reacting to Tinubu's statement about coalition, Suswan recalled how he and other PDP leaders had dismissed the opposition merger that led to the formation of the APC ahead of the 2015 elections, only for the PDP to suffer defeat. The former governor said that the people that will constitute the coalition will determine whether the ruling party should be worried, and added that a lot of its members are interested in the coalition. The National Working Committee NWC of the People's Democratic Party PDP is insisting that the party's National Executive Council NEC meeting will proceed as scheduled on Monday, June 30. The PDP NWC in a statement also maintained that Samuel Anyanwu has not been reinstated as the party's national secretary after the acting chairman Umar Damagun had announced the cancellation of a NEC meeting and reinstatement of Anyanwu as the secretary. But in a statement, the NWC denounced Damagun's pronouncement, saying that only the NEC had the power to take such decisions. The statement was signed by 11 members of NEC, including Taufik Arakpaja, Deputy National Chairman South, Setonji Koshuedo, Acting National Secretary, Ahmed Mohammed, National Treasurer, Okechukwu Obiechina, National Auditor, and Debo Ologunagba, National Publicity Secretary, among other signatories. Damagun had at a news conference in Abuja on Wednesday announced a suspension of the planned National Executive Committee NEC meeting scheduled for June 30th and the reinstatement of Anyanwu as National Secretary of the party. There was a heated uproar on the floor of the Nigerian Senate on Wednesday over the emergency rule in Rivers State. This followed the presentation and review of the report of the ad hoc committee on the emergency rule in Rivers State over the screening and approval of a chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RIVSEC.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael Odey, a non-indigene, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RSEC. These appointments sparked strong opposition from several minority party members. Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and two other senators voiced their disappointment over the appointment. They noted that the early appointment of the sole administrator, who is also a non-indigene of Rivers State, had already generated controversy.
And you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a cross-river person again to become chairman of the electoral commission.
Order, please. I do not see any logical reason why a river man will not chair this electoral commission.
If the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along.
The Senate leader Okwayemi Bamidele and Chief Whip Senator Tahi Mongunu defended the nomination, insisting that the appointment did not violate any section of the Nigerian Constitution.
There is no any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the ground norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria.
All the six other members, the 6 members are from Rivers. But the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get.
Despite the disagreement, the report was adopted by voice notes confirming the appointment of the RSEC chairman and members.
1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, member. As chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Senator Nengi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole.
Also at plenary, the Red Chamber unanimously condemned the recent brutal killing of over 200 civilians in Yelewata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, as well as the massacre of 12 people in Mangun local government area of Plateau State. It officially classified the attack carried on the June 18 and June 21 as acts of terrorism and part of broader systematic campaign of violence. The senators demanded immediate and comprehensive federal intervention to halt the bloodshed that continues to threaten peace and security across the country. Titus Zam from Benue State moved the motion under the matters of urgent national importance.
Tragic genocidal massacre at Yellowater was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity.
Other senators echoed calls for decisive action and the need to modernize intelligence gathering and security operations through technology-driven approaches.
That the President and Commander-in-Chief is the one that will deal with the matter. Decisively. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies. Let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. This morning, it has gotten to 53.
If the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change, it must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that technology devices into management and monitoring.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who led the chamber in a 1-minute silence to honor the victims, said the attack can be linked to state failure.
That with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives that the killers will be fished out, we will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked.
The Senate called for the development of more military personnel to Benue State, particularly to Yellowater and other known flashpoints, to prevent further attacks and restore security.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the persistent killings and crises that have plagued Benue State over the last 15 years. This followed a motion of urgent public importance by Dixon Takir, which decried the June 14, 2025 attack on Yellowater community, which left many dead, thousands displaced and property destroyed. It warned that continued inaction could escalate violence and worsen humanitarian crisis.
Aware that similar attacks have occurred regularly within and beyond the constituency, exacerbating insecurity and fear among communities in the area. Further aware that the National Emergency Management Agency and other relevant relief agencies have been called upon to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the affected areas. Concerned that the scale of the crisis requires immediate and coordinated intervention to prevent further loss of lives and to provide adequate support for the displaced persons affected in the community.
They also urged NEMA, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, and other agencies to provide urgent relief to affected communities while mandating its committees on interior, national security and human rights to assess the situation and recommend action. In another development, the House declared the Kene Shagamu Remo North Federal Constituency seat in ENUGU State vacant, following the January 2025 death of its representative, Adewumi Onanuga, paving the way for INEC to conduct a by-election to fill the position. The Green Chamber also approved a sum of 1.1 trillion naira for the Nigeria Customs Service for the 2025 fiscal year and extended the implementation timeline for the capital components of the 2024 national budget from June 30 to December 31, 2025. The Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, sat and chaired the Committee of Supply when the bill was considered and approved.
This is to notify honorable members of the House of Representatives, pursuant to Section 68 of Section 1B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, that the seat of Ikene, Shagamu, Remo North Federal Constituency has become vacant. This vacancy is as a result of the death of Honorable Onanuga Adewumi Oriyomi on Wednesday, 15 January 2025, which was announced in the House plenary. She was a member of the All Progressive Congress. This notification is in fulfillment of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, and for the records.
They also passed a bill seeking to increase the duration of a police trust fund for continued training, provision of security equipment, and enhance the skills of the personnel for the third reading. The ENUGU State House of Assembly has conducted a public hearing on a bill aimed at checking rising insecurity and ritual killings in the state. The proposed bill, which was passed its first and second readings, seek to regulate traditional and religious institutions, create local security outfits, and abolish harmful traditional rituals. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegbanam has the report.
The growing insecurity in ENUGU State has been a source of concern to both the government and citizens. The latest incident involving the discovery of mass graves where corpses of adopted persons and victims of ritual killings were discovered appears to be the spark that spurred the state into action. This has given rise to this executive bill that would, when passed, provide legal backing for some drastic anti-criminal measures. The proposed legislation, which comprises 17 sections, seeks to regulate the activities of traditional institutions, establish local security outfits, and eradicate harmful traditional rituals involving human parts. The chairman of the Joint Council Committee on the bill, Raymond ENUGU, said the proposed bill will check the activities of persons who hide under the guise of religion to perpetrate evil in the state.
So to neglect the activities of some persons who hide under the canopy of religion to perpetrate all sorts of atrocities. We all know that the Constitution of the Federal Republic, where it is Section 38, permits for freedom of religion. But some section also provides for the clause where there are rights to be limited, especially when they become harmful to the society. But some person, if you are also enjoying your freedom of religion, another person also have freedom to live. And when you begin to infringe on that person's rights, it becomes a crime. That's why we come here to tackle it. Not too long ago, in the Zimbabwe especially, and in the South, a bad news that I never state was open for here, where in the first century we still have news that people are being married alive, and a family usually full of their kids.
If there's a young man or woman in your community that is brandishing money and doing doings, and you don't know what the person does for a living, you must submit a report. That so person came back from wherever he was and had been brandishing money, and you don't know where the money came from. The law further provides that people whose property have been used for kidnapping will have to forfeit such property.
Stakeholders, including representatives of traditional and religious institutions, security agencies, and residents of ENUGU State, lent their support to the bill while providing valuable inputs.
We are in support of the bill and we want the bill to triumph so that our community will remain in traditional sacrosancy, so that the moment most of the practices where you use human parts, as a sacrifice. If you use human parts as a sacrifice, who and what actually are you trying to promote? We know as Christians, as we all are, that Jesus Christ died for us, as a Christian as I am, and we believe in that. You don't need a human life to save a human, and that is what this bill wants to stop.
The Christian Association of Nigeria also make this input that the security, the security agencies should be having meetings time to time with church leaders for security information.
They emphasize the need for clarity on the roles of security agencies to prevent duplication of efforts.
Individuals. Obodo niile na-eti mkpu ọ gịnị ka a na-eme ebe a, kedu ibe a na-eme ebe a, ọ bụrụ mmadụ ka unu na-egbu chee ka ngwa gị anyị chọwa ime ife ka ndị be anyị si emebu ya anyị emebe gị ya. Ọ bụrụ na unu nọ n'otu unu kwesịrị ịchọpụtacha ụmụ ya ndị arụrụ ana.
And the Christian Council, they are not doing enough to checkmate all these issues, likewise with the traditional people. So what we need to do, we need solution to all these problems. We really need solution to all these problems. You understand me? Because like them alone, you people alone, you can't do it alone. You need government backing. You need government to support in cracking down this issue.
They also called for community involvement in security planning and personnel selection and the establishment for an agency to oversee religious affairs in the states.
So, you know, when we're of two different districts, all recognize the everything like all recognize a positive position, you are confused here,
The Joint House Committee with oversight over the bill assured that all relevant submissions from the public will be factored into the bill, while assuring of speedy consideration and passage of the bill in the interest of citizens. Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission says it has identified irregularities and clash of names in applications received from 110 associations seeking registration as political parties. A list of the 110 parties, including proposed names, acronyms, addresses, and names of their pro tem chairmen and secretaries, was published on INEC's website and social media platforms on Wednesday. The statement on the applications, INEC noted that some of the proposed associations use identical acronyms, which violates the Commission's guidelines. One of the proposed parties, the All Democratic Alliance, is reportedly supported by a coalition of prominent political figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, while another group, believed to be backed by supporters of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, submitted a registration request under a similar name, raising concerns about potential acronym duplication. 40 applications were missing: a pro tem national secretary, 5 lacked a pro tem national chairman, and 7 were missing both, while 4 submissions did not include an official address, while 1 application was submitted without a party logo. INEC also discovered that 3 applications, New Green Generation Party, New Green Congress, and New Green Coalition Party, listed the same individuals, Malam Idris Abdul Karim, Ambassador Crystal Ikechukwu as pro tem national chairman and secretary, among other discrepancies. Still to come, Katsina declares Friday work-free day for Islamic New Year. Police arrest suspected cultists. Others recover arms in ENUGU. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished taking
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
National Youth Service Corps has denied extending the service year of a Lagos Corps member, Rita Ogwamaye, also known as Raye, for criticizing the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Raye became an internet sensation following a public criticism of the present administration, which she described as worsening economic conditions. Ogwamaye had, in a viral video shared on her TikTok account, expressed frustration over Nigeria's worsening economic conditions, lamenting a high inflation and economic hardship. She also criticized the president by describing him as a terrible leader while questioning the government's efforts to alleviate the hardship faced by the citizens. She also described Lagos State as a smelling state and lamented its poor living conditions. After the video had gone viral, Ogwamaye posted another video alleging that she was being threatened by the NYSC authorities, claiming that some officials of her scheme asked her to delete the video. When contacted on Tuesday, the acting NYSC Director of Press and Public Relations, Carol Embo, said the decision to extend a Corps member's service year is made when such a person is passing out. The National Identity Management Commission, NIMSE, has announced a partnership with the Ministry of Youth Development and the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, to commence the training of select NYSC members to drive National Identification Number NIN enrollment across all wards in the Federation. Spokesman of the Commission, Kayode Adegoke, who announced this in a statement, said the initiative forms part of a plan to enroll and issue NIN to all Nigerians and legal residents within the shortest time possible. Adegoke said that NIMSE has so far enrolled and issued NIN to over 120 million Nigerians and legal residents and now intends to reach previously inaccessible areas through the Ward Enrollment Initiative. He said that the select Corps members are currently undergoing intensive training in preparation for the commencement of ward enrollment. Nigerians, especially children below the age of 16, he said, are encouraged through the initiative to enroll for NIN in their respective wards. A bomb explosion has reportedly killed 4 travelers in Borno State, with many others sustaining injuries. According to reports by local media, the bomb exploded around 3 p.m. on Wednesday along the Damboa-Maiduguri road. The incident involved a car carrying an unconfirmed number of passengers. The road is one of the major routes where terrorists will often plant bombs to discourage other users. Security authorities are yet to confirm the incident at the time of filing this report. The people of Umumbachi community in Oji River local government area of ENUGU State came together in a grand celebration that had dignitaries from ENUGU State and beyond. Occasion was the 60th birthday of a traditional ruler of Mbogo Kingdom and chairman of ENUGU West Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Godwin Mado, which took place at his ENUGU residence. Correspondent Precious Chiagoro was there and now reports.
It was a gathering of traditional rulers and community leaders, political office holders, business executives, and people from all walks of life from the ENUGU West Senatorial District, ENUGU State, and beyond, who converged to celebrate the milestone and achievement of Igwe Godwin Madu as it marks his 60th anniversary. The surprise birthday celebration put together by the children of the celebrant was a testament to his enduring impact on the lives of many.
So we decided to throw, a very intimate birthday celebrations. This man here means a lot to everybody. We all flew down for him. So you're amazing. It's such an honor to be your daughter.
The colorful event provided a cherished opportunity to reflect on the profound legacy of the royal father and celebrate his contributions to community development. In a remark, the Grand Patron of the ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Greg Ugu, described Igwe Godwin Madu as a great man who has endeared himself to many through his selfless service and transformative leadership.
You can see what happened here today. That will show you the man is a man of the people. My prayer is that I wish him more years, long life and prosperity.
The senator representing Enugu West Senatorial District, Ositangu, was represented by a commissioner in the State Civil Service, Joy Odike, who extolled the celebrant's sterling leadership qualities. Odike praised his ability to foster harmony and drive progress, describing him as a bridge builder whose influence extends beyond traditional governance into the political sphere.
In fact, today I was so surprised. When I came in, they told him that it's 60 years. I never knew he had gotten up to that. You can see him very healthy, very strong. So I thank God and I give God all the glory.
Other notable individuals, including Josephat Omeke and the Coordinating President General of Oji River and Enugu West Senatorial Zone, Ejike Ilotasie, described Igwe Godwin Madu as a jolly good fellow who has exemplified transformative leadership.
He is somebody bearing a banner, representing Enugu State, representing his people, representing the constituency, which is his constituency, traditional rulers. He is one of those bringing dignity, honor, and prestige to the office of traditional ruler.
It is very, very good that when you attain a certain age, you call people, you thank God, you celebrate with people. And it is not easy. Most of his age mates, they have joined their ancestors. But today, he is seated here celebrating with us. We are happy. All thanks be to God Almighty.
He's a man of many paths. If you see him from one side, you describe him for that side. If you see him for that side, you describe him for that side. He's a born community leader, a man with capacity and good integrity. We don't play with him in our community. That's why we are here, to celebrate him.
So today we are here to celebrate him. Ivenberg has been a pillar. He has been somebody that knows what it takes to organize a community.
I am wishing him more life, years of celebration, and also with sound health.
Reflecting on his 60-year journey, Igwe Godwin Madu thanked his family, friends, and well-wishers for their love and support. He urged people to embrace peace, show compassion, and work towards the development of their communities.
I would say that it's God's gift. It's just God's gift, nothing else. Because if wishes are, that everybody wishes to be more than 60, but God grants life as he wishes. So me attending 60 today is a thing to give God glory, and I will always continue to give God glory.
The event was attended by signatories, including the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, chairman Enugu East Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Ima Ugu, and the member representing Ogu and Nri Oji River constituency in the House of Representatives, Anayo Onwebu. The high point of the event was a special prayer session led by the Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers, seeking God's continued blessings and protection for the celebrants. As the Igwe embarks on his new phase of his life, the people of Omumba and the entire Ache clan look forward to his continued guidance and pray that he remains a shining example of leadership, wisdom, and service to humanity. Precious Chagoro, reporting for Signature TV.
Katsina State Governor Malam Diko Rada has declared Friday as a work-free day to commemorate the new Islamic year, 1447 AH. In a statement issued by the Secretary to the State Government, Abdullahi Faskari, on Thursday, Governor extended his heartfelt congratulations to all Muslims in the state and across the country in witnessing the new Islamic calendar. The declaration of a holiday, according to the statement, is to enable civil servants and residents to join other faithful in celebrating the year and to reflect on its spiritual significance. Governor Rada called on the good people of Katsina State to continue to live in peace and harmony with one another, emphasizing that no meaningful development could take place without peace and stability. A UN report published on Thursday says the number of drug users worldwide rose to 316 million people in 2023. The figure corresponds to 6% of the world population aged between 15 and 64, using a drug not including tobacco or alcohol. This is contained in a report released by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime in Vienna for 2025, which is based on 2023 data. Cannabis witnessed the most consumed drug with 244 million users, followed by opioids, 61 million, amphetamine, 30.7 million, cocaine, 25 million, and ecstasy, 21 million, according to the report. According to UN experts, the cocaine boom is not only leading to more drug-related deaths, but also to more violence between rival criminal organizations involved in drug smuggling. The ENUGU State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects for armed robbery and lawful possession of firearms and cultism during separate operations across the state. Spokesman of the command, Daniel Ndukwe, said in a statement that the operatives made the arrest during multiple credible intelligence-guided operations, which led to the recovery of dangerous weapons and other exhibits. According to Ndukwe, operatives of the command's crack tactical squad, in collaboration with members of a neighborhood watch group, arrested 26-year-old Esomchugu and 19-year-old Kosi Sochuku Kwani at ENUGU in the local government area, and recovered a single-barrel pistol, a cut-to-size gun, and 4 live cartridges from them. He added that during interrogation, the suspect confessed to being members of a Black Axe confraternity. Ndukwe said that in a separate operation also conducted on Sunday, the operatives from the anti-cultism tactical squad recovered another set of arms during a raid in Ndiagu Gwaji, Enugu South local government area, while 1 locally made single-barrel pistol, 1 live 7.62 mm caliber ammunition, and 4 live cartridges were recovered. Command said the fleeing suspect is linked to an ongoing investigation involving conspiracy and lawful possession of firearms and cultism. Based on the confession of his alleged accomplice, Izochukwu Gabriel, Elias Onyamoma, who had earlier been apprehended. The federal government has finally fulfilled its promise to allocate houses to members of a Super Eagles squad that won the Africa Cup of Nations in Tunisia 1994. Fulfillment, which is coming about 30 years after the promise was made, was disclosed in a statement posted on the website of the Federal Ministry of Sport. One of the beneficiaries, former striker Efani Koko, was presented with an allocation letter for a house in Abuja, was represented by his niece, Lisa Jennifer Wabogu. Wabogu expressed gratitude to the federal government and the Ministry of Housing for fulfilling this long-standing pledge. His uncle saying it's truly heartening to witness such commitment to integrity and follow through. The Director and Head of the Department, Public Building and Housing Development, Bemi Temitokwe, who presented the letter on behalf of the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, described the move as part of the government's commitment to rewarding the patriotic service of a team. The former President Muhammadu Buhari approved the implementation of a 1994 housing pledge in 2022, 28 years after it was first made. Still to come, Defense Ministers' meeting of SCO member states held in Kwandao. NATO member states agreed to hike defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
A day after nationwide protests rocked Kenya, business owners in Nairobi's city centre are counting their losses following a wave of looting and arson. Video from Thursday morning shows charred storefronts and devastated shopkeepers sieving through debris, some estimating losses and thousands of dollars. The violence unfolded during Wednesday's demonstrations marking the anniversary of last year's deadly anti-government protest, which reignited this week after the death of a blogger in police custody. While demonstrators demanded justice and accountability, several businesses became collateral damage as confrontations between protesters and police turned chaotic. Some shopkeepers say they support the call for reform, but not at the expense of their livelihoods.
Only my problem is no job for now. No job for now. Look, everything is the ban. Yeah? So please, government, try talking of the agency, because all this is happening there because of the agency. So please, agency, just try to sit down then to talk to the government.
You see, we had to close. So yesterday we didn't report as we are expecting this Madamano. So we feared our shops might be broken or your safety also. So we decided not to come yesterday. So we never came yesterday because of lack of fear.
Things are so tough in our country right now. Sometimes you come morning until evening and you've not sold. And to remember, this is something we invested for so long. So until you recover, it takes a period of time.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem met with Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez on Wednesday in San Jose. After the meeting, the two countries signed a deal that welcomed Costa Rica into the CBP's Global Entry Program. A security agreement was also signed where Costa Rica will screen all goods entering the country through its airports and seaports to curb the inflow of drugs headed towards the United States. This is the second stop during Noem's tour of Central America. She is expected to meet with Honduras President Xiomara Castro later on Wednesday.
Thanks to the United States and the personal commitment of Madam Secretary, we have a specific plan for Costa Rica to become the only and first country in the world that will scan all products and goods entering through our seaports and airports.
Just a few minutes ago, signed an agreement on global entry. As you know, your economy relies a lot on hospitality and hosting individuals. Many Americans come down here to relax, to enjoy, and I hope that the next time that I come, I get the chance to bring my family and to do that with you. But this is my first trip to Costa Rica, and so I have not had the ability to come here before. But global entry will allow travelers a much more streamlined approach to coming back and forth between Costa Rica and the United States of America. And today we signed an agreement to move forward with that.
The Defense Ministers' meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization SCO member state was held in Quandao City, East China's Shandong province on Thursday morning, with parties at the meeting calling for efforts to further consolidate military mutual trusts and pragmatic cooperation among the SCO member states. Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun hosted and addressed the meeting. Defense leaders of the SCO member countries, as well as senior officials of the SCO Secretariat and Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure, attended the meeting. The meeting is one of the important activities hosted by China as a rotating presidency of the SCO. Parties attended the meeting, delivered speeches on measures and suggestions on international and regional security situations and defense and security cooperation, and they spoke highly of China's positive efforts and important contributions to improving the SCO operating mechanism and deepening cooperation in various aspects. They agreed that it is necessary to further consolidate and deepen military mutual trust and pragmatic cooperation among SCO member states and implement the important initiative of building a common home of solidarity and mutual trust, peace and tranquility, prosperity and development, good neighborliness and friendship, and fairness and justice, so as to make major contributions to safeguarding regional and global peace and stability and promoting prosperity and development. The meeting marks the first gathering of its defense ministers after the SCO admitted Belarus as its 10th member state last year. North Korea's workers and officials commemorated the anniversary of the Korean War on Wednesday, featuring posters and banners of anti-US slogans in Chuncheon County, North Korea. Video released by state media showed workers and officials gathered at a square of the Chuncheon Class Education House, holding posters and banners with slogans such as "Let's get 1,000 times the revenge for the blood of our people shed by the US." Footage also showed protesters marching and chanting slogans strongly condemning the United States, including "Let the North Korean people wipe out our sworn enemy, the U.S. invaders." North Korean officials, including the Secretary of the Central Committee of Workers' Party of Korea, Cho Tong-myong, attended a rally as they laid flowers and bowed at a tomb commemorating 400 martyrs and 102, according to KCNA. South Korea President Lee Jae-myung said the country's economy is in a desperate situation across domestic consumption and exports as he asked Parliament to swiftly approve $14.7 billion of extra government spending on Thursday. Speaking at the National Parliament on Thursday, Lee also said he would work to seek moderation on fiscal spending as reducing tax shortfall over the next few years will be critical for healthy management of government coffers.
The fact that this administration, which was launched without an official transition committee, is urgently drawing up a supplementary budget reflects that our economy is in a desperate situation. South Korea is going through an exceptionally grave period. His supplementary budget reflects a downward adjustment in revenue estimates. This decision was made to uphold fiscal soundness and respect the National Assembly's authority over budget deliberation and approval.
Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belosov said on Thursday that European supplies of arms and mercenaries to Ukraine had increased the threat of destabilization in Europe.
The Russian armed forces are conducting successful offensive actions in Ukraine. The Kiev regime understands the inevitability of its defeat and therefore bets on terrorist attacks. Attempts to prolong military actions by supplying Ukraine with arms and mercenaries increased the threat of destabilization, including in Europe itself. At the same time, Russia has repeatedly expressed and continues to express its willingness to settle the conflict.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed an agreement with the Council of Europe on Wednesday to set up a special tribunal to prosecute Russia for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
With President Zelensky, we have signed a bilateral agreement between Ukraine and the Council of Europe. Today's signature is a decisive step toward establishing a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
And this is really
truly very important step. Today we are launching the process to create a tribunal for Russia's crime of aggression against Ukraine. Every war criminal must know there will be justice, and that includes Russia. And we are now boosting the legal work in a serious way. There is still a long way to go. Politically, we have already made big progress, and I'm grateful to the Committee of Ministers, to the Council of Europe, and to everyone showing leadership.
Zelensky was greeted by Council of Europe Secretary General Alan Berset, and both signed the agreement before council members. Tribunal was requested by the Ukrainian authorities and endorsed by the Council of Europe Foreign Ministers in Luxembourg on 14th May 2025. In a statement, the Council said the Tribunal's mandate is to prosecute senior leaders of a crime of aggression against Ukraine. The crime refers to the decision to use armed force against another state in violation of the United Nations Charter. Member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, have agreed to raise their defense spending to 5% of gross domestic product (GDP) annually by 2035, according to a declaration issued on Wednesday following the high-level summit in The Hague. The five-paragraph statement outlined that a new spending target will be split between two key categories: 3.5% for core defense and 1.5% for related areas, including critical infrastructure, networks, and defense industrial capabilities. The plan would undergo a review in 2029, taking into account the strategic environment and revised capability targets, the document added. U.S. President Donald Trump hailed the agreement at a press conference after the summit, asserting that the United States had long carried more than its fair share of the alliance's defense burden. However, he singled out Spain, criticizing it as the only country refusing to meet its full commitment. Trump said the United States is negotiating a trade deal with Spain, and one that the country could be made to pay twice as much through trade measures. Spain has agreed with NATO to limit its military spending to 2.1% of GDP. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez announced on Sunday ahead of the NATO summit. In its Sunday statement, Sanchez warned that rushing towards 5% will lead to rising prices and public spending and reduce investment in key sectors such as education and digital development. Calling the 5% target disproportionate and unnecessary for Spain, Sanchez emphasized that Spain is one of the 5 NATO countries with the most troops deployed worldwide. Palestinians in Gaza City bid farewell on Wednesday to loved ones killed in Israeli attacks, including those killed in Israeli strikes and by Israeli fire while seeking aid. Israel has said its actions were necessary to control crowds that posed a threat to its troops or to prevent breaches of restricted zones. But witnesses and human rights groups say many of the shootings appeared unprovoked and occurred without warning.
We are facing very difficult things in order to get only a kilo of flour. The situation is very, very difficult. Here we are going to death on our feet in order to provide food for our children. These U.S. aid are death aid, not only aid, we go there to die. I say and repeat, and we repeat it 1,000,000 times, these aid points are not aid points, these are death points.
News this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for joining us.
are local.
The international community is observing
Just finish the
why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by the board.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Organizations and content creators making remarkable contributions to society through the creative use of social media. Among the notable nominees this year are renowned chess master Tunde Onakoya, award-winning actress Bimbo Ademoye, filmmaker Ruth Kadiri, media personalities Nancy Isime and Kiki, as well as screen stars Omonyo Boli and Regina Daniels. Other popular figures nominated include social media stars Priscilla Ojo, Enyolua Adeoluwa, Taoma, Sabinus, Brain Jota, Pella, Opeyemi Famakin, and nightlife entrepreneur Cubana Chief Priest. The panel of judges for the 2025 awards comprises prominent industry figures including celebrated photographer Kelechi Amadiobi, media executive Sam Onye Melukwe, Ghanaian media personality Ameyel Deborah, and actress Iyabo Ojo. The Trend Up Award continued to spotlight digital excellence, highlighting those who are shaping the online landscape with creativity and influence. Now, they always say social media is the problem of this generation. Social media this, social media that, social media whatever. Now they are giving awards to people that are creating content, creating a buzz, shaking social media every single day. You can imagine. And they're still blaming social media. Anyways, a round of applause to each and every person that is called out and nominated. In fact, the nominees are is going to be very heated that day because the lists are so piled up and you keep wondering who would I vote for and who would I not vote for. Let's not even talk about Pella because the category they kept Pella, I just feel he's going to win. I think it's TikTok category. He's definitely going to win because Pella is like the Lord in TikTok. He's been making a whole lot of rounds, money, live stream and live section on TikTok. So yeah, this Trend Up award is coming up pretty soon. They just started the organization. So let's keep our fingers crossed to see who our favorite is going to win. Let's see between Ruth Kadiri and Omonyo Boli who would win when it comes to the whole buzzing movies on YouTube. one person is missing in that spot, but that's by the way. We have Kubana Chief Priest. Oh my God, you need to see. I can't really call out the whole thread in the nomination and in the nominees, but trust me, it's going to be very heated. You're going to be very confused on who you're going to vote for and who you think would win. So I think this is going to be part of my favorite award too, aside AMVCA and BET award. I'm very, very interested in this because when it comes to social media, it's as if social media is choking a whole lot of people. All right, let's move forward to the next story. Nigerian Afrobeat singer Iyanya has released a heartfelt song dedicated to the victim of recent herdsmen attack in Benue State. The crisis in Benue drew national attention following the tragic massacre of over 200 people in Yelewata, the community in Guma local government area. In his emotional tribute, Iyanya expressed his condolences to the people of Benue and offered prayers for healing and divine intervention. He encouraged survivors and affected families to remain steadfast in their faith, reminding them that even in the darkest moments, God has the power to turn sorrow into joy. Through his music, the singer joins the growing call for peace and support for communities affected by the ongoing violence. Before I say what I want to say, let's listen to the song that Iyanya dedicated to the people of Benue State.
I want to dedicate this song to all people of Benue State. It's a trying time for the whole country because we all share your pain. I pray God comforts everybody who lost a friend, a brother, a mother, a father, a family member. God will intervene. Yeah. Christ is my firm foundation, the rock on which I stand when everything around me is shaking. I've never been more glad that I put my faith in Jesus. He's never let me down. He's faithful through generations. Yeah. So why would he fail now? He won't. Yeah, yeah. I still got joy in chaos. I've got peace that makes no sense, and I won't be going under. I'm not held by my own strength. I put my faith in Jesus. He's never let me down. He's faithful through every season. So why would he fail now? He won't. Christ is my firm foundation, the rock on which I stand when everything around me is shaking. I've never been more glad that I put my faith in Jesus. He's never let you down. He's faithful through every season. So why would he fail now? He won't.
Now we can tell that Yanya is so emotional right now. Let's backward to one of my stories yesterday concerning Hassani making his statement concerning why people choose to sing secular music and others choose to sing gospel music, and why people from gospel music diversify to secular music. Some people will be surprised that Yanya is singing from Foundation, and he sang it as if he owned the music. Now, the fact that they sing secular music does not mean that they don't know gospel music or they can't sing it. I said yesterday that most of these people came from choir. They came from choir, but they chose a path that they feel works for them. All right? We wish Benue State the ultimate condolence they could receive. Rest in peace to every person that was massacred. Anyways, still concerning the Benue crisis, Nigerian social critics, Very Dark Man, has strongly criticized President Bola Tinubu's response to the recent massacre of over 200 people in Benue State. The tragic incident occurred in Yelwata, a community in Guma local government area, where victims were reportedly burned alive in a brutal attack by suspected herdsmen. The massacre has drawn widespread condemnation both within and outside Nigeria. Pope Leo was among the first global voices to denounce the killings, describing them as a terrible massacre and urging the pursuit of justice for the victims. In response, President Tinubu directed the Benue State government to engage in dialogue with the attackers, a stance that has sparked backlash. Reacting to the president's remark, Very Dark Man said the herdsmen appeared to be way bigger than the president, questioning the federal government's ability or willingness to hold the perpetrators accountable. He further accused the government and security agencies of having deeper knowledge about the attackers than they admit, and criticized the call for dialogue as a weak and inappropriate response to such a grave tragedy. Listen to what he said.
Yesterday I could not sleep. I kept on rolling on my bed. There was no way I could sleep. I kept on seeing images of the children that were burnt alive, you know. Families, dead bodies, bones. Till this morning I could not sleep. It was this morning I finally was able to close my eyes. I could not sleep. You understand? But do you know the pain? The pain is that they are not done with Benue State yet. They will kill more people in months to come. They will finish them. That's the pain. They've sent joint task force, police, army, everybody to Benue State. In like 3-4 months, when it is a little bit calm, those military will go back. They will come back, they will continue. Even from the press release from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, she'll tell you that they are not done yet. Now let's go back to the press release, right? In the press release, in the first paragraph, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said they should arrest all the suspects and prosecute them, right? Now, in that same press release, in another paragraph, he said this. He said, this is time for Governor Alia to act as a statesman and immediately lead the process of dialogue and reconciliation that will bring back peace. You want to dialogue with people that are burning people alive. People with barbaric ways. This is to tell you that they are even bigger than the president. It's just the truth. Don't let anybody deceive you. And this is not anything about politics or wanting to say something negative about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime. No. They are way bigger than him. They are bigger than ABC, PDP, and everybody. They are way bigger. It will be clowning if the DG of DSS will tell me he does not know what is going on in Benue. It will be clowning. It will be clowning if the IG of police will tell me he does not know what's going on in Benue or what has been going on in Benue. It will be clowning if the chief of defense staff, army staff, and all the staffs will tell me they don't know what's going on in Benue. To be clowning if the NSA say they don't know what's going on in Benue. The only reason anybody's acting now is because I had to go to show the video. Because a lot of you in Nigeria already used to the news when you hear that, oh, 50 people buy, 20 people buy. You're already used to the news. And that is what scared me most. That's why I went there. I was so scared when I saw the news, 200 people. The news just passed like that. It didn't trend nothing. I said, oh, maybe it's time for me to show them what it means to lose 200 people. That's why I went there. I didn't go there for nothing, just to show you. And now, automatically, everybody's now acting. It will be clowning. It will be clowning. If NSA, police, army will tell me they don't know. Do you know how these people entered that place yesterday? They came with fuel, gallon of fuel. They will open the door, they will pour the fuel. So all these people were coming with gallons of fuel. Where did they pass through? Not just that, these people had AKs. They had AKs with them. It's not about protesting on the street. The people of Benue, listen to me. You have to go get a license and get a gun. Every farmer in Benue State, you gotta get a gun. It's bigger than what the government can come and intervene at this point. Listen. Get a license, get a gun. Every household in Benue, you get a gun. By any means necessary. If you must sell your car, sell your car. If you will sell your property, sell your property. Your farmland, you protect it. Get a gun. I went to the state. I saw it with my own eyes. You people don't understand what I saw. Listen, bro. Seeing it on the camera is not when you see it in real life. Those people don't have no protection. There's no border nowhere. The land is just open. They can come from anywhere, for fuck's sakes, bro. These people can come from anywhere. Any angle they deem it fit, they'll just come. Unless the people have vote to protect themselves, they can't do nothing. From where the police were, you were lucky yesterday that police were there. They according to the story, they said they were lucky. Police came to their aid. And even the police that came to their aid, they are all lab rats. The people that are at the top, they know what's up. The governor is a lab rat as well. I'm sorry to say if he feels offended. He is a lab rat because he said it with his mouth that the people that are doing these things are in the National Assembly, but he cannot talk. That makes him a lab rat. It's for a test. Until the people get strapped up, nothing. And don't even make it by mistake. You Nigerians, listen to me. Don't think by a second that it's only Benue State. That same road, I carry them go ENUGU State, where they go to buy people for ENUGU State. That same road goes to Jos. Those places. From there they will move. They are coming for everybody. Don't make that mistake. Even me, they are coming for me. All of us. They are coming for all of us, bro. They are bigger than presidency. Way bigger than it. You have to get a gun. Don't talk about international community. International community cannot do nothing. They did not try to Boko Haram. What happened? Till tomorrow, they are still there. Until the people get strapped up to protect themselves, nothing can be done. So get a license. Don't go and get illegal guns. Get a license. Even if it's pump action, just hold it. Every household. If they know you have these things, they will shy away. They'll go back a little. Because tell me how you do that barbaric thing to those people. Why? Why? Children, mothers, fathers, food, everything. Everything. I know what I saw yesterday. I saw destruction, you know. When the people come out to protest, what do? Hey, you go and shut them down, throw tear gas on them. The money they spend in buying tear gas to pursue protesters, they can use that money to defend the land, but they will not do that because these people are bigger than them. That's why they will tell you that, oh, go and look for peace. Instead of you to arrest them, you seek peace. In one paragraph, in the same press release, one paragraph, they should go and arrest them. Another paragraph, you are saying that they should reconcile with them. In this same country, they will arrest bandits. After they arrest bandits, They will go and take them to rehab. They will say after rehabilitation center, they will put them back into the system. That they should come and be policemen, they should be military men. They have a lot of people in the military, they have a lot of people in the Navy, they have a lot of people in the Army, they have a lot of people in the police, they have a lot of people in the NSA. They are big. It's a very big syndicate. A very big syndicate. A very big syndicate. A very big syndicate. And a lot of money is being made for themselves. But like I said, even this one they talk now, maybe they'll look for one way, say, oh, very that man is inciting the public. Anyways, get a license to get a gun. Don't get illegal equipment. But that's the only way you can protect yourself. These people are bigger than the government. Take it from me. Take it from me. They are way bigger than the government.
Everybody is literally so emotional right now with the whole Benue crisis, and also you don't blame people if they tend to start crying on camera or saying some certain things. But what did he call the governor of Benue State again? Let's move over to the foreign scene. The collection of late Belgian artist Isabelle de Borchgrave, known for her paper dresses and creation for top fashion houses like Dior and Hermes, will be up for the bids in Brussels on June 17, which is today. Auction house Bonham Cornet de Saint announced on Tuesday. The 68th lot sale will showcase the artist's imaginative paper masterpiece inspired by travel, design and fashion, and is expected to fetch €500,000. Isabelle de Borchgrave was born in Brussels in 1946 and passed away at the age of 78 in 2024. Her artwork has been shown in solo and group exhibitions in Belgium, Italy, Switzerland, France, Japan, Brazil, the United Kingdom, and the United States from 1979 to the present day. She also collaborated with a fashion and interior designer with brands such as Givenchy, Comme de Garons, Christian Dior, Hermes, Vleroy and Boch, Pierre Free, Lavan and Caspari. Among her iconic work was also a paper replica of the late Princess Diana's wedding dress that displayed in an exhibition in Las Vegas in the USA. Take a look at that.
A été exposé au musée d'art ancien il y a 2 ans, dans un cadre qui représentait la Casa Azul. Il y avait une trentaine de robes, c'était magique.
Isabelle de Borchgrave is not only a painter, but also a plastic artist. Here we have a dress made by Christian Dior, all in paper, realized by de Borchgrave. Here, a Poiret dress. These two are part of a huge collection called the History of Fashion. Here you have Eleanor of Toledo, part of the Medici collection. Isabelle de Borchgrave is renowned for her work on paper. She has exhibited all over the world, in Versailles, the Louvre, Venice, Florence, and 1,000 other places. She is also very well known in the United States, but she has not confined herself to paper. She chose to work with bronze. So there are lines of bronze furniture, but she has also worked on eglamization. It's painting on glass. As you can see, Isabelle is very eclectic and she has a great sense of color, which makes us dream.
This sale will bring together 68 pieces from Isabelle de Borchgrave's collection. We are delighted to be able to sell plissés, bronzes and dresses, with prices ranging from 3,000 to 25,000 euros, depending of course on the piece. Behind me, for example, we have a diptych which is a plissé that will sell for 15,000 euros. The base value will be 15,000 euros. The dress inspired by Fortuny plissé will sell for 10,000 euros. When the studio came to us with the idea of organizing a sale of works by Isabelle de Borchgrave,
Elles travaillaient conjointement.
That's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We're going a very short break, and after that I would reveal my guests to you, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back from that long break. Yeah. So right here with me in the studio is Monday, popularly known as T God. He said I should please address him as T God. He's an Afrobeat artist and we'll be talking about beats with a message, using Afrobeats to speak on social issues. Already we have a pressing social issue that is choking us in Nigeria. So over to you, T God. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. So very, very happy.
Why did you laugh when he said I should address him as T God?
Because you didn't have to say that.
Yeah.
And you don't tell me you were going to say that.
Yes, I will.
You're not supposed to. So you're going to be sharing what I told you outside the camera.
Duh.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for joining. I already love your energy and vibe. This conversation is going to be very interesting.
You don't understand. That was why I've been quiet all this while, because
the
show is going to be a go.
Okay. So let's talk about your journey in a few seconds. Why did you choose Afrobeat? First of all, were you in choir in church?
I wasn't.
You were.
You know why I have to think about it?
Why?
Because while I was growing up, actually, we used to go to church on the regular. So I was trying to remember if I did the choir thing or not, but then I didn't. You know?
You're thinking, please, guy. All right, no problem. So why did you choose Afrobeat and not Afropop or R&B? Why Afrobeat? Why did you choose Afrobeat?
Okay, why I choose Afrobeat and not R&B? Well, the thing is, as we're in Africa, and we have tradition on which we have tradition on which our life is based. The way we do things in Africa.
Yeah.
And then you see, Afrobeat is an African way of expressing their own musical style.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in the countries where R&B is their thing.
Yeah.
So
that's why.
That's why.
Okay.
Afrobeat artist.
That's quite interesting and impressive. I like the way you actually said that. So let's diversify into the topic of the day. Yeah. Do you believe Afrobeat has a responsibility beyond entertainment?
Beyond entertainment?
Yeah. That's people dancing to your beats and your song.
Of course.
All right. Why do you think so?
Oh, isn't that obvious? It's very obvious because, you know, a lot of songs have spoken a lot about has contributed a lot about social issues, you know. And it is always out there. There are lots of songs that are speaking positively about our development as Africa, that are speaking about African child, Africa.
Stop jiggling so much.
And all that.
Yeah.
So
but like, have any of your music spoken to social issues?
Of course. I have a couple of, yeah, of course. The skyline where we did so, no be so it's supposed to be.
Okay, that's part of it. Okay.
Well, let's not get into that now.
Yeah. So how do you balance serious message with feel-good vibes? Is it even balanceable?
It is not even this. It's not balanceable. Are they even the same thing?
They are not the same thing.
There's nothing to be balanced between them.
Serious message and...
It is not, the other one is not a message. The other one is just a vibe.
Okay.
Just like you rightly say, just a feel-good moment vibe.
Okay.
But then we are talking about message. And then, you know, this message has to be there. Because it is one of the ways through which our cultural and social norms are being propagated. So you take out the message from the society and it does a lot of harms to them, to the kids, to the youngins growing up. So I think it is very, very important that Afrobeat is incorporated with positive messages. Does a lot of educating to our youngins growing up.
So are you proud of the way Afrobeat artists, we have the likes of Fowls, name them, as aside the fact that he's a lawyer, right? He uses music as an activism way to speak for the country. Are you proud of the way that artists, like Afrobeat artists, use their music to send a message to the government? And do you think the governments are listening to them?
Yeah, the truth is, I'm so proud to an extent that I feel like they are not doing the message thing enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think so?
I think we should dive more into making a lot of, because look, don't you see our society, things feels like it falling apart. So we need more positive messages. It is never going to be enough. So I am so proud that I want them to even do more of a thing like that.
Than just talking about money and love and...
I'm not really a fan of music that speaks about money and stuff. And,
All right. Okay, so what role do you think Afrobeat artists play? Okay, I've asked a question. Has your audience respond differently to songs with deeper message? That's your song. Have they responded to you with, oh, I love the way your song sends a message, or I don't like the way you talked about that in your music?
Yeah, the truth is, this question of yours is, I don't think it's as simple as it is.
Okay.
Right? Because, you know, if I have to elaborate on that, making songs that has message, that is directed towards inculcating norms in different ways into the society. It is not as easy and simple as just trying to create a vibe that people will dance to, which like I would say, from the artist to the music to the listener, it has a whole lot of differences. And here is what it is. If you make music with messages, you understand, it is difficult to get it for people to pay attention to. That is the disadvantages of making music that has messages.
Don't you think the beat might change it in a way?
The beat?
Yeah.
No. It doesn't even have to do with the beat, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a beat there.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to tell you that a situation whereby everybody is fixated with just trying to vibe,
Yeah.
and then you are trying to send a serious message. You are ruining people's mood. But then, do you know the advantages in it? The thing is that by the time your music, that music that carries a message, by the time it gains you a fan, it gives you a fan that lasts with you forever. That's
Okay.
the difference. When you're making a meaningful song
Yeah.
that has messages,
Yeah.
it might be very, 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 it might be a lot of problems to get people to love it, but the few that likes it stays with you forever, because then it helps you to build family, not just followers, not just fans. These are the people that understand your direction, and they will be willing to give anything to stay in that direction. Because now it becomes a selective thing.
Fact.
So that's basically about the receptance and about the kind of music you make and stuff. People, the kind of music that I make, I'm trying to make sure that you understand. I have answered your question.
I understand. I totally understand.
The music that I make, the acceptance has been in such a way that people that gets to listen to my music, they are always going to be there to listen to my music.
Lucky you there.
Yeah, but it's not that always easy.
No,
like
of course not. Of course not. It's not always easy. So let's talk about the government here, especially in the Benue crisis issue. A whole lot of entertainers have said a whole lot of things. Emotions are overwhelming. Yeah. People are becoming dramatic about it. Do you think the government will listen to the entertainers?
The government listening to this is the problem. Do you know where the problem is? Sometimes it is way beyond being an entertainer.
Okay.
And this is where the message comes in. I think, this is one of our topic, beats with a message, using Afro beats to speak on social issues. Now, the thing is, there's a difference between, a messenger and an entertainer. There's a whole lot of difference. In as much as someone can be a messenger and at the same time an entertainer.
Yeah.
You understand? So, speaking about the government listening to an entertainer, the government could listen to a couple of persons in the person of an entertainer or a messenger. It depends on what you portray.
Okay.
Literally, it depends on your personality. There are some entertainers that have built a quite positive personalities that would attract some personalities to listen to them. There are some entertainers that have not. So speaking about government listening, it's not based on whether you are an entertainer or what. It is based on what you represent, what your craft, your personality, your life, and everything represents. That's my own perspective.
Fact, actually. Let's listen to one of your music videos.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they will review that right now.
All right. That's.
All right. Back to you, T God. You were saying something while the video was going on.
I was saying, what I was saying is, this song is like the best I could do, or I could come up with for a feel good kind of a song. And you see, even inside the song, I couldn't still even not afford to like send my message, because for me it's all about the message. And this is the only song that I have that I literally would say I'm not even trying to send a message.
Because I actually picked the survive part.
But I was still making
a little impact.
So my prayers to this kind of rising for. Yeah, I was like, me I cannot collab to see man for.
Okay.
Yes, and I don't know, sir, but
you know, in this particular music now, you actually balanced vibe and
that's
so you agree with me now.
That's just like that's just it.
Okay.
That's just it. Like, and it took a whole lot of work for me to come up with technique of trying to balance vibes and message. Because for me, I always want to send message.
But can you walk us through the journey though?
Depends which of the journey.
Of balancing vibe and message.
It is not something.
Do you have some sort of inspiration? What was inspiring you for that particular song?
That particular song? Yeah, the inspiration was this inspiration. I was just trying to express what I feel about inabilities that we have to be enough for people, no matter how hard we try. You understand? Sometimes
motivational speaker. You don't talk motivational speaker like this.
There's something I'm not understanding. Do you know whenever I happen to talk with people, they end up referring to making God. I'm not a motivational speaker.
But in some sort.
But okay, now what do you expect of me as an artist to be what?
A motivational speaker to pass a message.
You don't need to start rubbing all of
I'm
that.
proud of you.
Whenever I come to a show, at the end of the come on, man. I'm supposed to be a motivational speaker. That's why I'm making music. I expect you want me to make music without substance.
No, absolutely not.
That's the thing. We are talking about message.
So, what advice would you give to up-and-coming artists that are trying to like pass a message but want to fuse in vibe too?
If you want to be a messenger, you need to be a very patient person.
Okay.
Because sometimes your messages are not easily received.
Okay.
And if you are not patient, you would run away from that message circle and start wanting to give what people would receive easily. And then, you know, by so doing, you've left your destiny. You understand?
Yeah.
Then, and apart from that, I just want everybody growing up to understand that every dream is valid. You can always attain your dream, irrespective of where you're coming from. And I'm a practical example. I can tell you for sure that there is nothing you can dream of that you cannot accomplish.
Wow.
The only thing is that it just needs to work extremely hard. That's just what I believe.
Thank you so much, T-God.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't want to be emotional.
Don't be emotional. Looks like you have walked quite a lot. Don't be emotional.
No, not really. Yeah. But of course, I enjoyed this conversation and the whole vibe with this.
Yeah, we are probably going to have a section like this again.
Okay. All right. My pleasure. So yeah, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insights, more conversation, more stories, more drama. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on channel 265 on SLTV. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Nkunta. Bye.
We are local.
The international community is observing every Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
There was a heated uproar on the floor of the Nigerian Senate on Wednesday over the emergency rule in Rivers State. This followed the presentation and review of the report of the ad hoc committee on the emergency rule in Rivers State over the screening and approval of a chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RIVSEC.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael Odey, a non-indigene, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RSEC. These appointments sparked strong opposition from several minority party members. Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and two other senators voiced their disappointment over the appointment. They noted that the early appointment of the sole administrator, who is also a non-indigene of Rivers State, had already generated controversy.
And you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a cross-river person again to become chairman of the electoral commission.
Order, please. I do not see any logical reason why a river man will not chair this electoral commission.
If the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along.
However, the Senate leader Okoyemi Bamidele and Chief Whip Senator Tahi Mongunu defended the nomination, insisting that the appointment did not violate any section of the Nigerian Constitution.
There is any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the ground norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria.
All the six members are from Rivers. But the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get.
Despite the disagreement, the report was adopted by voice note confirming the appointment of the RSEC chairman and members.
1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, Chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, Member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, Member. As Chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Senator Nengi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole.
Also at plenary, the Red Chamber unanimously condemned the recent brutal killing of over 200 civilians in Yelewata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, as well as a massacre of 12 people in Mangun local government area of Plateau State. It officially classified the attack carried on the June 18 and June 21 as acts of terrorism and part of broader systematic campaign of violence. The senators demanded immediate and comprehensive federal intervention to halt the bloodshed that continues to threaten peace and security across the country. Titus Zam from Benue State moved the motion under the matters of urgent national importance.
Tragic genocidal massacre at Yelewata was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity.
Other senators echoed calls for decisive action and the need to modernize intelligence gathering and security operations through technology-driven approaches.
That the President and Commander-in-Chief is the one that will deal with the matter. decisively. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies. Let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. After this morning, it has gotten to 53.
If the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change, it must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that technology devices into management and monitoring.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who led the chamber in a 1-minute silence to honor the victims, said the attack can be linked to state failure.
That with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives that the killers will be fished out, we will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked.
The Senate called for the development of more military personnel to Benue State, particularly to Yelewata and other known flashpoints to prevent further attacks and restore security.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the persistent killings and crises that have plagued Benue State over the last 15 years. This followed a motion of urgent public importance by Dixon Takir, which decried the June 14, 2025 attack on Yelewata community, which left many dead, thousands displaced and property destroyed. It warned that continued inaction could escalate violence and worsen humanitarian crisis.
Aware that similar attacks have occurred regularly within and beyond the constituency, exacerbating insecurity and fear among communities in the area. Further aware that the National Emergency Management Agency and other relevant relief agencies have been called upon to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the affected areas. Concerned that the scale of the crisis requires immediate and coordinated intervention to prevent further loss of lives and to provide adequate support for the displaced persons affected in the community.
They also urged NEMA, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, and other agencies to provide urgent relief to affected communities while mandating its committees on interior, national security and human rights to assess the situation and recommend action. In another development, the House declared the Kene Shagamu Remo North Federal Constituency seat in Ogun State vacant, following the January 2025 death of its representative, Adewumi ENUGU, paving the way for INEC to conduct a by-election to fill the position. The Green Chamber also approved a sum of 1.1 trillion naira for the Nigeria Customs Service for the 2025 fiscal year, and extended the implementation timeline for the capital components of the 2024 national budget from June 30 to December 31, 2025. The Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, sat in chair at the Committee of Supply when the bill was considered and approved.
This is to notify honorable members of the House of Representatives, pursuant to Section 68 of Section 1B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, that the seat of Ikene Shagamu, Remo North Federal Constituency has become vacant. This vacancy is as a result of the death of Honorable Onanuga Adewumi Oriyomi on Wednesday, 15 January 2025, which was announced in the House plenary. She was a member of the All Progressive Congress. This notification is in fulfillment of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, and for the records.
They also passed a bill seeking to increase the duration of a police trust fund for continued training, provision of security equipment, and enhance the skills of the personnel for the third reading. The ENUGU State House of Assembly has conducted a public hearing on a bill aimed at checking rising insecurity and ritual killings in the state. Proposed bill, which was passed its first and second readings, seek to regulate traditional and religious institutions, create local security outfits, and abolish harmful traditional rituals. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegmanam has the report.
The growing insecurity in ENUGU State has been a source of concern to both the government and citizens. The latest incident involving the discovery of mass graves where corpses of adopted persons and victims of ritual killings were discovered appears to be the spark that spurred the state into action. This has given rise to this executive bill that would, when passed, provide legal backing for some drastic anti-criminal measures. The proposed legislation, which comprises 17 sections, seeks to regulate the activities of traditional institutions, establish local security outfits, and eradicate harmful traditional rituals involving human parts. The chairman of the Joint Council Committee on the bill, Raymond ENUGU, said the proposed bill will check the activities of persons who hide under the guise of religion to perpetrate evil in the state.
To checkmate the activities of some persons who hide under the canopy of religion to perpetrate all sorts of atrocities. We all know that the Constitution of the Federal Republic, where it is Section 38, permits for freedom of religion. But the same section also provides for a clause where there are rights to be limited, especially when they become harmful to the society. Because the same person, if you are also enjoying your freedom of religion, another person also has freedom to live. And when you begin to infringe on that person's rights, it becomes a crime. That's why we come here to tackle it. Not too long ago, in the Israel, especially, and in the South, a bad news that I know the state was open for, related here, where in the first century, we still have the news that people are being alive, and a family usually four of their kids.
If there's a young man or woman in your community that is brandishing money and doing doings, and you don't know what the person does for you, you must submit a report that so person came back from wherever he was and had been brandishing money, and you don't know where the money came from. The law further provides that people whose property have been used for kidnapping will have to forfeit such property.
Stakeholders, including representatives of traditional and religious institutions, security agencies, and residents of ENUGU State, lent their support to the bill while providing valuable inputs.
We are in support of the bill, and we want the bill to triumph so that our community will remain in traditional sacrosancy, so that the moment most of the practices where you use human parts, as a sacrifice. If you use human parts as a sacrifice, who and what actually are you trying to promote? We know as Christians, as we all are, that Jesus Christ died for us, as a Christian as I am, and we believe in that. You don't need a human life to save a human, and that is what this bill wants to stop.
The Christian Association of Nigeria also make this input that the security, the security agencies should be having meetings time to time with church leaders for security information.
They emphasize the need for clarity on the roles of security agencies to prevent duplication of efforts.
I told you, my friend, can you buy some? I never get. Open no no. Uno president for put at home and that one.
And the Christian Council, they are not doing enough to checkmate all these issues. Likewise, the traditional people. So what we need to do, we need solution to all these problems. We really need solution to all these problems. You understand me? Because like them alone, you people alone, you can't do it alone. You need government backing. You need government to support in cracking down this issue.
They also called for community involvement in security planning and personnel selection and the establishment for an agency to oversee religious affairs in the states.
So, you know, when we are two different districts, all recognize the every single okay. All recognize a positive position, you are confused here, also more than
the Joint House Committee with oversight over the bill assured that all relevant submissions from the public will be factored into the bill, while assuring of speedy consideration and passage of the bill in the interest of citizens. Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission says it has identified irregularities and clash of names in applications received from 110 associations seeking registration as political parties. A list of the 110 parties, including proposed names, acronyms, addresses, and names of their pro tem chairmen and secretaries, was published on INEC's website and social media platforms on Wednesday. The statement on the applications, INEC noted that some of the proposed associations use identical acronyms, which violates the Commission's guidelines. One of the proposed parties, the All Democratic Alliance, is reportedly supported by a coalition of prominent political figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, while another group, believed to be backed by supporters of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, submitted a registration request under a similar name, raising concerns about potential acronym duplication. 40 applications were missing: a pro tem national secretary, 5 lacked a pro tem national chairman, and 7 were missing both, while 4 submissions did not include an official address, while 1 application was submitted without a party logo. INEC also discovered that 3 applications, New Green Generation Party, New Green Congress, and New Green Coalition Party, listed the same individuals, Malam Idris Abdul Karim, Ambassador Crystal Ikechukwu, as pro tem national chairman and secretary, among other discrepancies. Still to come, Katsina declares Friday work-free day for Islamic New Year. Police arrest suspected cultists. Others recover arms in ENUGU. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
National Youth Service Corps has denied extending the service year of a Lagos Corps member, Rita Ogwamaye, also known as Raye, for criticizing the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Rai became an internet sensation following a public criticism of the present administration, which she described as worsening economic conditions. Guamai had, in a viral video shared on her TikTok account, expressed frustration over Nigeria's worsening economic conditions, lamenting a high inflation and economic hardship. She also criticized the president by describing him as a terrible leader, while questioning the government's efforts to alleviate the hardship faced by the citizens. She also described Lagos State as a smelling state and lamented its poor living conditions. After the video had gone viral, Guamai posted another video alleging that she was being threatened by the NYSC authorities, claiming that some officials of her scheme asked her to delete the video. When contacted on Tuesday, the acting NYSC Director of Press and Public Relations, Carol Embo, said the decision to extend a core members' service year is made when such a person is passing out. The National Identity Management Commission, NIMSE, has announced a partnership with the Ministry of Youth Development and the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, to commence the training of select NYSC members to drive National Identification Number NIN enrollment across all wards in the Federation. Spokesman of the Commission, Kayode Adegoke, who announced this in a statement, said the initiative forms part of a plan to enroll and issue NIN to all Nigerians and legal residents within the shortest time possible. Adegoke said that NIMSE has so far enrolled and issued NIN to over 120 million Nigerians and legal residents, and now intends to reach previously inaccessible areas through the Ward Enrollment Initiative. He said that the select core members are currently undergoing intensive training in preparation for the commencement of ward enrollment. Nigerians, especially children below the age of 16, he said, are encouraged through the initiative to enroll for NIN in their respective wards. A bomb explosion has reportedly killed 4 travelers in Borno State, with many others sustaining injuries. According to reports by local media, the bomb exploded around 3 p.m. on Wednesday along the Damboa-Maiduguri road. The incident involved a car carrying an unconfirmed number of passengers. The road is one of the major routes where terrorists will often plant bombs to discourage other users. Security authorities are yet to confirm the incident at the time of filing this report. The people of Umumbachi community in Oji River local government area of ENUGU State came together in a grand celebration that had dignitaries from ENUGU State and beyond. Occasion was the 60th birthday of a traditional ruler of Mbogo Kingdom and chairman of ENUGU West Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Godwin Mado, which took place at his ENUGU residence. Correspondent Precious Chiagoro was there and now reports.
It was a gathering of traditional rulers and community leaders, political office holders, business executives, and people from all walks of life from the ENUGU West Senatorial District, ENUGU State, and beyond, who converged to celebrate the milestone and achievement of Igwe Godwin Mado as it marks his 60th anniversary. The surprise birthday celebration put together by the children of the celebrant was a testament to his enduring impact on the lives of many.
So we decided to throw, a very intimate birthday celebrations. This man here means a lot to everybody. We all flew down for him. So you're amazing. It's such an honor to be your daughter.
The colorful event provided a cherished opportunity to reflect on the profound legacy of the royal father and celebrate his contributions to community development. In a remark, the Grand Patron of the ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Greg Ugu, described Igwe Godwin Mado as a great man who has endeared himself to many through his selfless service and transformative leadership.
You can see what happened here today. That will show you the man is one of the people. My prayer is that I wish him more years, long life and prosperity.
The senator representing ENUGU West Senatorial District, Ositangu, was represented by a commissioner in the State Civil Service, Joy Odike, who extolled the celebrant's sterling leadership qualities. Odike praised his ability to foster harmony and drive progress, describing him as a bridge builder whose influence extends beyond traditional governance into the political sphere.
In fact, today I was so surprised. You know, when I came in, they told him that it's 60 years. I never knew he had gotten up to that. You can see him very healthy, very strong. So I thank God and I give God all the glory.
Other notable individuals, including Josephat Omeke and the coordinating President General of Oji River and Enugu West Senatorial Zone, Ejike Ilotasie, described Igwe Godwin Mado as a jolly good fellow who has exemplified transformative leadership.
He is somebody bearing the banner, representing Enugu State, representing his people, representing the constituency, which is his constituency, traditional rulers. He is one of those bringing dignity, honor, and prestige to the office of traditional ruler.
It is very, very good that when you attain a certain age, you call people, you thank God, you celebrate with people. That is not, it is not easy. Most of his age mates, they have joined their ancestors. But today, he is seated here celebrating with us. We are happy. All thanks be to God Almighty. He's a man of many paths. If you see him from one side, you describe him for that side. If you see him for that side, you describe him for that side. He's a born community leader, a man with capacity and the good integrity. We don't play with him in our community. That's why we are here, to celebrate him.
So today we are here to celebrate him. Ikwembok has been a pillar. He has been somebody that knows what it takes to organize a community. I am wishing him more life, years of celebration, and also with sound health.
Reflecting on his 60-year journey, Igwe Godwin Mado thanked his family, friends, and well-wishers for their love and support. He urged people to embrace peace, show compassion, and work towards the development of their communities.
I would say that it's God's gift. It's just God's gift, nothing else. Because if wishes are, you know that everybody wishes to be more than 60. But God grants life as he wishes. So me attending 60 today is a thing to give God glory, and I will always continue to give God glory.
The event was attended by several dignitaries, including the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, chairman Enugu East Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Ima Ugu, and the member representing Ogu Anuri Oji River constituency in the House of Representatives, Anayo Onwewu. The high point of the event was a special prayer session led by the Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers, seeking God's continued blessings and protection for the celebrants. As the Igwe embarks on his new phase of his life, the people of Omumba and the entire Ache clan look forward to his continued guidance and pray that he remains a shining example of leadership, wisdom, and service to humanity. Precious Chagoro, reporting for Signature TV.
Katsina State Governor Malam Diko Rada has declared Friday as a work-free day to commemorate the new Islamic year, 1447 AH. In a statement issued by the Secretary to the State Government, Abdullahi Faskari, on Thursday, Governor extended his heartfelt congratulations to all Muslims in the state and across the country in witnessing the new Islamic calendar. The declaration of a holiday, according to the statement, is to enable civil servants and residents to join other faithful in celebrating the year and to reflect on its spiritual significance. Governor Rada called on the good people of Katsina State to continue to live in peace and harmony with one another, emphasizing that no meaningful development could take place without peace and stability. A UN report published on Thursday says the number of drug users worldwide rose to 316 million people in 2023. The figure corresponds to 6% of the world population aged between 15 and 64 using a drug not including tobacco or alcohol. This is contained in a report released by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime in Vienna for 2025, which is based on 2023 data. Cannabis witnessed the most consumed drug with 244 million users, followed by opioids 61 million, amphetamine 30.7 million, cocaine 25 million, and ecstasy 21 million, according to the report. According to UN experts, the cocaine boom is not only leading to more drug-related deaths, but also to more violence between rival criminal organizations involved in drug smuggling. The ENUGU State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects for armed robbery, unlawful possession of firearms, and cultism during separate operations across the state. Spokesman of the command, Daniel Ndukwe, said in a statement that the operatives made the arrest during multiple credible intelligence-guided operations, which led to the recovery of dangerous weapons and other exhibits. According to Ndukwe, operatives of the command's crack tactical squad, in collaboration with members of a neighborhood watch group, arrested 26-year-old Esomchugu and 19-year-old Kosi Sochuku Kwani at ENUGU in the local government area, and recovered a single-barrel pistol, a cut-to-size gun, and 4 live cartridges from them. He added that during interrogation, the suspect confessed to being members of a Black Axe confraternity. Ndukwe said that in a separate operation also conducted on Sunday, the operatives from the anti-cultism tactical squad recovered another set of arms during a raid in Ndiagu Gwaji, Enugu South local government area, while 1 locally made single-barrel pistol, 1 live 7.62 mm caliber ammunition, and 4 live cartridges were recovered. Command said the fleeing suspect is linked to an ongoing investigation involving conspiracy, unlawful possession of firearms, and cultism. Based on the conviction of his alleged accomplice, Izochukwu Gabriel, Elias Unyamuma, who had earlier been apprehended. The federal government has finally fulfilled its promise to allocate houses to members of a Super Eagles squad that won the Africa Cup of Nations in Tunisia 1994. Fulfillment, which is coming about 30 years after the promise was made, was disclosed in a statement posted on the website of the Federal Ministry of Sport. One of the beneficiaries, former striker Efani Koko, was presented with an allocation letter for a house in Abuja, was represented by his niece Lisa Jennifer Wabogu. Wabogu expressed gratitude to the federal government and the Ministry of Housing for fulfilling this long-standing pledge. His uncle saying it's truly heartening to witness such commitment to integrity and follow through. The Director and Head of the Department, Public Building and Housing Development, Wemi Temitokwe, who presented the letter on behalf of the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, described the move as part of the government's commitment to rewarding the patriotic service of a team. The former President, Muhammadu Buhari, approved the implementation of a 1994 housing pledge in 2022, 28 years after it was first made. Still to come, Defense Ministers' meeting of SCO member states held in Kwandao. NATO member states agreed to hike defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. No story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
A day after nationwide protests rocked Kenya, business owners in Nairobi's city center are counting their losses following a wave of looting and arson. Video from Thursday morning shows charred storefronts and devastated shopkeepers sifting through debris, some estimating losses in thousands of dollars. The violence unfolded during Wednesday's demonstrations marking the anniversary of last year's deadly anti-government protest, which reignited this week after the death of a blogger in police custody. While demonstrators demanded justice and accountability, several businesses became collateral damage as confrontations between protesters and police turned chaotic. Some shopkeepers say they support the call for reform, but not at the expense of their livelihoods.
Only my problem is no job for now. No job for now. Look, everything is the ban. Yeah? So please, government, try talking of the Gen Z, because all this is happening because of Gen Z. So please, Gen Z, just try to sit down then to talk on the government.
You see, we had to close. So yesterday we didn't report as we are expecting this Madamano. So we feared our shops might be broken or you are safety also. So we decided not to come yesterday. So we never came yesterday because of lack of fear.
Things are so tough in our country right now. Sometimes you come morning until evening and you've not sold. And you remember this is something we invested for so long. So until you recover, it takes a period of time.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem met with Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez on Wednesday in San Jose. After the meeting, the two countries signed a deal that welcomed Costa Rica into the CBP's Global Entry Program. A security agreement was also signed where Costa Rica will screen all goods entering the country through its airports and seaports to curb the inflow of drugs headed towards the United States. This is the second stop during Noem's tour of Central America. She is expected to meet with Honduras President Xiomara Castro later on Wednesday.
Thanks to the United States and the personal commitment of Madam Secretary, we have a specific plan for Costa Rica to become the only and first country in the world that will scan all products and goods entering through our seaports and airports.
Just a few minutes ago, signed an agreement on global entry. As you know, your economy relies a lot on hospitality and hosting individuals. Many Americans come down here to relax, to enjoy. And I hope that the next time that I come, I get the chance to bring my family and to do that with you. But this is my first trip to Costa Rica, and so I have not had the ability to come here before. But global entry will allow travelers a much more streamlined approach to coming back and forth between Costa Rica and the United States of America. And today we signed an agreement to move forward with that.
The Defense Ministers' meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization SCO member states was held in Quandao City, East China's Shandong province on Thursday morning, with parties at the meeting calling for efforts to further consolidate military mutual trusts and pragmatic cooperation among the SCO member states. Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun hosted and addressed the meeting. Defense leaders of the SCO member countries, as well as senior officials of the SCO Secretariat and regional anti-terrorist structure, attended the meeting. The meeting is one of the important activities hosted by China as a rotating presidency of the SCO. Parties attended the meeting, delivered speeches on measures and suggestions on international and regional security situations and defense and security cooperation, and they spoke highly of China's positive efforts and important contributions to improving the SCO operating mechanism and deepening cooperation in various aspects. They agreed that it is necessary to further consolidate and deepen military mutual trust and pragmatic cooperation among SCO member states and implement the important initiative of building a common home of solidarity and mutual trust, peace and tranquility prosperity and development, good neighborliness and friendship, and fairness and justice, so as to make major contributions to safeguarding regional and global peace and stability, and promoting prosperity and development. The meeting marks the first gathering of its defense ministers after the SCO admitted Belarus as its 10th member state last year. North Korea's workers and officials commemorated the anniversary of the Korean War on Wednesday, featuring posters and banners of anti-US slogans in Chuncheon County, North Korea. Video released by state media showed workers and officials gathered at a square of the Chuncheon Class Education House, holding posters and banners with slogans such as "Let's get 1,000 times the revenge for the blood of our people shed by the US." Footage also showed protesters marching and chanting slogans strongly condemning the United States, including "Let the North Korean people wipe out our sworn enemy, the US invaders." North Korean officials, including the Secretary of the Central Committee of Workers' Party of Korea, Cho Tong-myong, attended a rally as they laid flowers and bowed at a tomb commemorating 400 martyrs and 102, according to KCNA. South Korea President Lee Jae-myung said the country's economy is in a desperate situation across domestic consumption and exports, as he asked Parliament to swiftly approve $14.7 billion of extra government spending on Thursday. Speaking at the National Parliament on Thursday, Lee also said he would work to seek moderation on fiscal spending, as reducing tax shortfall over the next few years will be critical for healthy management of government coffers.
The fact that this administration, which was launched without an official transition committee, is urgently drawing up a supplementary budget reflects that our economy is in a desperate situation. South Korea is going through an exceptionally grave period. His supplementary budget reflects a downward adjustment in revenue estimates. This decision was made to uphold fiscal soundness and respect the National Assembly's authority over budget deliberation and approval.
Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belosov said on Thursday that European supplies of arms and mercenaries to Ukraine had increased the threat of destabilization in Europe.
The Russian armed forces are conducting successful offensive actions in Ukraine. The Kiev regime understands the inevitability of its defeat and therefore bets on terrorist attacks. Attempts to prolong military actions by supplying Ukraine with arms and mercenaries increase the threat of destabilization, including in Europe itself. At the same time, Russia has repeatedly expressed and continues to express its willingness to settle the conflict.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed an agreement with the Council of Europe on Wednesday to set up a special tribunal to prosecute Russia for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
With President Zelensky, we have signed a bilateral agreement between Ukraine and the Council of Europe. Today's signature is a decisive step toward establishing a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
And this is a really, truly very important step. Today we are launching the process to create a tribunal for Russia's crime of aggression against Ukraine. Every war criminal must know there will be justice, and that includes Russia. And we are now boosting the legal work in a serious way. There is still a long way to go. Politically, we have already made big progress, and I'm grateful to the Committee of Ministers, to the Council of Europe, and to everyone showing leadership.
Zelensky was greeted by Council of Europe Secretary General Alan Besset, and both signed the agreement before Council members. Tribunal was requested by the Ukrainian authorities and endorsed by the Council of Europe Foreign Ministers in Luxembourg on 14th May 2025. In a statement, the Council said the Tribunal's mandate is to prosecute senior leaders of a crime of aggression against Ukraine. The crime refers to the decision to use armed force against another state in violation of the United Nations Charter. Member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, have agreed to raise their defense spending to 5% of gross domestic product GDP annually by 2035, according to a declaration issued on Wednesday following the high-level summit in The Hague. The 5-paragraph statement outlined that a new spending target will be split between two key categories: 3.5% for core defense and 1.5% for related areas, including critical infrastructure, networks, and defense industrial capabilities. The plan would undergo a review in 2029, taking into account the strategic environment and revised capability targets, the document added. US President Donald Trump hailed the agreement at a press conference after the summit, asserting that the United States had long carried more than its fair share of the alliance's defense burden. However, he singled out Spain, criticizing it as the only country refusing to meet its full commitment. Trump said the United States is negotiating a trade deal with Spain, one that the country could be made to pay twice as much through trade measures. Spain has agreed with NATO to limit its military spending to 2.1% of GDP. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez announced on Sunday ahead of the NATO summit. In its Sunday statement, Sanchez warned that rushing towards 5% will lead to rising prices and public spending and reduce investment in key sectors such as education and digital development. Calling the 5% target disproportionate and unnecessary for Spain, Sanchez emphasized that Spain is one of the 5 NATO countries with the most troops deployed worldwide. Palestinians in Gaza City bid farewell on Wednesday to loved ones killed in Israeli attacks, including those killed in Israeli strikes and by Israeli fire while seeking aid. Israel has said its actions were necessary to control crowds that posed a threat to its troops or to prevent breaches of restricted zones. But witnesses and human rights groups say many of the shootings appeared unprovoked and occurred without warning.
We are facing very difficult things in order to get only a kilo of flour. The situation is very, very difficult. Here we are going to death on our feet in order to provide food for our children. These US aid are death aid, not only aid, we go there to die. I say and repeat, and we repeat it 1,000,000 times, these aid points are not aid points, these are death points.
News this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for joining us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished the
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
practice. On the other hand, some individuals have a good understanding of female genital mutilation, its health risks, and its violation of human rights. And this empowers them to advocate for the rights of girls and women and to work towards ending this practice. Let's hear what the people have to say about it.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do, but many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. It needs to tutor people based on dangers or having female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3, public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like that. Open an Instagram account and go like to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong, because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or in form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it, for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like it affects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. So I don't think people are well informed about it, actually. Because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, that is females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation for us. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Female genital mutilation is a harmful traditional practice with no health benefits, often performed on female children and teenagers. Female genital mutilation can have severe physical and psychological consequences for women and girls, including increased risk of infection, infertility, and complications during childbirth. Well, today with me in the studio to throw more light on this issue is Victoria Chukwu. She is a lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Godfrey Okoye University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, as you know, February 6th is the United Nations International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. And this is something that, a lot of people don't know about it. Some people know, but they don't really understand what it is about. Okay. So, tell us what female genital mutilation is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. So, female genital mutilation, just like you said, a lot of persons are unaware of what it is or fully what the consequences of female genital mutilation is. So it's basically any form of mutilation on the female genital area that is medical. It's not for medical purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could involve piercing or cutting off maybe the clitoris
Yes.
or the labia, any part of it at all, without, not for medical purpose or reasons, right? So any form of it at all, it's female genital mutilation. So there are different types, of course,
Yes.
of female genital mutilations. There are about 4 classifications.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have the first type where you have the clitoris being cut off.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can also have the other part, or the clitoris being cut off alongside with the labia majora. Okay,
Okay.
that's the lip, inner lip of the female genitals. Okay, then the second part is where you have both the labia majora, labia minora cut off alongside the stitching of some part of the vagina to narrow it, kind of.
Yes.
Okay, and then you have the third part, you have the fourth part as well. Now, what they do is just to ensure that this is done to prevent, the reason, not for medical reason, just to prevent sexual promiscuity. They feel this is done to maybe keep a girl in check.
Yes.
It's a way of grooming her for marriage. It's a way of grooming her for adulthood, or even to keep her to be maybe, let's use the term, not a person of immoral acts in her husband's house.
Yes.
But that is really, really wrong, because it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't add up,
Yes,
honestly.
it
And
doesn't.
I'm actually coming to that because I'm sure this is one of the myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
Sure.
But aside the promiscuity thing, are there other social and cultural reasons behind this act?
Yes, a lot of social and cultural reasons. Something like feeling along. Some society believe or feel that mutilation is a form of an initiation of a family. It's kind of a ritual or a rite where a family or an individual or a girl has to belong or is allowed to now maybe associate with every other person in the society. Some cultures believe it's normal. They take it as a normal thing.
Yeah.
So individuals who are not mutilated might just be cut off or isolated from the entire community.
Yes.
So it's a social issue and also a cultural thing. So it might be accepted by different cultures across the globe. For example, we have about up to 230 females, right,
Yes.
that have undergone, between the ages of infants to 15, that have undergone female genital mutilation. And that's because of the different norms across culture, where they
Yes.
believe this is normal. But it's actually not a normal thing, because a girl is a violation of human rights. A
It
girl has
is,
the
it
right
is.
to enjoy sex and pleasure and have pleasure in all of that, because that was what God made. But because of the social belief that it's a form of the female circumcision, we
Yes.
discovered that they feel, okay, since the male counterparts are circumcised,
Circumcised.
this is the female version of
Yes.
it, but that's
It's
totally wrong.
It's so wrong. And talking about human rights violation, I believe for the United Nations to really bring out a day to talk to, create this awareness of zero tolerance for female genital mutilation, I believe it's something that is very serious. So let's look at how this is a form of gender-based violence and abuse of human rights for
Okay.
girls and women.
Okay, so just like I mentioned earlier, some culture believe this is right, and it's a way of taming the girl child to keep her from being promiscuous and then submissive.
Yes.
Now you're doing this because you want to have her tamed, so she doesn't explore sexually. But there are other means you can do that without having to violate her rights.
Yeah.
If you're reducing, or you're doing this to reduce her pleasure sexually, to tame her in quotes, that's you violating her rights as a human, because this was created by God for reasons, right? So doing anything against her pleasure, just like it said, the right of one person stops when that of another starts. So anything that has to do with reducing, taming the girl child, bringing her back or behind the background, behind the scene. You're meant to act in this way, and that is it. And it's not like this affects the society in other ways, right? Because you still have people who have been mutilated who are promiscuous.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it does not in any way prove that a girl who has been circumcised, let me use that word, is going to keep herself maybe in her home, or she's going to remain a virgin before she gets married. So it's really human rights violation completely. So the World Health Organization is actually fighting to see that there's zero tolerance, to human rights, to
female
genital mutilation. And they're looking at ensuring that this is stopped as at 2030.
Yeah.
But, well, without awareness, it's going to be a very difficult thing.
Yes. You are an anatomist.
Yeah.
And I believe that you may have encountered someone or some women who have undergone female genital mutilation. Can you share an experience with us?
Okay, so this is on a personal level or basis, not medically, practicing.
Right.
I'm actually a lecturer, right?
Okay.
So I have this friend of mine who, that is a rule, she's from the eastern parts of Nigeria, and it's kind of a norm or a rule in their family that every female must be circumcised. I mean a friend, okay? So she also went female genital mutilation, where her clitoris precisely was cut off.
Wow.
Now she's married, and at some point she called me and was like, sex has been a difficult thing for her, right? It's a very painful thing, because apart from being cut, I think there was more to it. A kind of stitching of her vagina opening, just to narrow it. So it's not just about her cutting off the clitoris, and the aim was to keep them from, being promiscuous and all of that. Yes, she married as a virgin, but the pain is worse than what it was done for. So it's not been a pleasurable thing for her in her home, and you see her running away from
any sexual activity.
Yes.
Ah, that is so sad.
It's actually a very sad
so
story,
sad.
Because a lot of persons might not say anything about it, but so many women who have undergone one or two of these things, any of them, any of the types, might keep away from their husbands because of the pain. The man does not necessarily understand. Then the shame.
Exactly.
Some persons are ashamed, like, okay, my body doesn't look like every other woman and all of that. So the psychological effects, I'm not like every other girl. Maybe there's something that's happened that brought about this and all of that. And then for some other persons, the after effects, the pain they have to undergo, the pain, the severe pain. So post-traumatic stress disorder is also something that is an after effect of this whole practices.
This lady is going through all of this as a result of. One would think that in Nigeria, female genital mutilation is mostly in the north.
What?
In the north.
No.
But you're saying that this is an eastern, so southeast. Wow.
Actually, for the north, the north has the least percentage of female genital mutilation.
Really?
Yes, the north has, and then the west, if you're to go by ethnicity, statistics, ethnicity, we have the west having the highest, and then followed by the east, and then the north is the least, about 1.9% or so. Now you discover that within the eastern region, I don't know if it's okay to go that deep, Imo has the highest percentage, but I don't know how true as well. Just like you have things like promiscuity is more there. So what's the correlation? I don't know.
Exactly.
I really do not know, but it's not the thing of the north. It's here in the
That
east.
means this is a big misconception that people need to actually be aware of, because when you hear things like female genital mutilation, they'll be like, is the northerners, and
Not at all.
And hearing this now is a big revelation.
Not at all. It's not a northern thing. Just like I said, they have the least of it. Of course, the northerners, when you come to the female thing, they respect their female. Of course, I know the Let's not go in
Oh.
there.
Okay, so talking of myths and misconceptions, you've mentioned the idea of women being mutilated to prevent promiscuity. And then there's also this belief that those that are not mutilated are the promiscuous ones, you know, that run around and all of that. Well, I don't, you know, you just said now that this lady that you met, or you know rather, she runs away from sex. And there are also people who are mutilated that are also promiscuous.
A lot.
So I'm trying to marry the two, but it's not, you know, it's not correlated. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so
And other myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
So there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation. So first of all, they believe this is a way of taming a girl child to make sure she's not promiscuous. But like we already mentioned, it doesn't stop anybody who wants to be promiscuous from being promiscuous. It's all about training, environment, what you add to your child as a parent and all of that, the religion and all of that. Okay, so there's no correlation between mutilation and not being promiscuous at all. At all. So some other misconception is the fact that when you're mutilated, you're going to serve your husband better. You'll be kind of submissive, right? And then remain in your home because the thing is to tame you. Now that's a very big misconception, right? And there are a lot of other myths that includes, permit me, I'm a lecturer.
Yes, of course, you can.
So I can actually go through one or two things that I wrote down. Okay, so one of the myths, again, that we could look at is the fact that, sorry about this, permit me. Okay. One of it is the fact that it doesn't happen around me. It's, like you said, down in the north. That's a myth. It's here. It's in ENUGU. Thank God for the east when you talk about, when you're looking at the statistics, ENUGU has kind of the lowest. When you start from Imo, you go down to ENUGU and all, to Ebonyi.
Yes.
Fine. So ENUGU has, it's pretty low on that, but it's around us. It's happening around us, okay? So some other persons believe it's performed for medical reasons.
Exactly.
Like we said, it is any form of tampering with the genitals for non-medical reasons. So it's not for a medical reason. It's not done because it will add any value to a female body medically or for health purposes and all of that. Rather, it brings complications a lot, which we can look at maybe when we are done with the myth. Okay, so another myth is the fact that it's going to decline even if I don't do anything about it. That's a big myth. People are ignorant about these things. They believe it's a social thing. We do it to belong. So you need to inform the society about this. So that's a myth. It will continue unless the awareness is increased. Okay, so it is performed. Another one is that it's performed in rural areas.
Yeah,
it happened even in urban cities and all of that. So it's not just the rural region. Okay, then the worst part of it is the fact that there's a standard medical way of doing it. There's nothing like that.
You know, I was coming to that. There has also been this revelation kind of, or people are starting to find out that medical personnel are now involved in female genital mutilation because according to them, it's safer, it's a hospital, so everything is done in a hospital, and some medical personnel are now involving themselves in this act. So.
Okay, well, the thing is, there's no medical safety in doing that. Now, the truth is, most medical personnel are involved currently for some reasons. There are pros and cons to it. Some persons, the reason is for the money involved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they want to earn. So okay, if this community where I'm found is they practice it and I can earn from it, fine. The beautiful thing is it reduces the risk of infections. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Because maybe let's believe it will be done with sterile instruments. So that to a large extent can be eliminated. Okay, but the other way around, some medical personnel are taking over with the aim of trying to curb it. Okay, so if, for instance, it's restricted to the medical personnel to handle, and the cost is high, a lot of persons will opt out. So that's why I said it's a two-way coin, right? So the medical areas or the medical personnel might be involved for these two reasons. The entire place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that. Place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that.
So it's also as a way to scare people away because of the exorbitant fees that they will have to pay compared to if it is done locally. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's look at the consequences or the side effects of female genital mutilation, the risks, the immediate and the long-term risks of female genital mutilation. You've mentioned one already. You said sexual satisfaction involved.
Okay, just like you mentioned, there are immediate risk, and then you have the risk, and then you have the long-term risk. For the immediate risk, excessive bleeding is part of it. Exposure to infection, especially when it's done locally. You could see things like HIV being transmitted. The instruments that are being used for this, most families, some of the things you see is they gather their female children and then perform a ritual and then you circumcise all of them. So when you're done with this one, you shift, bring another person. So the risk of infection is high. Another thing is inflammations. You don't know the drugs that they are given and all of that to make sure that there are no inflammations, which could lead to a lot of other things. Okay, so you could have problems urinating, depending on the type of female genital mutilation that a child undergoes. Some stitch to the point of closing the source where you urinate from, right? And that's a big problem because that means you have to retain urine. When you urinate, you retain it in your body, okay? Or you have a very tiny hole for even menstruating.
Exactly, yes.
There are a lot of complications. Childbirth is another risk. You have women that will have to also birth through the vagina, having issues, right? So it's complicated. The newborn might even die. It increases the risk because the stress and all of that. So the benefit, there's no benefit.
There is none.
There's no benefit at all. It's causes more harm than the benefits people feel they derive from it.
Okay. And for those who have undergone female genital mutilations, are there options to, well, I don't know if there's any option to reverse the removal of the clitoris because that's gone.
It's gone.
But for those who had their vaginal openings, you know, staged, or like you said, even their urethra staged, are there options to like reverse it? Maybe in cases of childbirth, maybe if they want to go to the hospital to give birth, is there a possibility of the doctor, you know, opening it back or something like that?
Well, the world is evolving medically. If it were before, I'll say the options are limited. But currently, there are a lot of options, right? So it's very possible intentionally to go back to the hospital and your gynecologist guide you through giving birth and all of that. And if there is need for reopening or widening of the vagina, right, for the purpose of giving birth or whatsoever reason you feel you want to go back to the normal state and all of that, it can be done.
Okay.
But the thing is, the original is not the same as the fixed one, right? So yes, it's not the same as when you have to do that to fix. Like prevention is better than cure, right?
Exactly.
So having to undergo medical therapy or surgery to
Yeah.
bring it back to normal would definitely not be the same as if nothing was done at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how, within the healthcare setting, is there a way to identify people who have been, who have undergone FGM?
Well, physically looking, you might not be able to tell. Everybody is clothed and all of that moving, just like HIV, they show for face.
Exactly, yes.
So it's difficult. So people are going through a lot, except for those who are exposed, maybe gynecologists and all of that, they're exposed to medical attention that deals with gyno.
Yes.
Fine, you could identify, of course, looking at the vulva area and all of that, you'll be able to tell whether or not there's been a tampering of any of the parts, right? And then maybe the person have to discuss with you, meeting a psychologist and all of that, and you're put through psychologically how to, because the psychological effect is also another area.
Yes.
So maybe you exposing whatever happened to your psychologist or the gynecologist dictating that when there is need for medical examination. Aside that, it's just difficult to look at somebody and you're able to tell, no, this person went through this. No, it's very,
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And it's quite alarming that a lot of people really don't even know that there is even something called female genital mutilation. It's really funny because recently I went about asking people, oh, what do you know about female? And some people are like, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Some say, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it entails. And these are young people, people who live in urban societies, people who are in school or people who are educated, and they have never heard. How much more, less educated people? It's a problem. So what can you say about that?
Okay, the thing is, just like AIDS no dey show for face, people are not aware of so many things happening around them, right? So currently, because of the fight against female genital mutilation, most persons who indulge in it do it probably privately. It's not something elaborated so much, except for a place in Africa like Somalia and Guinea where it is still
quite high.
Yes, fine. But in Nigeria, most persons will tell you they know nothing about it because it's not celebrated. It's not something that is so heard of. There are no much awareness on that, and the persons who are maybe mutilated would not come out to say, oh, I went through this and all of that, like some other persons that take it up just to ensure that younger girls are helped or prevented from being exposed to that. So it's possible people talk or say things like, I've never heard that before, because the awareness is really...
So what can we do to create this awareness so that people will know? Because this lack of awareness is indirectly still promoting this act of female genital mutilation. And the more people get to know this, at least, and know the dangers of this act, the more, this thing will reduce.
Okay.
So what ways can we create this publicity and awareness on female genital mutilation?
Okay, first of all, to create awareness, you start from, don't just, for a society where it's prevalent, don't just pick a family and then teach them about it. Make it a societal thing, in a way that the persons who refuse to indulge in it are not ostracized, right? So you start with the awareness in the community where it is practiced, okay? Then you also get a lot of more medical personnel or TV programs that will teach, even in the urban area, things about it and help to inform others, make people know, okay, there's something like this. Should you know anyone that have gone through or is about to go through this, do this, inform these other persons and all of that. The government should come in. The religious sector should come in, because one of the myths is the fact that some persons believe it's religious, but there is no place in the scripture or in the Quran where it's recorded.
Yes.
For the male circumcision, yes, we have a record of that, but for the female genital mutilation. Let's not call it circumcision.
No,
it's not mentioned.
Yeah.
So there's no backup religiously supporting this, right?
Yeah.
So if there are religious leaders that maybe support this, is because of the custom from where they are coming from, not because it's a religious thing. Okay, so the awareness from religious leaders, governments, the TV, every hand should be on deck to promote and teach about this.
Yeah.
And if possible, create a safe zone for the persons who have undergone this so that they can also speak out.
Exactly.
They need to talk so that we know.
Because I also want to ask, how can we support women who have undergone female genital mutilation and at least help them to heal in some way from this traumatic experience, because it's a very sensitive issue. So some of them might want to shy away from it, and some of them might not take it well. So like, just how can we help them? Those when we find out, when we know that these people have undergone this, what ways can we help them?
Just like we have a great awareness for HIV. At some point, it was nobody heard of it. Most persons died of it without.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we made it a global thing in Nigeria. From when I was in primary school, coppers came to school, taught about it, and then give out handouts where we have foundations that took care of people that had HIV. Right? We could also have foundations that could make it a safe zone for people who have undergone female genital mutilation to go there, and they have all-round care. Psychological, they are taken care of. Emotionally, they are taken care of. Physically, health-wise, right? And they are given the voice when they are healed to speak up and also help other girls or ladies to heal. Okay, so that's one of the things that can be done, the awareness, and then a safe zone for them. So when they speak, that social and social stigmatization would not be a problem to them.
This conversation is quite enlightening, and I hope our viewers, are learning from this. We all need to join hands together with the UN to promote this zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. Thank you so much, Victoria Chukwu, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues. Well, it's eye-opening hearing people's opinions about female genital mutilation and its implications. Although the practice has been around for several years, Ending female genital mutilation within this generation is still possible if we accelerate our progress and create more awareness and sensitization programs. Let's come together to end this terrible act and promote a healthy life for our women and girls. Well, thank you for staying with me on the program. Remember, we are live 24/7 on YouTube, and make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, and every other social media platform. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. See you same time next week.
So, when we're at two different districts, all recognize everything like all recognize a possible position,
The Joint House Committee with oversight over the bill assured that all relevant submissions from the public will be factored into the bill, while assuring of speedy consideration and passage of the bill in the interest of citizens. Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
Still in Enugu State, the people of Umumbachi community in the Yoruba local government area on Tuesday came together in a grand celebration that brought dignitaries from Enugu State and beyond. The occasion was the 60th birthday of a traditional ruler of Mbogo Kingdom and chairman of Enugu West Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Godwin Mado, which took place at his Enugu residence. Correspondent Precious Chiagoram was there and now reports.
It was a gathering of traditional rulers and community leaders, political office holders, business executives, and people from all walks of life from the Enugu West Senatorial District, Enugu State, and beyond, who converged to celebrate the milestone and achievement of Igwe Godwin Mado as it marks his 60th anniversary. The surprise birthday celebration put together by the children of the celebrant was a testament to his enduring impact on the lives of many.
So we decided to throw, a very intimate birthday celebrations. This man here means a lot to everybody. We all flew down for him. So you're amazing. It's such an honor to be your daughter.
The colorful event provided a cherished opportunity to reflect on the profound legacy of the royal father and celebrate his contributions to community development. In a remark, the Grand Patron of the Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Greg Ugu, described Igwe Godwin Mado as a great man who has endeared himself to many through his selfless service and transformative leadership.
You can see what happened here today. That will show you the man is a man of the people. My prayer is that I wish him more years, long life, and prosperity.
The senator representing Enugu West Senatorial District, Ositangu, was represented by a commissioner in the State Civil Service, Joy Odike, who extolled the celebrant's sterling leadership qualities. Odike praised his ability to foster harmony and drive progress, describing him as a bridge builder whose influence extends beyond traditional governance into the political sphere.
In fact, today I was so surprised. When I came in, they told him that it's 60 years. I never knew he had gotten up to that. You can see him very healthy, very strong. So I thank God and I give God all the glory.
Other notable individuals, including Josephat Omeke and the coordinating President General of Oji River and Enugu West Senatorial Zone, Ejike Ilotasie, described Igwe Godwin Mado as a jolly good fellow who has exemplified transformative leadership.
He is somebody bearing the banner, representing Enugu State, representing his people, representing the constituency, which is his constituency of traditional rulers. He is one of those bringing dignity, honor, and prestige to the office of traditional ruler.
It is very, very good that when you attain a certain age, you call people, you thank God, you celebrate with people, and it is not easy. Most of his age mates, they have joined their ancestors. But today, he is seated here celebrating with us. We are happy. All thanks be to God Almighty. He's a man of many paths. If you see him from one side, you describe him for that side. If you see him for that side, you describe him for that side. He's a born community leader, a man with capacity and good integrity. We don't play with him in our community. That's why we are here to celebrate him.
So today we are here to celebrate him. Ikwembok has been a pillar. He has been somebody that knows what it takes to organize a community. I am wishing him more life, years of celebration, and also with sound health.
Reflecting on his 60-year journey, Igwe Godwin Mado thanked his family, friends and well-wishers for their love and support. He urged people to embrace peace, show compassion, and work towards the development of their communities.
I will say that it's God's gift. It's just God's gift, nothing else. Because if wishes are, you know that everybody wishes to be more than 60. But God grants life as he wishes. So me attending 60 today is a thing to give God glory, and I will always continue to give God glory.
The event was attended by several dignitaries, including the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, chairman ENUGU East Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Ima Ugu, and the member representing Ogu Aninri Oji River constituency in the House of Representatives, Anayo Onwewu. The high point of the event was a special prayer session led by the ENUGU State Council of Traditional Rulers, seeking God's continued blessings and protection for the celebrants. As the Igwe embarks on his new phase of his life, the people of Omumba and the entire Ache clan look forward to his continued guidance and pray that he remains a shining example of leadership, wisdom, and service to humanity. Precious Chagor, reporting for Signature TV.
Still in ENUGU State, command has apprehended 4 suspects in connection with armed robbery and lawful possession of firearms and cultism. The arrests were made during separate operations across the state. 26-year-old Esomchi Ugu and 19-year-old Kosi Sochuku Ukwani were arrested at ENUGU in Ude local government. Cartridges were recovered from the suspects. The suspects confessed to being members of a Black Axe confraternity. Commissioner of Police Maman Bitrus Giwa has commended the operators for their dedication and attempt to sustain the momentum in combating crime across the state. We go over now to Anambra State, where the police command has apprehended 2 suspects believed to be members of a kidnap syndicate operating in the state. The suspects, Onele Solomon, aka Federal, and Simeon Chidera, aka Chaplet, both 23 years old, were arrested in the early hours of Wednesday by operatives of a rapid response squad. The suspects were allegedly involved in a reported case of kidnapping, armed robbery, and attempted murder in Umudioka, Dunukofia local government area. The victim escaped from the suspect's den and was debriefed by police operatives, leading to the arrest of the 2 suspects. Suspects and their gangs specialize in luring victims under the guise of selling land to them. Suspect confessed to abducting a victim, dispossessing him of his personal belongings, and inflicting life-threatening injuries with a machete on him. Police operatives have activated onslaught operations to arrest other gang members and dismantle the criminal network in the area. Police are working to apprehend others. Investigation is also ongoing to uncover more details about the gang's activities and bring all perpetrators to justice. A prominent traditional title holder and community leader, Chief Ozo Nayelgo, has been abducted and brutally murdered in Nemo community in Jikoka local government area of Anambra State. Gunmen suspected to be kidnappers stormed the chief's farm, abducting him. A 15 million naira ransom was reportedly paid to secure his release, but the abductors killed him. His lifeless body, bearing deep machete cuts to the head, was later found dumped on the same farmland where he was kidnapped. Communities grieving and outraged over the brutal murder, describing it as barbaric and senseless. Communities calling on security agencies and the Anambra State government to ensure the killers are brought to justice and to take urgent steps to stem the rising tide of violent crime in the area. Security operatives have cordoned off the area and investigations are underway to track down those behind the heinous act. And now to Imo State, where a devastating landmine explosion occurred at the K. Ubaize Market Square in Aboidemili, Osu local government area of Imo State, resulting in the death of a market woman, Ngozi Ume, and injuring 5 others. The explosion, which occurred while trading activities were ongoing in the market, according to eyewitnesses, Ume stepped on a planted explosion which detonated and caused the fatal injuries. The Imo State Police Command confirmed that explosion was suspected to have been planted by members of a proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, and Eastern Security Network, ESN. The State Commissioner of Police, Aboki Danjuma, immediately deployed operatives from the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit to sweep the area and ensure it was safe. The police spokesperson Henry Okoye confirmed that the area had been declared safe and normal business activities had resumed under increased police surveillance. Police have commenced a comprehensive investigation to unmask and apprehend the perpetrators. Police have appealed to the public to report any suspicious items, persons or movements to the nearest police station. Imo State Police Command has commiserated with the family of the deceased and prayed for the quick recovery of the injured victims. Abia State government has announced that advertising company responsible for the billboard that crashed and killed a resident of Aba has offset the full cost of the victim's burial. The agency also revealed that the company is in advanced discussions with the state government to pay compensation to injured victims and other affected parties. The agency is reviewing existing billboard structures across Abia State to ensure strict compliance with safety standards. The state government and the agency are working towards a resolution for the victims and their families. The agency is committed to ensuring that those responsible for the incident are held accountable. Now to Abia State, where a devastating erosion gully has ravaged part of the palace of a paramount ruler of Ebem Ohafia Ancient Kingdom in Ohafia local government area of Abia State, exposing the monarch and his family to danger. Erosion has also damaged buildings, economic trees and lands in the community, sparking fear among residents. Several buildings, economic trees and lands have been damaged, affecting livelihoods of community members. Residents are worried about the safety of their life and property, especially during the rainy season. Publicity Secretary of Ebem Ohafia Development Union, Ifeanyi Okali, has appealed to the President, Governor and other government officials to intervene urgently to prevent further destruction. Previous efforts the community made to tackle the problem has not yielded any fruits, as the erosion has become too severe for communal efforts to handle. And that's the news. Our conversations will continue. We're tracking stories in Abia and, of course, the fire incident. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking
Oredemi market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
So I did say that we are tracking some stories in Abia State. One has to do with the compensation for those who were injured when a giant billboard collapsed in Abia State some time ago. Then you also heard during the news about the story on erosion. With me on the line is Tony. Tony Ademodi, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sabari, feels good to be with you today.
It's great to have you too. How is your day going?
Yeah, fine. Abia is okay. Business activities picking up as usual. Though we had light showers in the morning, but everything looks good now.
Really? Light showers? It was heavy in ENUGU.
Well, yeah, you know, the weather, you really cannot predict the weather, but in this part of the country, Abia State have been experiencing rainfall almost on a daily basis in the last couple of days.
Anyway, it's good it was light showers because the last story we carried on Southeast News was about a young boy, a 10-year-old boy, who went, while the rain was falling, to drop refuse and slipped. And that was the last we heard of him. That was a sad story. So let's look at the stories we have today, Tony.
Yeah, there are a couple of them. The first being the erosion in Ohafia, where erosion is actually one of the problems in that local government area. So the people there have called on the government to, come and take, a quick look at what's happening in that community. Poses as a threat to lives and property around that Ohafia axis. Ohafia is also one of the very popular local government areas in Abia State. Of course, Ohafia, one of the biggest as well, comprises of a couple of communities around it. So that area actually is being threatened by erosion. So they have this association known as the Ohafia Development Union. They've actually called on the state government to, look into that, and I'm sure that the government would have to act swiftly because, we wouldn't want to report the story of our life being lost because of, the erosion in that community. So I'm sure in the coming days, the government will have to act on it, and the people have cried out. We have the king, the traditional rulers of those communities came together, also met the king and some government officials. I'm sure definitely relate back to the governor, and they have to just work on it.
And now, there was this part of the news story that gave the hint that the community was handling it themselves, but this time it's like it's bigger than what they thought it was. How come they've been doing it by themselves?
Well, Barry, the thing is, we know that most communities where things like this happen, the first point of call is for the people residing in those communities to actually maybe do some palliative work. Like they stated in that report, yes, initially they were the ones managing it in their own way, trying to control the water, in a very little way, but the thing increased, and you know how erosion happens. It starts gradually, and with heavy downpour of rain, it increases, because once it rains, water would always find its roots. Nobody can stop water from moving. Erosion comes with a whole lot of pressure, which can be devastating. And let's also not forget that most of these communities, like Ohafia, most people there are predominantly farmers. So what happens is, once there is erosion like that, it erodes into the farmland, thereby damaging most of the crops being planted. So the people have cried out. Yes, initially they were the ones handling it, but it has gone beyond their powers right now. They can no longer handle it again, and that is why they've come together to cry out and call on the government of the day to come to their aid.
All right, now, looking at Ebem Ohafia and other parts of the southeast, you'll notice that one big problem in the southeast is erosion. There are places you called erosion prone. And I'm wondering, there is this ecological fund. Is it that the state governments in the southeast are not getting money from the ecological fund so that they can begin to implement projects that would take good care of the ecosystem so that the land where people live, issues such as erosion, I am sure if they have a plan on ground, it can be taken care of. Why are we not using money from the ecological fund to take care of things that have to do with nature and ecology?
Yes, of course there are funds that come in. The funds come from various angles. We have the World Bank funding some of these things. Most the United Nations as well, also part of it. And the federal government also funding most of the states. But like you rightly asked, the problem we have in Nigeria is execution. All of us know that this fund come in every other time. Let's also not forget that just some weeks ago, in fact earlier this year, NIMET, the organization in charge of predicting the weather conditions in the country, actually predicted that most of the states will actually witness heavy downpour. Abia State was among the states NIMET predicted will have heavy downpour of rain. Now, once NIMET releases statements like that, press releases like that, ordinarily, the states involved Abia State. But I can assure you, most states in the southeast and even in other parts of the country are witnessing this kind of situation. They find themselves in this kind of situation. Yes, most states have got bodies, agencies that regulate most of these things. Every state has got the Ministry of Environment. What are they doing? Because we're talking about the weather conditions have got to do with the environment. So it doesn't just end in most state Ministry of Environment to only release press releases when we have sanitation exercise, because that's what most of them do. You only hear of them talk when it is time for sanitation exercise, maybe at the end of the month. How many times we have the various state ministries of environment, look at critical things like the weather conditions, erosion, flooding, just name it. So it's a major problem, and I just hope that we would all wake up to the reality, because today we're talking about Abia State. So many states are passing through this, not just in Mohafia, some other areas in the state. Even in Aba here, the government only recently came to the help of to the aid of a particular community around the Obo Kingdom. There's a place in Aba known as the Ombom Gully site. That area was in erosion threatened. In fact, there were gullies. It was so bad that it almost ate up the whole road. People ran for their lives, left their buildings, all because that particular gully, was actually affecting every activity in that area. It didn't start today. It has been there in the last 7, 8, 10 years. But it looked as if the price fell on deaf ears. Up until the government came on this situation came on board, and somehow that has been settled. Other areas too, some other communities are passing through the same issue. So for me, it's the problem of execution. We all know that this fund's coming. What do the various state governments do with this fund? That is the question we should be asking the various state governments in the southeast and other parts of the country at large. So, and like I said earlier, I think it starts with the state government, because the ministries are all part of the state government. The Ministries of Environment will have to do better, because most times we are more reactive than being proactive.
All right. Now, Tony, I recall the sadness we all felt when a giant billboard crashed on some tricycles at a particular road, a junction, not just a road, a junction at in Aba, and one life was lost. The issue was, didn't anyone notice that that billboard was a danger to human life, given that one wind action should not make it crash, that there should have been series of actions in terms of the depths of the billboard and all that should have made it crashed. Now, we're hearing that the company, the advertising company that owns the billboard, is out, and they're happy to, not happy in that sense, but we are happy that they've taken responsibility of set the cost of the victim's burial, the one who died, and they've got into conversations with the government to pay compensation to injured victims. For me, that shows responsibility on the part of that advertising company. Now, that we are talking about compensation, looking at it from the perspective of part of our conversations the last time when this incident happened, would you say this is a milestone in a positive way, or that we still have gaps? You remember you talked about the roads used, how thin they were. Was there any investigation that was carried out? or we just got to the part where the advertising company has taken responsibility and that's the end of the story?
Well, first, I would say that press release, that story actually happened just, I think, sometime last month. We all reported it on Signature TV here, where the giant billboard fell along the very popular Aba Owerri Road, just by the Salad Market, just a few meters away from the railway station. And that, ever since that incident happened, first, I was expecting that the agency that regulates signages and billboards in Abia State, known as Abia Signage Agency, I was expecting that they would have, spoken earlier on. But for whatever reasons best known to them, they decided to react after a month when that incident happened. I did recall that when that incident happened, I reported it on Signature TV. I made frantic efforts in trying to get the side of the agents, but it wasn't possible at that time. I've been following that story. Just a few days ago, I went back to that spot to see if anything had been done, maybe in terms of erecting another billboard or something, only to get there and I could still see the wreckage of the base of the billboard, which I reported here when that incident happened. For me, I think that was a very poor work done by those who own or who, put up that billboard there. Well, the incident has happened. So we're talking about reactions after the incident. Well, the owners of the billboard, they've taken responsibility, like you said in that story. They promised to offset the bills, take care of the burial, bills for the deceased. But we all know that no matter how much they put in, it will never bring back a life. Because some of these things ordinarily could have been prevented. But things that have happened, we're talking about preventive measures going forward. If you come to Aba, for instance, Aba is a commercial city, and in every commercial city, you would always find signages, billboards, everywhere. Most cities have it too, but in the case of Aba has got billboards in almost every street, almost every place you go to, you find mass signages. Now, the Abia State Signage Agency have made a statement that the company that owns the billboard will take responsibility of the burial right, the burial process and all that of the deceased. But it shouldn't end there. They've also said that going forward, they will try to put up some preventive measures to ensure that such incident doesn't happen again. I think we should be proactive. It shouldn't just end in making those statements because nobody prays for something to happen. But some of these things can be prevented. Well, I'm going to ask the question that how many of these billboards erected all over the country, how many of them do they really go and check and assess and probably know how solid or how good those things and the stands are? Because if you walk around the street, walk on the major roads, in the country, most states, you'll see that some of those signages, some are already rusty, some are bent already, some are on the verge of collapsing, but nobody says anything. But well, we can only hope and pray that this one that happened in Abia State shouldn't happen elsewhere, because we shouldn't end in making statements. Most times, what we see from most government agencies or government officials is that they make promises, make statements, and they don't follow it up. But let's just hope the signage agency in Abia State have promised that going forward, that they would have tried to put an end to such, incidents so that it doesn't reoccur again. But I just hope that they're going to match the talk with doing the work.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now, Tony, just before I let you go, did I hear you while we were having a private conversation that somebody has followed the footstep of the other man who also recovered some money from his keke missing money.
Yes, very, very true. This one happened today, this morning. Another, a similar incident happened, of course, where a tricycle rider in Aba again, Onyema actually returned some money forgotten by a passage. This time, if you recall, the last one happened around Area Market. Like I always say, Aba is a commercial city. You're coming to Aba, either you're coming to buy or sell. That Aba is known. So a lot of commercial activities happen. So it means there is an influx of people who come into the city to do one business or the other. So today, tricycle rider picked up a passenger from the Aba main park. This time, the passenger, a Cameroonian woman who came to the city to do some business. The tricycle rider, Mr. Onyema, picked up the woman, the Cameroonian, who was heading to Area Market, the same Area Market, to do a business. So the woman highlighted from the keke, and the man zoomed up. Fortunately for the woman, the keke rider later discovered that the bag was forgotten in his keke. Just after some minutes, it didn't take long. The man, determined to look for the owner of the bag, had to, turn at the next junction, trying to look for the woman. He didn't see the woman. He drove back to the abandoned park from Area Market, hoping that maybe the woman was going to find a way of coming back to the particular position where the tricycle rider had picked the woman from. But when the man got there, he couldn't see the woman. He now drove back to Area Market. Luckily for the woman, the man sighted the woman few meters away from where he was. The woman was already trembling, crying, and rolling on the floor, talking to people. People gathered, to sympathize with her. And there was some kind of drama when the tricycle rider parked and identified the woman. And luckily for the woman, the man returned 4 million naira back to the woman that forgot the money in his tricycle. And the man actually said, people asked him why he did that. Some people actually told him that he should have taken the money, kept the money to himself rather than return it. But speaking to some of our newsmen that were there, the man said that he is a Christian, according to him, that his conscience would never allow him to take what doesn't belong to him. That despite the fact that the car he was riding looks rickety, that he's been planning and trying to, put money together to see if he can get a new tricycle, but that rather than him to take money that doesn't belong to him, that his conscience will not let him do that. He's a true Christian and believes in his faith. So that was what happened this morning in Aba. There was drama at Area Market, and a whole lot of people praised the man's, for what he did, and the woman actually had to thank the man for his generosity of returning such a huge amount of money. And it looks as if for some people, they would say that people are beginning to understand why it is good to have a clear mind. It's good to be good, because not too long ago we were here talking about a man who returned, I think, over 1.4 million naira, a tricycle rider, just few weeks ago, and today in Aba, another one has happened, and maybe it's just a way of showing that it is good to be good.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that is a beautiful note to say thank you very much, Tony Ademode, for filling us up, especially on issues in Abia State. Thank you again for coming on to Southeast News.
Always a delight being on your show.
Thank you. I did say that we are tracking the fire incident. Of course we are. You're wondering where that information will come from? Just hold it. We'll be right back.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
I did say we're tracking the story on fire. Where did this fire happen? How did it happen? Well, it did happen, and Signature TV was there. So I'll quickly introduce you to Ugone Awado, who was the team lead when they went to see the fire, and fortunately also witness the fire service taking care of it. Ugone Awado, what really happened?
Good evening. Actually, when we got to the fire station, the gas station actually, we found out that the cause of the fire outbreak or the explosion was they said that the gas pump, the pump connected to the cylinder was leaking, and a young man rushed in to fix it. Unfortunately, they heard boom it exploded, and the fire caught on the young man, and so sorry, it burnt the guy, but we pray he survives it. As of the time we were there, they took him to orthopedic, and we heard that when they got to orthopedic, he moved, so there's still life. We're praying for life. But the fire service, they actually got there, they got there early, because when I asked, they said that they tried. In less than 5 minutes, they called them. They arrived at the scene of the incident, and they tried to put out.
Can see some of the damage done.
Yeah, they tried to put out the fire, and the fire was so bad that as you're looking at this, it entered the next compound and burnt the tricycle packed there. It burnt the tricycle beyond repair, and even across the road, it caught on one Lexus Jeep, and it burnt it, but not beyond repair.
That's a tree that's gone. Now, it is so sad, but that fire happened in the afternoon. I'm wondering what would have happened if it was night time. Would the response be that swift? And how would it have affected others?
We thank God for everything, because but it's a place we know that their construction is they are close to each other. Had it been this thing happened when we...
Okay, that's the keke
yes,
over
that's
there.
the keke that the fire entered
the compound
and burnt the keke. And look at the damage.
So you were talking about how houses are closed in Abakba.
Yes, the houses are so close that had it been happened that night, only God knows the kind of damage. We wouldn't have been thanking God at this the level of the damage. It would have been worse than we saw it.
Okay, I need to let you go, Ugone, because Southeast News is almost out of time. But of course, you'll hear the report in our bulletin coming up at 6 o'clock. Stay with us, and I'll say thank you. Tomorrow is another day. Southeast News would always be there for you. Barry Kumo Ado is my name. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, it's another Wednesday and another time for us to take you around Nigeria to examine issues and developments that touch the lives of Nigerians, made governance more or less impactful, and created hope, happiness, or a lack of them in the course of the week. This is 360 Nigeria. I am Josephine Bitrus. You are welcome. In today's edition, death in the operating theaters, failed medication, injuries to organs, all as a result of fake, adulterated, or expired drugs. Who should be held to account? Corruption in Nigerian Correctional Service. When government threw the doors open over a period of 10 days to expose the rot and seek solutions. Plus, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, when a man of history goes home. That's the outlook for this week. Just remain with us and you'll get all the details. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every
Instances, Nigerian medical doctors have lost patients in the operating theater even after doing all the right things. As Nigerians debate who should be held to account for these deaths, the Director General of the National Agency for Foods and Drugs Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Dr. Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, is recommending the death sentence for dealers in fake, adulterated, and substandard drugs. The cause of many of these deaths. Correspondent Chimeze Zedima weighs in on the many issues connected to the challenges of fake, adulterated, and expired drugs in Nigeria.
Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye raised the alarm. Her life and those of NAFDAC operatives enforcing the seizure of illicit, adulterated and expired drugs were being threatened by those involved in this spread of death in Nigeria's health sector. NAFDAC operators, with the support of security operators, had closed 3 open markets where these drugs are stored and from where they are distributed across the country. Onitsha, Bridgehead, Aba, and Lagos were the 3 guilty markets. Many Nigerians point to Kano as the next necessary port of call.
The operation is an outcome of the strategic partnerships that NAFDAC has made and which is part of the National Action Plan 2.0. During this exercise, NAFDAC succeeded in removing from circulation 87 truckloads of banned, expired, unregistered, suspected falsified substandard medical from the 3 markets. Right now, we have screened over 7,000 shops, and it's still ongoing as of today. A database of these shops and the offenses committed has been created for further steps. More than 40 arrests have been made, which will be followed by prosecution. With the signing into law, the Proceeds of Crime Act, POCA, for forfeiture of assets, the assets recovered from suspects will be treated as proceeds of crime after their conviction by the court.
Drugs are also made across the counter commodities to be imported, distributed and sold by non-professionals. In Nigeria, however, drugs are imported, distributed and sold like any other article of trade by anybody who has the money or space to display them.
There are agencies that are responsible. NAFDAC is responsible for the product. Why the pharmacy council, that's why they're working in collaboration. We, the pharmacists, are being regulated by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, that's PCN. When it comes to the product, NAFDAC is responsible for regulating the product. We have the patent medicine store, that's the PPMV, that is being regulated by the Pharmacy Council, and those ones are only licensed to sell non-ethical drugs. The ones enforcement will go periodically to inspect their premises to ensure that they are licensed to sell only whatever that that is OTC, And then for the pharmacy, there's a logo. That's why we advise the general public that whatever premises you go to, there's a neon sign with a pharmacy logo. And will I say, whichever premises you go to and you don't see that neon sign there, that premises is not licensed by the pharmacy council. And we have our annually we are being licensed. The license covers us for 1 year, and they are so strict that at the end of the month, the second month of the year, if you are not ready, if you've not gone for the renewal of your annual license, there are sanctions. You pay a fine.
Look at it from the chain supply. Who are the people that are involved in the chain supply? From the manufacturer to the distributor to the retailers and then to the healthcare providers, to ensure that the drugs that are being administered to patients are genuine drugs, they are not expired drugs. You have instances where drugs have expired, and what do we see? That some of the people involved, I would not want to be mentioning names, some of the people who are involved in this chain line, what they do is they will just change the package, change the dates to make it look as if the lifespan of that drug is still valid.
The current effort to tackle Nigeria's fake drug scourge will not be the first effort. It will also not be the first time Onitsha Bridgehead and Lagos markets will be closed on account of fake medicines. In 2007, on March 6th, when Professor Dora Akonyili was the Director General of NAFDAC, the market was shut down on account of same fake drug challenge, and she only escaped assassination by a hair's breadth.
I ate, I walked NAFDAC. It was my life. Yes. We can turn around any institution, any agency, any ministry if we are determined to do that. If we are determined to shun money, if we are determined to face the consequences of swimming against the tide. Because it is swimming against the tide, there are consequences. There will be verbal attacks and there may be physical attacks. Everything boils down to corruption. And corruption is not just about giving or taking money. Fake drug is such a bad news. It is mass murder. Early 2001, over 41% of drugs in circulation were outrightly fake. Over 68 were unregistered. So we were in a crisis situation. It was not only drug, what of food, yes, what of baby milk, infant formula, that was cassava flour with sugar and a little milk. Can you imagine how many babies that died? When I came into NAFDAC, first of all, I wanted to succeed. I think that should be number one in any assignment. If you tell yourself you want to succeed, every other thing will follow. If you are focused on succeeding and shun people's money, irrespective of God, it's not just money that is involved in corruption. When people are your relations, you should not start looking at people as my brothers or sisters or friends. You should be moving like a train in anti-corruption movement, especially in the area of counterfeit medicine.
The issue, the business of fake drugs is a big, big business. We're all here when Dora Akonyili, as the DG of NAFDAC, when she was fighting the menace of counterfeit drugs, we saw all the threats that she went through. They almost killed her driver, and all of that. So for people who are confident to come up and say that these people, there are people here who are involved in adulterated or fake drugs, we need to provide some form of protection for them so that they and their families are not exposed to threats, to dangers to their lives from people who are the ones peddling these drugs.
As the current effort unfolds, a socio-political group, Southern Nigerian People's Mandate, has weighed into the matter. In a statement signed by East President Augustine Chukundum and Secretary General Shegun Dia, the group pointed at Pakistan, China, India, and some other Asian countries as the sources of these fake drugs that have become a scourge in Nigeria.
Corruption is also part of what we are passing through, what the menace that is responsible for Nigeria being a dumping ground or any drug. And again, the economy of the country is another way. That's why we see a lot of drug. People want cheap drug, and most of these drugs that are being brought in, when we want to talk about the counterfeit and at the same time the fake drug, what is it? What is the definition of it? It's a drug that they are deliberately and fraudulently mislabeled. You understand, either in terms of their composition, of what the drug is contained, or at the same time mislabeling, misrepresentation.
The group said that NAFDAC itself should be the first agency that must be investigated in any meaningful effort to resolve the fake drugs compromised by the drug dealers, while the illicit and fake drugs take the lives of many Nigerians and frustrate medical practice in the country.
In order for us to curb this menace, because it is a menace and it has a global approach, it has a local approach. So the first and foremost thing that I think that we should do, increase our awareness campaign, so that people will know how to identify fake drugs when drugs are being distributed to them. Then we also need to engage a multi-sectoral approach in terms of Federal Ministry of Health, the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, all of those people that are involved. The customs is also a stakeholder. Because like most of the drugs that we take in Nigeria, they are imported. And if they are imported, it means that they come in through our borders. And who are the people manning our borders? They are men and women of Nigerian Customs Service. So we also need to engage them so that when these drugs are seen, of course, they have to go through a training process for them to be able to identify which is counterfeit, which is adulterated, which is illegal, which one has expired. So with that training in mind, when these drugs come in, they will be able to identify that, oh, these ones they have already expired, these are counterfeit, these are banned drugs. They can seize them and then destroy them or burn them like we see them do on national television. So all of this, we have to do all of this. It's going to be a collaborative effort.
The agency actually responsible for that are doing, and we know the clampdown that NAFDAC is ongoing now. The essence is they are working in collaboration with the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria to streamline, have a central stock, you understand, have to clamp down on the open market and ensure that you want to get your product, you have a central regulation of drugs coming into the country. It still has to go through NAFDAC. Yes, they are the one that issue license. They check the integrity of the drug. They even have a lab where they carry out, you understand, check on the drug, carry out some tests on the products that is being brought in. And this track and trace method, that, will I say, technique that is out there, also is another process. There was a time where you have numbers being given, a code, that if you log in such numbers onto your phone, it authenticates the authenticity of a particular product. And I think NAFDAC is also still working in that regard.
Meanwhile, pharmacists have suggested that the demand by the NAFDAC DG, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, for the National Assembly to amend the anti-narcotics and drug law to include either death or life sentence. The Director General of NAFDAC has suggested a stiffer law as a deterrent to the continued challenge of fake drugs in the country, while speaking to the media at the presidential villa.
We use this opportunity to call on the National Assembly to expedite the amendment of the NAFDAC Act N1-LFN 2004 and the Counterfeit and Fake Drugs and Unwholesome Processed Foods C-34 Act to include life sentence and death penalty in the penalties for crimes committed under these acts. This exercise that we are doing is purely an enforcement operation to protect the public and rid our country of falsified and substandard medical products.
Senate had proposed a bill in 2020 to increase the jail term for people who are convicted to life imprisonment. I think if we're able to pass that bill, it will be good, because anyone who is convicted knows that he or she is going to prison for life. And then I think the The fine that was being proposed in that proposed bill is 2 billion. I think it makes more sense, even though I still think that 2 billion cannot buy the life of any human being. So if we're able to get that bill passed, whoever is convicted goes behind the bar for his or her entire life. When we get more convictions and we talk about this, we make publicity, we ensure that these convictions are publicized such that everybody sees, everybody knows. I think it will serve as deterrent to people who are sitting down or who are lying in wait or who are in that business. They will know that it is no longer business as usual. And I think that this will help a great deal to curb the menace of counterfeit and fake drug adulteration of drug proliferation of drugs in Nigeria.
It is evident that the challenge of fake, illicit, and adulterated drugs in Nigeria reflect the challenge of corruption, weak and incompetent regulation, and a lack of political will to tackle the problem. If not, Nigeria should have put diplomatic pressure on countries from where these drugs are imported and sanctioned the leadership of customs, police, and NDLEA, who run after consignment of drugs on the roads after they have been led through the entry points. As the war on fake drugs, the innocent whose businesses and livelihoods are now suffering should not be sacrificed because of the failures of regulation and border.
For 10 days in the month of March, the door to allegations of corruption, abuse of power, torture, cruel and inhumane treatment of inmates against the Nigerian Correctional Service was thrown open to the public in Abuja. To say that some of the details that emerged were disturbing underplays the gravity of the situation. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima, who with Nasiru Usman covered the 10 days public hearing, summarizes the high point of the investigative hearing.
There was a comforting outcome of the 10-day investigative public hearing by a panel set up by the Ministry of Interior. The outcome is that the ministry is willing to confront issues in Nigeria's correctional services without any effort to cover any failures. The second is that the investigative panel is not on a witch hunt, punitive voyage, or indictment, but is striving to understand the issues, the infractions, why they happen, and how to prevent them, and institute a new correctional culture.
The Nigerian Correctional Service have also seen this process as something that is going to be for their benefits, and they cooperated so well in dealing with all the issues that were raised. They mobilized staff from all over the country to come in and state their own cases as it is. So for us, I think is the trust that the service and even Nigerians have in this process that is quite encouraging to us.
3 major institutions came up again and again in the course of the 10-day public hearing: the police, the judiciary, and the correctional service. The practices by officers of these institutions came up for scrutiny in the investigation, arraignment, detention, and inhumane custodial conditions of inmates.
The issue of underage, that when a warrant has been sent to the prison officials and they observe that the person committed in the warrant to be remanded, their opinions on the age, and by the provision of the Act, they have every right to reject it. So, in an attempt to solve or resolve this kind of problem, we should have cognizance to the fact that once a judge, either in the magistrate or high court, has issued a warrant for the remand of a suspect before he has become an order of the court, being an order of the court, therefore, he must have relied based on the information supplied. If this is a matter under magistracy, I believe the police, since they are here, they have to take note of this because they have more important role to play than the judiciary in this aspect. So what I'm saying in essence is that the police have a very important role to play in preparing their first information reports that they normally present to the magistrate court. Because the magistrate will now believe in the information content, and maybe if the accused denies the allegation, he may order his committed on remand, depending when they will bring their own cases. So once the warrant has been given to the officers, The officers on their own say they have rejected or they will reject him on the grounds of underage. Will definitely be annoyed the court for any officer to attempt going back to the court to tell the judge this guy is underage because he is not in position to do that.
Nigerian Police Force, NDLE, Justice, you are us. They are all under you because you take care of judiciary and everybody. You need to understand what we are going through, keeping these students. They don't call them inmates, we call them students. I learned that on the field last week. Keeping these students in our correctional center. Maybe when we understand it, it will help us to go back to our various agencies to say, look, we need to rejig what we are doing because we are actually causing a lot of discomfort, not just to the correctional service, but also to those students.
Fingers pointed at the magistrate court in the detention of underage raised issues of whether the police and the courts were conscious of the rules governing juveniles who find themselves against the law. Was the National Judicial Institute, which provides training, doing enough to equip judges, and is the training of magistrates from where many are thrown into correctional centers adequate enough?
The mandate of the National Judicial Institute is to train judges and their support staff. So where we come in here is to help develop specialized training programs to equip, as you mentioned, magistrates and legal practitioners with the knowledge needed to identify and prevent human rights violations in detention facilities.
The public hearing was not all about inmates of correction centers or the process of them getting there. The correctional officers also had issues with the system. This ranged from abuse of power by senior officers of the service to mistreatment and denial of rights of the correctional officers. For instance, diligent correctional service officers found themselves in the bad books of their seniors for doing the right thing.
Now I will start. This is the initial complaint letter, which was dated 22/5/2018. I have submitted to the authorities since 2018. So on March 2018, 40,000 naira was deducted from my salary account for the month of March, April, and May. After complaining to them, 1,000 naira was also deducted for the month of August, September, and October. I complained about the deductions. He said I should hold on, I will look into the issue. So after looking into the issues, I was vindicated. 100,000 naira was returned to me on installments because the deduction was installment because 225,000 was taken out of my salary without my consent. So when I wrote this letter and the panel was set up, 100,000 was returned to me. That was when I received a menacing call from Abuja, from that Mr. Teslim Adedoja, who works with the then Prison Microfinance Bank, Lagos. He told me that they will pay me. He said they will pay me, but I will spend the money on transfers. That they will invite me to Abuja. I said, if you are inviting me to Abuja, send me transportation. I will come. That was the menacing call I received from him. I never took all these things so serious. If not, I would have recorded those things. By March 2019, as a result of this microfinance issue, I was transferred to Zone H Makodi from Lagos with a radio message. I've not even spent up to 2 years at the zonal headquarters Lagos. From there, subsequent transfers started coming up. And the distance is much. I have not committed an offense. I have not done anything against correctional. Somebody will explain to me the next thing, I'll just see my name on transfer. Just like that. I agree that transfer is part of the service. It's part of the job and it's specified in the public service rule and the conditions of transfer. But when transfer is frequent and does not adhere to the public service rules and regulation, it amounts to witch hunting. So that is why I came here, so that all the issues, my issues will be looked into and addressed, and I need to be relocated back to my family and money to be paid to me on all those transfers. Because I'm just tired. I don't know, I'm just tired.
And how does an officer handle a situation in which his superior, against all rules, treats an inmate as a king, rendering him services, providing aids and giving him special privileges.
On the 23rd of February, this IGRO by name Efine Waimo was taken to hospital. And for the very first time, I have never seen in the practice that a non-custodian staff will be deployed from the headquarters, and alongside 2 staffs, the orderly and the personal assistants, that is orderly and the driver, also accompanying this IGR. And 4 armed squads were drafted in. They took a white Hilux van that was provided for the state government, took this IGR to an hospital. I noticed something was wrong, but I couldn't figure it out as in charge discipline. But there is something that I really suspected, because there was no medical officer that actually accompanied them. These persons left the custodial center. And as usual, they have been going and coming back. We thought it would be on the usual basis that he goes and comes back. But that day, he left and never came back. That was the tension. He left by 8 o'clock.
This particular case, I issued a query to my officer in charge on why an inmate who is an IDRO should be taken to the hospital without informing the controller. And the officer in charge replied the query. And immediately after that, I quickly went into investigation. I called the inmate. I asked when they brought him to the yard. I asked where he was taken to. He said he was taken to the hospital, Federal Medical Center. I was not fully impressed. I still went to Federal Medical Center to find out from the doctor. And the doctor said, yes, he wrote that medical report, which he gave to the officer in charge to send to me when I was carrying out my investigation.
The welfare of the correctional officers was another issue that featured in the 10 days public hearing. How does the service justify the retirement of officers on the account of one of them, on the same rank, being appointed the Comptroller General of the service, and in the same breath, retaining some officers on a higher rank than the officers so appointed?
Our entitlement as Assistant Comptroller General retired were not given, some of our entitlement were not given to us. But the panel listened to it and asked the service to address that. 2, we have our something like repatriation allowance, but the one that concerns us most was the spirit of disengagement. If it is as a result of the appointment of our junior to become the Comptroller General, while we as seniors should go, which has never happened in the service, why then do you have to stop our salary immediately? We have worked into half of the month, as if a personal vendetta is being expressed. We joined the service with the hope to retire peacefully, and we guided our career. How suddenly will you ask somebody to go, having wives, children, in higher institutions without any benefit?
The emotions which this issue raised were calmed by the chairperson of the investigative panel, Dr. Madalena Jani, who is also the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Interior. Like a Daniel, she came to judgment, assuring complainants of fairness and justice, and insisting that the correctional service must operate within its own rules and regulations.
Repatriation allowance, as you retire and you put in the application, we get it paid. It's not just Ministry of Interior, it's something that the federal service holds very dearly. Because it's just unfair for us to render 35 years of service, then your small chickily money to go back, even if you are not living in Abuja. It's something for you to start off with before your pension comes. And there's no reason why the service should deny you of it. It's your right. So please, whatever it is that we communicate to them to do, I promise you that we'll communicate it to you. What needs to be done needs to be done. Your repatriation fee has to be paid. So when you give us all the information of the things that you have not paid, if I must tell you, apart from 7 of you, there are other cases of retirees that have not received their cards. I read these letters when they come in, appeals, and we send it to the board because it is their jurisdiction to handle those cases. Okay, so aside from the 7 of you, there are other retirees that correctional service has not paid. But your own case is being looked at now. And there's no way where an officer will retire and 5 years after you've not been paid your repatriation allowance.
The responsibility of the correctional service to provide adequate feeding, and in some cases specialized feeding, was another issue of concern to the panel. As much as the feeding allowance for inmates has recently been increased, the increase was still inadequate, and the special needs of diabetic and other inmates needing special care are yet not factored in the feeding arrangements.
The panel went to some custodial centers. In all of the ones we went to, there was none which saw food up to 1 week. So the issue about having a store that's supposed to have at least 7 days thing, it's a practice that's difficult for this to be now implemented. You know that when an inmate is not given food, what danger that is. So if people, first, the amount that is provided is poor. Second, this process of profit making worsens the process. And secondly, you know that the officer in charge used to be one of that level of checks and balances for the contractors when the contractors were totally supplying food. So this is about being open to know where the problems are, to solve our problem, because many inmates are dying because of lack of food. I've never seen what we see these days. There have always been problems, but it has never been the way it is. Never. So as a people, we have to look at this square in the eye. So they're going to show you what is happening in the correctional centers these days. What is happening is inmates are not eating well. There's a lot of commercialization because everybody is now selling what you never used to see. Trying to cope. Those who can't afford to cope are dying. So we will look at what can be done to help. And that's where, before we go there, because it's obvious there are not adequate checks and balances, it's obvious. It has to happen.
The panel wondered if the correctional centers were institutions where the state gets its pound of flesh from inmates, or where inmates are corrected and given a second chance. This arose when the matter of training and rehabilitation was interrogated. It emerged that whereas the correction centers are supposed to be correctional institutions, equipment for preparing the inmates for return to society are either not available or are obsolete and dilapidated.
Doing this, there are three major points. One is that the correctional centers do have the manpower in terms of the inmates. Two, some of these inmates are even knowledgeable in some of these things, repairs. Three, the Act, the Nigerian Correctional Service Act, had also spoken about the way part of the resources, the profit from the industries, should be divided into 3. One part is what will be used to sustain that process, that enterprise. One part is to be given to the inmates as an incentive, those inmates that are there, so that they can continue to learn skill, and that part to go back to the custodial center. So if this is done, that part that is supposed to be sustained can actually help. I gave you an example of one place we went to, a workshop. The whole, we have a picture of it. The whole workshop is roof off. The carpentry workshop is on this side. Then you have shoemaking and all that. So the question here is about how you can turn this around
in relation to maintenance culture, skills acquisition and training for inmates, and utilizing what you have. This is not about contracts. I'm talking about, this is having the culture of maintenance.
Not only about maintenance culture, even though that is very, very important. Resourcefulness. There were things we observed in some facilities we visited. They have large number, over 1,000. But where they have a workshop or school is smaller than half of this building. Not small, about a quarter of this building. And then when we were asking, they said there's no space. But we've been to other facilities like Hardship, where they even had to put canopies outside for the people to school. But there was a big church we were saying, there could have been a makeshift arrangement that when the church is not in session, they can be able to use it as school. And I know those in your department can be able to build, even if it's demarcators, to ensure that those essential services are delivered innovatively within the space you have until money is available for you to build what you need to build.
As the investigative panel rounded up its 10-day sitting, there appeared to be silver lining in the horizon. There is a willingness to make the service to improve its operations and exit Nigeria for being the butt of every report on failure in correctional service delivery.
You are watching 360 Nigeria on. Take a break and return shortly. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Where is Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, ABN? Not many Nigerians will remember him today. Those who do remember him as a bad experience in Nigeria's political journey. Today, however, many Nigerians, including university students and even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, remember and recall with fine memories one man, his service and his unshaken stand for integrity, transparency, and credibility in Nigeria's political process. That man is Professor of Political Science from the University of Nigeria, Humphrey Nwosu. Last week, Professor Humphrey Nwosu was laid to rest in his hometown, Ajali, in Anambra State. Before then, believers in a free, fair, and credible election in Nigeria gathered at the Shehu Musa Adua Center in Abuja to pay tribute to Humphrey Nwosu. The event became a commentary on Nigeria's journey towards credible election. 360 Nigeria correspondent reports.
Why is it that evil does not leave any guiding footprints for the benefit of tomorrow? Maybe that is why Napoleon has no monument to his memory, except a brandy that makes fools of men. That same way, Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, a man and his organization who represent an evil in Nigeria's election history, are a piece of forgotten history. With a midnight court order obtained from the dark recess of a court chamber, Daniel Kanu and his ABN were used to scuttle Nigeria's freest, fairest, and most credible election. Last week, Nigerians who believe in accountable democratic process, who believe in the free choice made and mandate given by Nigerian electorate, gathered in Abuja to pay their last respects to Mr. Option A4, Professor Humphrey Nwosu.
To the Nwosu family, we say, you have every reason to be proud of Professor Nwosu. He was a man of honor, a man of integrity, a man of tremendous capacity. Somebody who really knew what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, and he did it excellently. He was a chairman who chaired well.
Professor Nwosu and his team embarked on several initiatives. They took deliberate, intentional, courageous steps that culminated in the adoption of the now popular option A4 voting system, the open ballot, and going forward, the modified open ballot system for the 1993 general presidential election. These initiatives worked so well, and the election also went very well. A widely held national consensus based on facts has continually affirmed that that June 12 election was not only free, fair, but a clear winner emerged. Regrettably, like it has been said since Professor Humphrey Nwosu's past, that everyone, beneficiaries of that election, have been recognized. The day has been recognized, but those who conducted the elections, those who worked tirelessly, remain unsung. But to us, they remain our unsung heroes.
We gather to honor a man whose name is written indelibly in the chronicles of Nigeria's search for democracy, justice, and good governance. We gather to pay tribute to Professor Humphrey Nwosu, scholar, reformer, and patriot whose life and work exemplify the rare courage it takes to do the right thing in a country that too often punishes virtue. For me, this moment is not just about mourning a loss, it is about preserving a legacy. It is about telling and owning our story, both as Ndibo and as Nigerians.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu did his job with the seriousness that it deserved, with the focus, with the passion, and at his heart, very clearly, with the interest of the nation at heart. What he did, no doubt, has contributed very, very significantly to the effort to bring integrity to elections in countries such as ours, to ensure that popular will prevails in the election of representatives of the people, and his leadership at NEC at that time clearly illustrated this commitment and this drive to ensure that things were done very well.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu was the chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NECO, under the military presidency of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He was to conduct election to return Nigeria to democratic governance. He did, with sterling performance, destroying the myth of corruption in election, interference by power brokers, and manipulation of election outcome. Nigerians at the event remembered and thanked him.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu has been put on the map as a Nigerian of repute, a man that this country should say a big thank you to.
Professor Nwosu was, however, best known for his role as chairman of the National Electoral Commission. Having been appointed in 1989, he presided over the conduct of the June 12, 1993 elections that some still regard as the most open and transparent in Nigeria's history. He did not apply for the job, but applied himself fully to the task once he mounted the saddle of leadership. Although the results were announced, June 12 became a major reference point in Nigeria's electoral history and political discourse.
Professor Nwosu is a celebrated person who really produced the option A4. He wanted us to really come up with an option that cannot be cheated, that at the end of the elections, there will be the great honor that the elections will be conferred with that credibility. Not just by the people announcing, but the people who voted. Because when you announce the results, those who voted will know whether you are announcing what they voted or something else. Option A4 was designed to be very credible. And you know, It was excellent, produced one of the best results of elections in Nigeria, celebrated, highly honored, but to our surprise, the best elections were annulled. That was the most difficult day in our lives.
The tributes have reminded us not only of his place in Nigeria's democratic journey, but also of the personal courage it takes to do the right things under difficult circumstances. We have also heard virtually from two of Nigeria's global icons, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, whose reflections captured the far-reaching inspiration Professor Nwosu continues to provide to generations of Nigerians both at home and abroad.
Professor Humphrey was deservedly regarded as one of the main heroes of June 12. For us as a commission, we will forever cherish the enduring legacy he left behind. What are these legacies? There would be no independent National Electoral Commission as it is today if Professor Humphrey Nwosu had not done what he did between 1989 and 1993. At the time he came on board in 1989, coming from the history of electioneering in Nigeria, staff of the commission were not established civil servants. Employment was not gazetted. They were not in the establishments. And Prof said, no, we cannot have a system, a democratic institution, without having permanent staff. And he set out to work. And then the federal government approved, and we started having the staff of the commission as pensionable staff. And most of us are beneficiaries of that today. Secondly, he also had saddled on him the responsibility of relocating the headquarters of the commission from Lagos to Abuja. And he set up a committee. Professor Humphrey Nwosu set up a task force for the relocation and charged them that the staff of the commission must be adequately accommodated. The building the commission occupies today as its national headquarters in Maitama was secured and built by Professor Humphrey Nwosu. The former commission's headquarters was in Area 10. He built it while we were still in Lagos. While we were contemplating relocation to Abuja, the task force said, secure any land, we will build. And he built. When Professor Humphrey Nwosu lays his hat to doing anything, not even the military can stop him.
I'm very, very happy and pleased to see that friends are gathering, and family and friends are gathering in order to celebrate his legacy. And I have no doubt, I think, unfortunately, in our country, we seem very slow and hesitant in rewarding national heroes. And I consider Professor Nwosu's contribution and the courage to withstand what I can call the intrigues of military rulers trying to stay and perpetuate themselves in power, really something that is very heroic and that deserves to be appropriately appreciated and recognized and honored in our country.
Between Daniel Kano and today's Nigeria is a spectrum. In between, there have been the NADECO, the 1 million man march, elections that produced presidents. Political players in this time seem to belong to the real Democrats, the fence-sitters, the pretenders, and the opportunists. At the day of tributes for Professor Humphrey Nwosu in Abuja, it appeared that those who believe in genuine democracy were either present or represented. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was conspicuously absent, not even a delegation from him. The Abiolas were not counted. NADECO was nowhere, even its former followers and members. These who did not show up, are they fence-sitters, pretenders, or opportunists? However, those who believe in what Professor Humphrey Nwosu did for Nigeria's democratic journey said he should be honored and immortalized.
I hereby call on the Federal Republic of Nigeria, led by the President, to, as a matter of honor and respect, give honor to whom honor is due. At least we have heard from the Secretary of INEC that it was Humphrey that saw to the building of the current headquarters of INEC. Why not name that headquarters
Prof should be given Commander of the Federal Republic or Commander of the Order of the Niger. In addition, a national democratic or electoral institution like the Independent National Electoral Commission building should be named after him, because he did not only lay the foundation for a modern democracy, he also erected that physical structure there. No person can be more befitting to be named after the building of Independent National Electoral Commission.
I conclude by speaking to the powers that be. Humphrey Nwosu must be recognized and honored.
If a laborer is worthy of his wages, Humphrey Nwosu deserves a handsome wage. That is, if those who should pay will listen and hearken.
With the experience of Nigerians in elections after Professor Humphrey Nwosu, many today ask the question, when will another Humphrey Nwosu come? The answer is in the belly of time. For now, that's how we conclude today's episode of 360 Nigeria. We promise to be back next week. I am Josephine Beatrice, wishing you a great week ahead. Bye. See you next week.
360 Nigeria, tracking issues in the polity.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Aware that similar attacks have occurred regularly within and beyond the constituency, exacerbating insecurity and fear among communities in the area. Further aware that the National Emergency Management Agency and other relevant relief agencies have been called upon to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the affected areas. Concerned that the scale of the crisis requires immediate and coordinated intervention to prevent further loss of lives and to provide adequate support for the displaced persons affected in the community.
They also urged NEMA, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, and other agencies to provide urgent relief to affected communities while mandating its committees on interior, national security, and human rights to assess the situation and recommend action. In another development, the House declared the Kene Shagamu Remo North Federal Constituency seat in Ogun State vacant, following the January 2025 death of its representative, Adewumi ENUGU, paving
pursuant to Section 68 of Section 1B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, that the seat of Ikene Shagamu Remo North Federal Constituency has become vacant. This vacancy is as a result of the death of Honorable Onanuga Adewumi Oriyomi on Wednesday, 15 January 2025, which was announced in the House plenary. She was a member of the All Progressive Congress. This notification is in fulfillment of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, and for the records.
They also passed a bill seeking to increase the duration of a police trust fund for continued training, provision of security equipment, and enhance the skills of the personnel for the third reading. The ENUGU State House of Assembly has conducted a public hearing on a bill aimed at checking rising insecurity and ritual killings in the state. Proposed bill, which was passed its first and second readings, seek to regulate traditional and religious institutions, create local security outfits, and abolish harmful traditional rituals. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegmanam has the report.
The growing insecurity in ENUGU State has been a source of concern to both the government and citizens. The latest incident involving the discovery of mass graves where corpses of adopted persons and victims of ritual killings were discovered appears to be the spark that spurred the state into action. This has given rise to this executive bill that would, when passed, provide legal backing for some drastic anti-criminal measures. The proposed legislation, which comprises 17 sections, seeks to regulate the activities of traditional institutions, establish local security outfits, and eradicate harmful traditional rituals involving human parts. The chairman of the Joint Council Committee on the bill, Raymond ENUGU, said the proposed bill will check the activities of persons who hide under the guise of religion to perpetrate evil in the state.
To checkmate the activities of some persons who hide under the canopy of religion to perpetrate all sorts of atrocities. We all know that the Constitution of the Federal Republic, where I think Section 38 permits for freedom of religion. But some section also provides for a clause where their rights will be limited, especially when they become harmful to the society. Because some person, if you are also enjoying your freedom of religion, another person also will have freedom to live. And when you begin to infringe on that person's rights, it becomes a crime. That's why we come here to tackle it. Not too long ago, in the Israel especially, and in the South, a bad news that I never state was open for, united here, where in the first century, we still have news that people are being alive, and a family usually four of their kids.
If there's a young man or woman in your community that is brandishing money and doing it, and you don't know what the person does for you, you must submit a report that so person came back from wherever he was and had been brandishing money, and you don't know where the money came from. The law further provides that people whose property have been used for kidnapping will have to forfeit such property.
Stakeholders, including representatives of traditional and religious institutions, security agencies, and residents of Enugu State, lent their support to the bill while providing valuable inputs.
We are in support of the bill and we want the bill to triumph so that our community will remain in traditional sacrosancy, so that the moment most of the practices where you use human parts as a sacrifice. If you use human parts as a sacrifice, who and what actually are you trying to promote? We know as Christians, as we all are, that Jesus Christ died for us as a Christian as I am, and we believe in that. You don't need a human life to save a human, and that is what this bill wants to stop.
The Christian Association of Nigeria also make this input that the security, the security agencies should be having meetings time to time with church leaders for security information.
They emphasize the need for clarity on the roles of security agencies to prevent duplication of efforts.
Individuals. Check and bag it, I told you, may can device I never get. Open don't know. Who know question to put at home and the other one. And the Christian Council, they are not doing enough to checkmate all these issues, likewise with the traditional people. So what we need to do, we need solution to all these problems. We really need solution to all these problems. You understand me? Because like them alone, you people alone, you can't do it alone. You
to support in cracking down this issue.
They also called for community involvement in security planning and personnel selection, and the establishment for an agency to oversee religious affairs in the states.
So, when we're of two different districts, all recognize every all recognize
The Joint House Committee with oversight over the bill assured that all relevant submissions from the public will be factored into the bill, while assuring of speedy consideration and passage of the bill in the interest of citizens. Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission says it has identified irregularities and clash of names in applications received from 110 associations seeking registration as political parties. A list of the 110 parties, including proposed names, acronyms, addresses, and names of their pro tem chairmen and secretaries, was published on INEC's website and social media platforms on Wednesday. The statement on the applications, INEC noted that some of the proposed associations use identical acronyms, which violates the Commission's guidelines. One of the proposed parties, the All Democratic Alliance, is reportedly supported by a coalition of prominent political figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, while another group, believed to be backed by supporters of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, submitted a registration request under a similar name, raising concerns about potential acronym duplication. 40 applications were missing: a pro tem national secretary, 5 lacked a pro tem national chairman, and 7 were missing both, while 4 submissions did not include an official address, while 1 application was submitted without a party logo. INEC also discovered that 3 applications, New Green Generation Party, New Green Congress, and New Green Coalition Party, listed the same individuals, Madam Idris Abdul Karim, Ambassador Crystal Ikechukwu as pro tem national chairman and secretary, among other discrepancies. Still to come, Katsina declares Friday work-free day for Islamic New Year. Police arrest suspected cultists. Others recover arms in ENUGU. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
the market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
National Youth Service Corps has denied extending the service year of a Lagos Corps member, Rita Ogwamaye, also known as Raye, for criticizing the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Raye became an internet sensation following a public criticism of the present administration, which she described as worsening economic conditions. Ogwamaye had, in a viral video shared on her TikTok account, expressed frustration over Nigeria's worsening economic conditions, lamenting a high inflation and economic hardship. She also criticized the president by describing him as a terrible leader, while questioning the government's efforts to alleviate the hardship faced by the citizens. She also described Lagos State as a smelling state and lamented its poor living conditions. After the video had gone viral, Ugwamai posted another video alleging that she was being threatened by the NYSC authorities, claiming that some officials of her scheme asked her to delete the video. When contacted on Tuesday, the acting NYSC Director of Press and Public Relations, Carol Embo, said the decision to extend a core members' service year is made when such a person is passing out. The National Identity Management Commission, NIMSE, has announced a partnership with the Ministry of Youth Development and the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, to commence the training of select NYSC members to drive National Identification Number NIN enrollment across all wards in the Federation. Spokesman of the Commission, Kayode Adegoke, who announced this in a statement, said the initiative forms part of a plan to enroll and issue NIN to all Nigerians and legal residents within the shortest time possible. Adegoke said that NIMSE has so far enrolled and issued NIN to over 120 million Nigerians and legal residents, and now intends to reach previously inaccessible areas through the Ward Enrollment Initiative. He said that the select core members are currently undergoing intensive training in preparation for the commencement of ward enrollment. Nigerians, especially children below the age of 16, he said, are encouraged through the initiative to enroll for NIN in their respective wards. A bomb explosion has reportedly killed 4 travelers in Borno State, with many others sustaining injuries. According to reports by local media, the bomb exploded around 3 p.m. on Wednesday along the Damboa-Maiduguri road. The incident involved a car carrying an unconfirmed number of passengers. The road is one of the major routes where terrorists will often plant bombs to discourage other users. Security authorities are yet to confirm the incident at the time of filing this report. The people of Umumbachi community in Oji River local government area of Enugu State came together in a grand celebration that had dignitaries from Enugu State and beyond. Occasion was the 60th birthday of a traditional ruler of Mbogo Kingdom and chairman of Enugu West Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Godwin Mado, which took place at his Enugu residence. Correspondent Precious Chiagoro was there and now reports.
It was a gathering of traditional rulers and community leaders, political office holders, business executives, and people from all walks of life from the Enugu West Senatorial District, Enugu State, and beyond, who converged to celebrate the milestone and achievement of Igwe Godwin Mado as it marks his 60th anniversary. The surprise birthday celebration put together by the children of the celebrant was a testament to his enduring impact on the lives of many.
So we decided to throw, a very intimate birthday celebrations. This man here means a lot to everybody. We all flew down for him. So you're amazing. It's such an honor to be your daughter.
The colorful event provided a cherished opportunity to reflect on the profound legacy of the royal father and celebrate his contributions to community development. In a remark, the Grand Patron of the Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Greg Ugu, described Igwe Godwin Mado as a great man who has endeared himself to many through his selfless service and transformative leadership.
I wish him more years, long life and prosperity.
The senator representing Enugu West Senatorial District, Ositangu, was represented by a commissioner in the State Civil Service, Joy Odike, who extolled the celebrant's sterling leadership qualities. Odike praised his ability to foster harmony and drive progress, describing him as a bridge builder whose influence extends beyond traditional governance into the political sphere.
In fact, today I was so surprised. When I came in, they told me that it's 60 years. I never knew he had gotten up to that. You can see him very healthy, very strong. So I thank God and I give God all the glory.
Other notable individuals, including Josephat Omeke and the coordinating President General of Oji River and Enugu West Senatorial Zone, Ejike Ilotasie, described Igwe Godwin Mado as a jolly good fellow who has exemplified transformative leadership.
He is somebody bearing a banner, representing Enugu State, representing his people, representing the constituency, which is his constituency of traditional rulers. He is one of those bringing dignity, honor, and prestige to the office of traditional ruler.
It is very, very good that when you attain a certain age, you call people, you thank God, you celebrate with people, and it is not easy. Most of his age mates, they have joined their ancestors. But today, he is seated here celebrating with us. We are happy. All thanks be to God Almighty. He's a man of many paths. If you see him from one side, you describe him for that side. If you see him for that side, you describe him for that side. He's a born community leader, a man with capacity and good integrity. We don't play with him in our community. That's why we are here, to celebrate him.
So today we are here to celebrate him. Ikwembok has been a pillar. He has been somebody that knows what it takes to organize a community. I am wishing him more life, years of celebration, and also with sound health.
Reflecting on his 60-year journey, Igwe Godwin Mado thanked his family, friends, and well-wishers for their love and support. He urged people to embrace peace, show compassion, and work towards the development of their communities.
I would say that it's God's gift. It's just God's gift, nothing else. Because if wishes are, you know that everybody wishes to be more than 60. But God grants life as he wishes. So me attending 60 today is a thing to give God glory, and I will always continue to give God glory.
The event was attended by several dignitaries, including the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, chairman ENUGU East Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Ima Ugu, and the member representing Ogu and Nri Oji River constituency in the House of Representatives, Anayo Onwewu. The high point of the event was a special prayer session led by the ENUGU State Council of Traditional Rulers, seeking God's continued blessings and protection for the celebrants. As the Igwe embarks on his new phase of his life, the people of Omumba and the entire Ache clan look forward to his continued guidance and pray that he remains a shining example of leadership, wisdom, and service to humanity. Precious Chagoro, reporting for Signature TV.
Katsina State Governor Malam Diko Rada has declared Friday as a work-free day to commemorate the new Islamic year, 1447 AH. In a statement issued by the Secretary to the State Government, Abdullahi Faskari, on Thursday, Governor extended his heartfelt congratulations to all Muslims in the state and across the country in witnessing the new Islamic calendar. The declaration of a holiday, according to the statement, is to enable civil servants and residents to join other faithful in celebrating the year and to reflect on its spiritual significance. Governor Rada called on the good people of Katsina State to continue to live in peace and harmony with one another, emphasizing that no meaningful development could take place without peace and stability. A UN report published on Thursday says the number of drug users worldwide rose to 316 million people in 2023. The figure corresponds to 6% of the world population aged between 15 and 64, using a drug not including tobacco or alcohol. This is contained in a report released by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime in Vienna for 2025, which is based on 2023 data. Cannabis witnessed the most consumed drug with 244 million users, followed by opioids, 61 million, amphetamine, 30.7 million, cocaine, 25 million, and ecstasy, 21 million, according to the report. According to UN experts, the cocaine boom is not only leading to more drug-related deaths, but also to more violence between rival criminal organizations involved in drug smuggling. The ENUGU State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects for armed robbery and lawful possession of firearms and cultism during separate operations across the state. Spokesman of the command, Daniel Ndukwe, said in a statement that operatives made the arrest during multiple credible intelligence-guided operations which led to the recovery of dangerous weapons and other exhibits. According to Ndukwe, operatives of the command's crack tactical squad, in collaboration with members of the Neighborhood Watch Group, arrested 26-year-old Esomchugu and 19-year-old Kosi Sochuku Kwani at ENUGU in the local government area, and recovered a single-barrel pistol, a cut-to-size gun, and 4 live cartridges from them. He added that during interrogation, the suspect confessed to being members of a Black Axe confraternity. Ndukwe said that in a separate operation also conducted on Sunday, the operatives from the Anti-Cultism Tactical Squad recovered another set of arms during a raid in Ndiagu Gwaji, Enugu South local government area, while 1 locally made single-barrel pistol, 1 live 7.62 mm caliber ammunition, and 4 live cartridges were recovered. Command said a fleeing suspect is linked to an ongoing investigation involving conspiracy and lawful possession of firearms and cultism. Based on the conviction of his alleged accomplice, Izochukwu Gabriel, Elias Onyamoma, who had earlier been apprehended. The federal government has finally fulfilled its promise to allocate houses to members of a Super Eagles squad that won the Africa Cup of Nations in Tunisia 1994. Fulfillment, which is coming about 30 years after the promise was made, was disclosed in a statement posted on the website of the Federal Ministry of Sport. One of the beneficiaries, former striker Efani Koko, was presented with an allocation letter for a house in Abuja, who was represented by his niece Lisa Jennifer Wabogu. Wabogu expressed gratitude to the federal government and the Ministry of Housing for fulfilling this long-standing pledge. His uncle saying it's truly heartening to witness such commitment to integrity and follow through. The Director and Head of the Department, Public Building and Housing Development, Wemi Temitokwe, who presented the letter on behalf of the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, described the move as part of the government's commitment to rewarding the patriotic service of a team. The former President, Muhammadu Buhari, approved the implementation of a 1994 housing pledge in 2022, 28 years after it was first made. Still to come, Defense Ministers' meeting of SCO member states held in Kwandao. NATO member states agree to hike defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
A day after nationwide protests rocked Kenya, business owners in Nairobi's city center are counting their losses for a wave of looting and arson. Video from Thursday morning shows charred storefronts and devastated shopkeepers sieving through debris, some estimating losses in thousands of dollars. The violence unfolded during Wednesday's demonstrations marking the anniversary of last year's deadly anti-government protest, which reignited this week after the death of a blogger in police custody. While demonstrators demanded justice and accountability, several businesses became collateral damage as confrontations between protesters and police turned chaotic. Some shopkeepers say they support the call for reform, but not at the expense of their livelihoods.
Only my problem is no job for now. No job for now. Look, everything is the ban. Yeah? So please, government, try talking of the Gen Z, because all this all that's happening there because of Gen Z. So please, Gen Z, just try to sit down then to talk to the government.
You see, we had to close. So yesterday we didn't report as we are expecting this Madamano. So we feared our shops might be broken or your safety also. So we decided not to come yesterday. So we never came yesterday because of that fear.
Things are so tough in our country right now. Sometimes you come morning until evening and you've not sold. And you remember this is something we invested for so long. So until you recover, it takes a period of time.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem met with Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez on Wednesday in San Jose. After the meeting, the two countries signed a deal that welcomed Costa Rica into the CBP's Global Entry Program. A security agreement was also signed where Costa Rica will screen all goods entering the country through its airports and seaports to curb the inflow of drugs headed towards the United States. This is the second stop during Noem's tour of Central America. She is expected to meet with Honduras President Xiomara Castro later on Wednesday.
Thanks to the United States and the personal commitment of Madam Secretary, we have a specific plan for Costa Rica to become the only and first country in the world that will scan all products and goods entering through our seaports and airports.
Just a few minutes ago, signed an agreement on global entry. As you know, your economy relies a lot on hospitality and hosting individuals. Many Americans come down here to relax, to enjoy. And I hope that the next time that I come, I get the chance to bring my family and to do that with you. But this is my first trip to Costa Rica, and so I have not had the ability to come here before. But global entry will allow travelers a much more streamlined approach to coming back and forth between Costa Rica and the United States of America. And today we signed an agreement to move forward with that.
The Defense Ministers' meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization SCO member states was held in Quangdao City, East China's Shandong province on Thursday morning, with parties at the meeting calling for efforts to further consolidate military mutual trusts and pragmatic cooperation among the SCO member states. Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun hosted and addressed the meeting. Defense leaders of the SCO member countries, as well as senior officials of the SCO Secretariat and Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure, attended the meeting. The meeting is one of the important activities hosted by China as a rotating presidency of the SCO. Parties attended the meeting, delivered speeches on measures and suggestions on international and regional security situations and defense and security cooperation, and they spoke highly of China's positive efforts and important contributions to improving the SCO operating mechanism and deepening cooperation in various aspects. They agreed that it is necessary to further consolidate and deepen military mutual trust and pragmatic cooperation among SCO member states and implement the important initiative of building a common home of solidarity and mutual trust, peace and tranquility, prosperity and development, good neighborliness and friendship, and fairness and justice, so as to make major contributions to safeguarding regional and global peace and stability and promoting prosperity and development. The meeting marks the first gathering of its defense ministers after the SCO admitted Belarus as its 10th member state last year. North Korea's workers and officials commemorated the anniversary of the Korean War on Wednesday, featuring posters and banners of anti-US slogans in Chuncheon County, North Korea. Video released by state media showed workers and officials gathered at a square of the Chuncheon Class Education House, holding posters and banners with slogans such as "Let's get 1,000 times the revenge for the blood of our people shed by the US." Footage also showed protesters marching and chanting slogans strongly condemning the United States, including "Let the North Korean people wipe out our sworn enemy, the U.S. invaders." North Korean officials, including the Secretary of the Central Committee of Workers' Party of Korea, Cho Tong-myong, attended a rally as they laid flowers and bowed at a tomb commemorating 400 martyrs and 102, according to KCNA. South Korea President Lee Jae-myung said the country's economy is in a desperate situation across domestic consumption and exports as he asked Parliament to swiftly approve $14.7 billion of extra government spending on Thursday. Speaking at the National Parliament on Thursday, Lee also said he would work to seek moderation in fiscal spending as reducing tax shortfall over the next few years will be critical for healthy management of government coffers.
The fact that this administration, which was launched without an official transition committee, is urgently drawing up a supplementary budget reflects that our economy is in a desperate situation. South Korea is going through an exceptionally grave period. His supplementary budget reflects a downward adjustment in revenue estimates. This decision was made to uphold fiscal soundness and respect the National Assembly's authority over budget deliberation and approval.
Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belosov said on Thursday that European supplies of arms and mercenaries to Ukraine had increased the threat of destabilization in Europe.
The Russian armed forces are conducting successful offensive actions in Ukraine. The Kiev regime understands the inevitability of its defeat and therefore bets on terrorist attacks. Attempts to prolong military actions by supplying Ukraine with arms and mercenaries increase the threat of destabilization, including in Europe itself. At the same time, Russia has repeatedly expressed and continues to express its willingness to settle the conflict.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed an agreement with the Council of Europe on Wednesday to set up a special tribunal to prosecute Russia for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
With President Zelensky, we have signed a bilateral agreement between Ukraine and the Council of Europe. Today's signature is a decisive step toward establishing a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
And this is a really, truly very important step. Today we are launching the process to create a tribunal for Russia's crime of aggression against Ukraine. Every war criminal must know there will be justice, and that includes Russia. And we are now boosting the legal work in a serious way. There is still a long way to go. Politically, we have already made big progress, and I'm grateful to the Committee of Ministers, to the Council of Europe, and to everyone showing leadership.
Zelensky was greeted by Council of Europe Secretary General Alan Besset, and both signed the agreement before Council members. Tribunal was requested by the Ukrainian authorities and endorsed by the Council of Europe Foreign Ministers in Luxembourg on 14th May 2025. In a statement, the Council said the tribunal's mandate is to prosecute senior leaders of a crime of aggression against Ukraine. The crime refers to the decision to use armed force against another state in violation of the United Nations Charter. Member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, have agreed to raise their defense spending to 5% of gross domestic product (GDP) annually by 2035, according to a declaration issued on Wednesday following the high-level summit in The Hague. The five-paragraph statement outlined that a new spending target will be split between two key categories: 3.5% for core defense and 1.5% for related areas, including critical infrastructure, networks, and defense industrial capabilities. The plan would undergo a review in 2029, taking into account the strategic environment and revised capability targets, the document added. US President Donald Trump hailed the agreement at a press conference after the summit, asserting that the United States had long carried more than its fair share of the alliance's defense burden. However, he singled out Spain, criticizing it as the only country refusing to meet its full commitment. Trump said the United States is negotiating a trade deal with Spain, one that the country could be made to pay twice as much through trade measures. Spain has agreed with NATO to limit its military spending to 2.1% of GDP. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez announced on Sunday ahead of the NATO summit. In its Sunday statement, Sanchez warned that rushing towards 5% will lead to rising prices and public spending and reduce investment in key sectors such as education and digital development. Calling the 5% target disproportionate and unnecessary for Spain, Sanchez emphasized that Spain is one of the 5 NATO countries with the most troops deployed worldwide. Palestinians in Gaza City bid farewell on Wednesday to loved ones killed in Israeli attacks, including those killed in Israeli strikes and by Israeli fire while seeking aid. Israel has said its actions were necessary to control crowds that posed a threat to its troops or to prevent breaches of restricted zones. But witnesses and human rights groups say many of the shootings appeared unprovoked and occurred without warning.
We are facing very difficult things in order to get only a kilo of flour. The situation is very, very difficult. Here we are going to death on our feet in order to provide food for our children. These U.S. aid are death aid, not only aid, we go there to die. I say and repeat, and we repeat it 1,000,000 times, these aid points are not aid points, these are death points.
News this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for joining us.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And now people are verifying and challenging that claim, and he gets angry. He's insulting New York Times, CNN, and all that. Today, this morning, his Secretary of Defense and Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff organized a press conference to specifically try to frame this narrative that no, we got it right. Everything that he did a very wonderful job, and it's never been done in history and all that. But even the International Atomic Energy Agency have a different view. So the point I'm trying to make is the war is still going on, and that war is all about to win the hearts of and minds of people. All right, it's a kind of branding effort. So you see how strategic, how important the media is in the whole process. So you hardly can go to war without mobilizing public opinion, and the media is at the center of that. Now, specifically to your question in terms of did they do a good job or did they not do a good job, it's a difficult answer. I mean, you can't have a direct answer to that because today, communication technology has actually made it even more complex. Why do I say that? As a communication scholar, I've been watching what's going on. Even today, if you watch, some of us were able to detect some fake news and misinformation and all that. Iran, some people are even sending some deep fakes from Iran, some recycled footage of old conflicts coming from Israel and also from Iran on social media platforms, suggesting somehow that even Israeli citizens are rising against the government. The same thing is also happening on the other side. So you see all these counter narratives. So the fragmentation of the media system even makes conflict reporting even more complex and more difficult. Unlike when we had the traditional media environment, where we just had the radio, television, and all that. So it was still a problem then. So today, nobody can give an accurate account of, for example, at Natanz, where this bomb was dropped, is there any radiation? Nobody has seen any radiation to suggest that the impact was there. So the intelligence gathering is still going on. But the bottom line, everyone wants to claim credit. Iran's supreme leader has already declared victory against Israel and the US. So which is true? Which one is true? Trump is declaring victory. He even declared a ceasefire. For a conflict, how can someone, if I'm fighting with you and I can just wake up and say there is a ceasefire? So which one is true? So there is a fog. I mean, when reporting in the fog of war, it can really be challenging. So to the extent to which whether they have done a good job or not is yet to be seen because it's an unfolding scenario. Like I just gave you an example of what happened during the Iraq War in 2003. So prior to that war, Bush even embedded some reporters with military teams and all that. A whole lot of public relations that went on through that period to gain the favor of people because it was an unpopular war. So also, even the contradiction of this current president that came in as an anti-war president, now trying to, glamorize war and trying to make the media buy into that kind of branding effort. So it's really difficult to answer that question in terms of are they successful? Maybe it's yet to be seen because, like I said, in 2003, 2003, New York Times and all the major media outlets here were, in favor of the war. But it was much later when it was discovered that the main rationale to go to that war about the weapons of mass destruction that was found not to be in Iraq. So they issued an apology, a mea culpa, to their audience that they got it wrong because at least they pride themselves as the best newspaper in the world. So to have made that mistake, it was a huge cost to their credibility. Today, they are more careful. Now, Trump is attacking them that they are not supporting his own side of the story. So it's a very dicey issue when you are arguing or you're trying to win the hearts of minds of people. Government wants to present themselves as credible and that what they're doing is right. Then the media ought to verify this. And even audiences also, all of us are also responsible in the way like today, a lot of people have the power to share news from their cell phones and all that, do they consider what they're sharing? They just, send anything that come across them. They don't even verify it, and further, accentuating and increasing misinformation. So in the fog of war, there is likely to have misinformation. We already have that problem in the world today, just like what happened during the pandemic. Today, you don't even know what you're going to believe from what you are seeing in the media. Tehran Times, the major newspaper in Tehran, Iran, actually posted one story on X that they call it Doomsday in Tel Aviv, to suggest that, that they have been so victorious, they have, destroyed. When you look at some of these AI generated images and deepfakes, you could tell, but not everyone has that ability, that critical thinking, critical mind to be able to view things, dispassionately and to investigate whether this is true or not. I think I'm going to yield here to listen to some of your questions, or if you have more.
Okay, just as you had mentioned AI, I was coming to that to highlight it as a point of disseminating information. It could be wrong as well, and this also poses a threat to the information that the actual media puts out there, therefore making it complicated on what the people should believe. And I believe that situations like this has actually increased the fear on the perspective of the war and how bad it has escalated into. Looking at what has trended on social media lately during the attacks, whereby we had AI generated videos. You could see the missiles being intercepted in the air, and most times there were some of the videos that were AI generated, and because of this situation, it has prompted mistrust in the media. And when situations like this has come to this point, what do you think should be done by the media in order to, draw back the attention of the people and correct certain things?
Actually, I think the perception that the media is one entity is obviously wrong. I get that because all over the world I've been to, including the United States, most of the time, people arrogate to the media a certain power they don't possess. Why do I say that? There is no way the media can come as one group and say this is what, and that's the uniqueness about that profession, honestly, in the sense that they say there's a kind of freedom to, an editor can stay in his desk and decide, I'm going to use this story, I'm not going to use that. All right? Yeah, there may be certain ethics that surround choice of stories and all that, but at the end of the day, just like if you come here right now, United States is sharply divided along ideological lines. You have the Fox News audience, you have CNN, MSNBC audience. When you watch a particular story from these two extremes, you'll be wondering whether is this the same United States where these things are happening? So people always frame their stories. So media framing is something that is so common. And the same thing is also happening today with the misinformation that is propelled by digital technology. So to what extent citizens will play a role is also important. So it's no longer a matter of, don't forget, that's why again, when we talk about the media, you don't have one size fits all thing. All of us are even journalists as it were today, because that phone you have in your hands, it's also a tool of communication. So you can generate one story there and share it, and people will believe that and all that. It continues to happen. So it's a big challenge for all of us. So, but then citizens do, or audiences do have a responsibility to find a way of detecting truth from falsehood. It's difficult, again, because some people don't even think it through. For example, some of us, there's certain images I will see, I want to use reverse image search to check the source, for example, right? So I look for visual glitches. AI often gets the details wrong, so be careful. So I use visual glitches, or I can make sure that this story is true before I share it. Because the more you are sharing and extending it to the next person, you're also expanding that misinformation base. So it is no longer those days where the editors are major gatekeepers of what is right and what is not right. So in a world like this, everybody's sharing anything, you know. So I can even stay here, right here now, and create one image, bombs and all that, and say New York is being attacked. Because you know I'm in New York, you may want to believe me without even asking questions, checking the other next person. So, and you ask, what's my motive of spreading this misinformation? So it's no longer a time where you say the media should do this and that. I agree that even here, like most people on the right spectrum of politics here, always, demonize the media, that they are the evil ones, Yet the same group of people also benefit from the media, because if you're saying what they believe in, they will say you're doing well, even when you're lying. And even sometimes when some leaders lie deliberately, and you call that leader out for lying, now he starts attacking the media or the source instead of concentrating on that particular issue. So if I told you that I conquered Cameroon overnight, and at the end of the day you discover I did not do that, and you come to ask me that as a reporter, so instead of concentrating on that particular issue, I'll start saying, oh, you're fake news, you're irresponsible, why are you asking me such question? So those are the things. So, and for some reason, people who follow, who have this power, the digital power, some of their audiences follow them like, should I say, in such a religious manner that nothing such people do are considered wrong. You follow? So those are the circumstances the media ecosystem operates today. It's in Nigeria, it is in African countries, it's all over the world. So, like I keep talking about what we call digital authoritarianism. Most times, all these leaders have discovered that they can wield power with digital tools. And ironically, these are digital tools that we heralded sometime at the beginning of this century, that they were going to liberate ordinary citizens from powerful people. But today, these powerful people have found a way of using those same media to influence opinion adversely. Like if you had 100 million people following you on Twitter, and they are likely to obey you or follow your instructions, you are even getting an audience more than most media organizations. And today, attention is the new currency. So when everybody is following this person and paying attention to him, then that person becomes the queen of the day. Even instances, there are some of these people who don't produce anything in society, just because they have so many followers on Instagram and all that, they become celebrities, and they set agenda. They become role models of young people and stuff like that. And you ask the question, what is this person offering to the society? Nothing. Just he or she dresses up, and they are copying her fashion and all that. So the whole system is so fragmented that there is no central way you can say the media is this. But I understand how people talk about it, especially even some emerging countries. Even here too, there is an allegation that the corporate media is in cahoots, they collaborate with the authorities, the powers that be, to frame certain stories in such a way that kind of affects ordinary citizens adversely. But a lot of research in that area too, but it depends on how people perceive this. But generally, I sympathize with a lot of people who arrogate so much power to the media, which perhaps they may have had in the past, but no longer have today. That's the reality of the situation.
To the media, what ethical responsibility do you think the media should always put in place in order to help them when reporting, especially in times of conflict and war, in order not to give out misinformation or a different propaganda, in order for it not to feel like it's sentimental coming from the media?
Well, there are a lot of ethical issues on paper and on practice. Remember, when you are covering conflicts, like we emphasize things about objectivity. Yeah, to what extent will you be objective when that nationalistic instinct is in that reporter? Let's say you are assuming this war between Iran and Iraq, sorry, and Iran and the United States, for example, or let's just put it, the conflict between Israel and Iran. It is most likely that most reporters in Israel will see Iran as the evil government and will represent Israel. So that objectivity thing goes out of the window because he or she is seeing him or herself as protecting his or her own country. So do people in Iran as well. So that's one point. But like they tell you in journalism, you have to be objective and all that. Even sometimes verification of information, which is a key index of proper journalism, right? Because every story, you have to verify the story and make sure it's accurate. As a matter of fact, like the basic axiom is, if you're in doubt of any story, you try to find out. If you cannot find out, you leave out. All right. So if you're in doubt, you try to find out. If you can't find out, you leave out. That's the basic axiom. But nobody follows that anymore in that kind of a situation where there is war. And this thing is even made worse by the competition in the industry. So sometimes reporters are impatient to verify stories before sending that because they want to beat the competition out there. So let's say I'm in Tel Aviv, for example, and I hear that a bomb blast occurred in one school like that. Instead of waiting to get all the facts, I'll just file the story right away to make sure I beat my competition. So those are the issues. Again, also, because I'm just pointing out some of the hindrances about the media ethics in a homogenized media system, and not just homogenized, what I call a globalized media system. Because you'll be wasting time to file that report. Someone there who has a YouTube account will send the story and the whole world will see it. So, and you have a problem with your employers that somehow you did not report the story quickly enough, especially if you're in broadcasting, so to speak. So these are challenges that exist, in today's media ecosystem. Again, there is also the challenge of resources. Quite frankly, most media houses are resource challenged, not just in Africa, even over here. Because if Pentagon, for example, provided you with the plane or the resources for you to travel from here to the war zone, like what happened in Iraq war, it is unlikely that they want to challenge the system that provided you that opportunity to get there. All right? So next time they will blacklist you. As a matter of fact, even a lot of things are happening these days, very strange things. Even here in the White House, for example, there are instances where the president had to remove a reporter for, asking questions that he didn't like. And the guy had to go to court to get a court validation to return back to White House. So those are issues that never used to happen. So now that reporter comes back, there will also be issues of they'll probably be isolating that person from certain sensitive stories. So those are issues that confront the current media environment. So if someone is providing you, if you, like in Nigeria now, you are there with Signature Television. If the White House, sorry, if the Aso Rock should provide you the resources to cover an event, as a matter of, let me just give you an example. There was a reporter who came here during the United Nations General Assembly. There was a story I had, and I gave that reporter a tip to follow this story, and I thought that story could give the lady an award. And the response was, but these people who paid my way here, this and that, I don't want to confront them. I get that. So now, as a reporter, you see something untoward, something wrong, or maybe any corrupt practice on the part of the administration, but you wouldn't want to respond to that because you will be sidelined in future assignments. So those are real challenges that, undermine the embrace of ethical values in journalism. So the same thing also happens in war. And the war situation is even worse because there's so much confusion, there's so much fast, occurring events that to keep up with them may challenge the respect to certain ethical values, perhaps either you've been practicing or you were even taught in school. All right?
Prof, with the situation of things in America currently, and about the ceasefire that the President Donald Trump had called on, so many things has been flying on the media saying that there's a protest in some parts of America against Donald Trump, calling for the ceasefire. What is this true state of things over there from your own perspective?
No, I don't think there's nobody who's going to protest that he called a ceasefire because most Americans are wary of war these days. Because, as a matter of part of the thing that Trump even said during his campaign was he was going to end all the endless war in America. Like Americans' involvement in so many wars and all that. Although it's ironical that somehow that promise didn't pan out from what is happening today. And I suspect he is probably a reluctant warrior. Why do I say that? I'm not sure he really wanted to go to war, but probably after seeing the speed at which Israel succeeded in penetrating Iran and all that, now he probably wanted to associate with that victory, because my assessment of him is that he's someone who always wants to win. He wants to associate himself with victory. Though every human being should have that kind of tendency. However, if the idea is just to, glamorize or to take advantage, even today, like I said earlier on, all the arguments about whether the bomb succeeded in its mission, like he claimed, every part of his regime is trying to circle this around himself, that he is the commander-in-chief, that he has done a great job and all that, not even in terms of the country. So I'm not sure the protest is about his fire. People will even welcome that there's no war in the first place. However, the protests that I'm aware of is protests that were instigated or started by his immigration policies. That much I know. Like even in California, the LA riots, they came about because of the ICE agents, the immigration, customs and enforcement agents that, were arresting people in the farms and all that, people who don't have valid papers to stay in the United States. So across the country. So that, if you ask me, that's just the protest. And the other protest that was kind of national, that was called by Indivisible. It's a group called Indivisible. So that cut across. Everything around there was what they call no kings protest. They said that he was going to, that in America, they reject kings. He's a president. He's not supposed to have absolute power, because there were certain allegations that somehow he doesn't respect rule of law, that he's attacking the democratic institutions like the media, the judiciary, and everybody. So I guess that's the protest that I'm aware of in major cities across the country, but not about ceasefire. I'm sure people will, even some of his MAGA base are opposed to the war in the first place. So that will tell you. So if anybody said the protest is because he declared a ceasefire, no. That's wrong. You see, that's part of the misinformation people are talking about. There is no way Americans will protest against him for declaring ceasefire. No. Instead, they will even protest because he got into the war situation. That's what I think.
Just before we conclude, using the media as a tool to resolve this conflict, how can the media step in and help in resolving this conflict, disseminating the right information, and trying to get through the minds of the people in a nutshell?
No, basically, the media has to do what it does best by reporting accurately events of the situation. Because let me tell you something: the media is not supposed to be. Media is basically supposed to be an umpire, a neutral force. Report things as they are, and again, the only area I think the media can play a role in not exacerbating the conflict, because I'm one of those scholars who I'm interested in the role of media in peace building. So, and part of it is encouraging reporters to see the media in from the corner of somehow a dream of peace than drama of conflict. I keep saying that most times most reporters want to, just like they teach in journalism 101, that when a dog bites a man, it's no news. When a man bites a, that's news, right? And New York Times talks about when it bleeds, it leads. So there's a fixation about drama and conflicts in the media. So that tendency, I don't like that. I want a situation where even your choice of words, the language you use, can help to, reduce the tension. And reporters should not be a part of the conflict, because unknowingly, most reporters get involved in conflict. They take it up by themselves by the way they are reporting, the way they are, even their mannerisms, their body language, and all. You could see this person is excited about, the conflict going on. But I think that we should be more careful in choice of words, the stories we use, and how we put across certain footage, especially on television. There are instances where you might see like dead bodies and all that. Yeah, it's that could be a good story, but you be careful even because of the sensitivity of such stories and what it could also impact. Some audiences will get offended by watching certain bloody instances and stuff like that. So one has to be careful about that. So also, um, whereas I'm someone who believes in holding public officials accountable, we should subject them to interrogation and verification, because sometimes these people get away with murder because hard questions were not asked. But at the same time, when leaders have made up their mind, they have all the resources to go to war and all that, the much you can do is to report that, then the citizens will make decisions. But I can assure you that, like in the Iraq War, part of the thing that propelled Barack Obama into power was the anti-war sentiment that cut across the United States in 2008. All right. Hillary Clinton would have defeated him during that Democratic primary that year. But for the fact that she voted for the war, Obama was not even in the Senate then, so he did not vote for the war. So that was a clean bill of health for him. And who galvanized the public opinion? It was the media. So to the extent that, the media should verify and hold public officials accountable, they should not be, they should not allow themselves to be used by the government, by public officials, in becoming a vessel for them to spew a lot of lies to the press and to the public at the same time. So to the extent to which we're able to do that, that will really play a major role, in this. And even like Reporters Without Borders, even Doctors Without Borders and all that. How are we also covering those victims of wars? Because we need to put a human face to some of these stories. Because sometimes it's not just a matter of dropping bombs. The idea of, okay, you throw bombs, how about some of the radiation effects? The one that happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, people are suffering from it today. So now, I'll be interested in learning from reporters, either in Iran or anywhere. This bomb that was dropped in Iran, what are the effects to ordinary human beings, farmers, people who live around that area? So we need to put a human face so that people will begin to understand the toll of war, the difficulties of war, you know. So that's what I, okay, yeah, we see all the images about destroyed buildings like in Gaza and all that. We see human beings begging for food and all that. But at some point, even the medical situation, we need to know all those things. But in this kind of context, it looks like, yeah, like now, people think that the war is over. It's not over. I'm sure there are people who are suffering for this brief 12-day war right now. I'm sure there are people. What about the kids, the wives of all those generals that were assassinated? You know, what is their future? So those are the kind of reporting that perhaps one should be looking out for.
Topic. Okay, and that's the most we can take on this conversation. Our conversation was on Israel-Iran conflicts, the implication on global peace and economy from the media perspective. And our guest that joined us on Zoom is Professor Uchenna Ekwo, who is an educationist and journalist. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have a second conversation for tonight.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Just finished taking
Right, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Signature Evening. If you're just joining us, welcome. And we had a conversation earlier on the war between Iran and Israel and the way it's affecting the economy from the media perspective. If you're just joining us, revisit that conversation. We are on to our second conversation. I mean, this was supposed to be the first conversation for tonight, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we are about to take it as a second conversation for tonight. And on this conversation, climate change in Nigeria has become very apparent and obvious. The impact is felt across the country. It is evident in the increase in temperature, variable rainfall, rise in sea level and flooding, drought and desertification, land degradation, more frequent extreme weather events affected freshwater resources, and loss of body visitors. The duration and intensities of rainfall have increased, reducing large runoffs and flooding in many places in Nigeria. It is important to have an open-minded discussion on climate change, a topic critical to Nigeria and Africa's future economic viability. Such a discussion matters because the debate is often dominated by people in Europe and North America who operate in different contexts and rarely consider Africa or its specific needs. And to have the conversation on global warming and the preparedness of Africa, our guest joining us via Zoom is Arum Nnamdi Ezebwilu, who is the Deputy Director and Head of Climate Change Department, ENUGU State Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Good evening, Arum.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. Just as our conversation is going to be centered on global warming and the preparedness of Africa, it is obvious that Africa, although responsible for about 4% of global greenhouse gas emission, remains the most vulnerable continent to the adverse impacts of climate change. And with this being said, how has the global warming, the climate change affected us as Africans, and how prepared are we against the other changes that we are likely going to come in contact with?
Thank you very much. First of all, we have to understand what global warming is all about. It's the statistical distribution of weather over a period of time ranging from hundreds to thousands of years. So we have been experiencing a whole lot of problems that have been caused by the global warming or climate change occasioned by global warming. So as you can see in Africa, we have been feeling it. We have been feeling a whole lot of the impact of global warming and issues of droughts, issues of flooding, which we know very, very well in Nigeria. You must have noticed what has been going on. In 2020, you saw what happened in Kogi, and recently flooding everywhere in Niger, in Borno. And even in the ENUGU state, in our new local government, we have flooded areas. We have some ones we call land degradation. When you have even mass shifting, land degradation, an issue of erosion, gully erosion, heavy gully erosion in Anambra, in Abia State, in Enugu State, and the other parts of Nigeria. Desert encroachment, and the other things, diseases, when you come to health area, malaria, dengue fever, Zika virus, all these things occasioned by the effect of climate change. You have heat wave in the northern areas, where you have this like cerebral meningitis caused by heat wave, and all that. You have, when you come to food security, there are so many arable food that are now have got extinct. Even food security, food-wise, you find that some farms don't yield as much as they yield before. So there are so many impacts of climate change. When you talk about animals, there are so many animals that have gone extinct as we speak. And it has a whole lot of things to do with biodiversity, because by the time you upset the ecosystem, ecocycles, and the ecosystem in the world, it will have a problem, because all of us are related in that very food chain, that the balance. So there have been adverse effects of climate change in Africa. For now, that is what I have to say.
I just mentioned that there are so many effects of climate change in Africa, and let's look at some of these effects of the global warming on Africa. Let's look at the extreme weather events. We've had cases of drought, floods, and storm. Let's use the drought, the cyclone Idai in Mozambique that happened in 2019, and the droughts in the Horn of Africa as key examples of these things that has happened and how it has affected us as well. With all these things being said, it's obvious that we are still prone to things like this. How prepared are we for the situation ahead, if the case may be?
Well, Africa is a place that's always prepared for, is getting prepared. Anyway, you know that this is a global problem, and Africa don't emit much emission like other developed countries like US, UK, China, India. They don't. But the fact is that it's a global problem, and it has no boundary. What happened? What if it's called from a particular area, it will still affect another area. Is a global problem, although you will solve it locally. So in Africa, for example, if you come to Nigeria, Nigeria is a member state that have pledged to reduce the temperature by 20% in 2030. So, and they want to reach net zero by 2060. So Nigeria has been doing a whole lot. For example, they have done their national determined contribution. They have gone a whole long way of getting a particular thing, a particular way to put to the world that we in Nigeria we are going to put the temperature below 1.5 degrees centigrade in near future, and we are doing that. When you come to Nigeria, for example, we have the Ministry of Environment. And we have National Council on Climate Change that did the BTR, Biennial Transparency Report, to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And we equally submit our biennial honor report to them. Now we are on to NDC2. We've done NDC2, we are doing NDC3, where we have our tier 1 and our tier 3, where we collect all the emittable, from, let's say, agriculture. We go to different sectors to take data of all the emissions so that we can gather them together, send a report to UNFCCC, and know the kind of project that will be done in Nigeria to ameliorate the issue of climate change. So Africa has been doing a whole lot to ameliorate that. Remember that climate change is all about the gases. When you have much more than enough gas that the atmosphere will carry, it will go there and clog the tropospheric area. And by the time you do it, the sun that has been trapped cannot escape. And by the time it does not exist, start warming the whole environment. So we, in our own little way, we are doing a whole lot to contribute to that very timing commission to the whole world, so that all these things will be ameliorated. Suffice to say that Nigeria equally attends conference of parties every year to make sure that they go there to contribute their own quota when it comes to the effect in Africa. Of course, you know that Nigeria is a perverted area in Africa. So we have been doing a whole lot to make sure that climate change problem is ameliorated worldwide, not only in Nigeria, because whatever you do in Nigeria will affect others, in a way that they will feel the cushioning of the effect of what Nigeria is doing positively.
Okay, now that you have highlighted that on the weather, on the extreme weather events that keeps happening as time goes on, this same weather event has actually affected food insecurity. I'm talking of rainfall patterns that has changed and prolonged sunny days, dry seasons, and the rest of it. And knowing that smallholder farmers actually make up the majority of Africa's agricultural workforce, how bad has this been affecting our food security, thereby pushing us into food insecurity?
Thank you very much. I've answered that, but if you want to highlight that on a more holistic manner, you will, we've talked about flooding, and when you talk about flooded areas, of course, it will affect farmers. Now, when you talk about drought in the northern part of the country, and talk about drought, it affects farmers too, especially the livestock. You find that cows might start having problems in their health. Likewise, other livestock like goats, sheep, and fowls of the earth. Now, when you have all these things, of course, it will affect the food yield. Now, we equally have noticed, heard about farmers' herders clashes in several areas in Nigeria. These are as a result of, sometimes the herders trying to check areas where the cows will get what their requirements, for feeding. So in so doing, you see them migrating from one place to another and then causing havoc in people's farm. And by that time, you see farmers trying to struggle to get what they have cultivated, to make sure that it is not spoiled, it's not destroyed. By so doing, you start having this issue of clashes here and there, the issue of bloodshed heavily in so many parts of the country. So in that, farmers will start being afraid of going to the farm to even get food. And before you know it, you start relying on imported foods. So when you talk about food, it affected food in a very drastically. Suffice to say that population is growing. Every day we have birth rates increasing. So you will not say that people are not being given birth to because of climate change. So people that will equally go for the fewer quantity of food that are available will still be more. So food security is a very big problem. When it comes to the livestock, when it comes to agricultural produce, it's a very big problem in Nigeria for now because of the issue of climate change.
Okay then, since we have highlighted that on the food insecurity, let's look at the health impact that these has posed, the negative health impact on it, whereby we have a widespread of, diseases like malaria and dengue fever. These things happen due to the change in the climate and all of that, and also, heat wave and poor air quality as well. So with all this being said, how bad are we getting in when it comes to the health impact of the climate change on us?
On issue of health, it's all about warmer environments, because mosquitoes thrive in warmer environments and they in stagnated water area, let's say in gutters and the rest of them. So they thrive in warm area. And the other insects like flies that cause onchocerciasis. So when you talk about these diseases, you know the causative agents like mosquitoes, like flies, like fly, of course, group of flies, like other insects like bed bugs. You know, those thrive on warm environments. And then when you talk about rodents, you know, there are certain diseases that may not be there if the environment is well cushioned. So when you talk about yellow, yes, the disease caused by rats, you see that is equally prevalent in some parts of Nigeria. But let us talk on the one we know, the dengue fever, the Zika, the malaria, that that happens to everybody. Waterborne disease like typhoid fever, is prevalent everywhere because of warmer environment that makes their population to be enormously beating you and you did not know. So all these things are things that usually disturb human beings as they move. It causes problem, it causes distress, it causes emotional problem, and the rest of them. So we are having this issue right now because of climate change. There are other diseases that will be mentioned. We have Naegleria fowleri, for example. We have filariasis, and other diseases. We have the one we call Naegleria fowleri is one that goes into the brain. From children that swim, it enters the nose and then start eating up the brain. Now you have a filariasis, the one people call elephantiasis. So all those things are caused by warm environment. They have been there, but then you see them in being thriving in a very high rate as it's going. And then one problem is that some of these very diseases are resistant to drugs. So sometimes you buy drugs, you find that you take double dose, you take the oral and you take the injection just for you to get better. So these things are the problem, and even drugs are not getting cheaper. So no matter how you see it, it's affecting so many people as it's here now.
All right, then let's look at what are the major barriers of Africa's preparedness towards the climate change. I'm talking about especially in the rural and underdeveloped areas. What exactly are the barriers to having the preparedness on climate change?
When you talk about barrier, climate change is a visitor that never waited for invitation. So one of the barriers is that climate change has come, and it came and it entered without knocking. So there's no way you will checkmate climate change affecting you anywhere because it's an atmospheric problem. So is a barrier. The barrier is that you as a person cannot actually stop it. It's happening. All you can do is to adapt. Another barrier is the issue of awareness. But Nigerians, we are trying our best. If you see how people are buying energy saving bulb, it's not actually because people want to save money, but it's as a result of awareness campaign. People are shifting into solar panel. You see people having solar panel in their houses just to adapt, trying to leave emission, putting on generator, burning fossil fuel. They are shifting from that. In as much as it saves money, they're equally saving the environment. So awareness campaign, people are already keen into it, maybe as a result of saving money. But the fact is that so many are not actually understood what we are talking about when you say climate change. Some will tell you that it does not happen, that this is a way that government has drafted to make money or get money, or, they can say so many things. I've talked to people about climate change. I've preached to people about climate change. I have tried to sensitize so many about climate change. I have classes on climate change. I've talked on televisions on issue of climate change. I've met people on one-on-one basis on issue of climate change. Some people will laugh at you, literally, and you will see learned people like Naja saying that this is not real. But by the time you tell them, are you not feeling this? Are you not feeling that? They'll start, they'll keep quiet and they'll start listening. So after taking them to classes, they'll just leave and then just drop whatever you say. But we keep on trying. People are getting knowledge about climate change. In 2019, We shared national clean cook stove, and federal government is still pushing the national clean cook stove to so many people. If you get the national clean cook stove, you will ask some people in the village, why are we getting this? You start telling them why they should do that. Now, when you see people telling you not to cut down trees, to afforest, to make sure that when you if you cut one, you plant 5, they ask questions. Why are we doing this? Then about climate change, tree is a big sequestrator of CO2. So there are so many things that are being done. So most of the barrier is that we have not changed some people are not changing their character towards the issue of climate change in Nigeria. When you must have a change of character. Change must begin with you if you must do anything about climate change. So it's all about us opening our mind. The barrier is you opening your mind. Some don't open their mind. Some don't want to believe that climate change is real. When you say it, they will just think that it's something that happens elsewhere, that it will never affect them. So the issue is for us to know that it is very, very real, for people to start believing. And when you hear about climate change, do not take it as any other, as we are speaking now. I know that thousands of people are listening to this. But what are they going to do? Sometimes if you go to the village, they say, "Oh, we have not heard about climate change." So we see this very topic now, or see the what is happening in signature television, and tune up and go to another channel to watch music, to watch cartoons, to watch African magic. I'm not saying that it's not good to watch, but sometimes when you see an interesting topic, you need to stay listening, and you can't force people to do that. So in any case, where you go out, they say they don't know about climate change, but it's glaring everywhere. You'll be seeing people talking about green this, green that, and people are not kidding. If you come to ENUGU, for example, if you go to Ministry of Agriculture, they're pressing climate smart agriculture there. When you come to ENUGU, for example, you see that the governor has started climate smart schools here and there. And you see so many things that have been going on, turning so many places to use solar panel. If you go to Parkland, if you know there's a hospital called Parkland in ENUGU State, they are running on solar. And so many of their private hospitals running on solar. So these are the things you are doing. It's not that what you are doing is we change the whole world, but it's a start, because you must start locally. If you come to ENUGU State, if you go to the secretary to the state government in ENUGU State now, Professor Chideberanya, he will tell you about climate change, tell you the roots, tell you everything about climate change, and he has been an advocate. They appointed someone, Professor Chukwumerije, to be the SSL on climate change. And we have launched our policy and action plan on climate change on 17th of March this year. We have a viable commissioner in India, Professor Sam ENUGU, in Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. See, Nigeria is doing a whole lot. States are pulling. There's no state in Nigeria that don't have Department of Climate Change. If you go to Cross River, they have Ministry of Climate Change. When you come to Abuja, climate change is the end thing. In budgets, they have greened their budgets. So it's only for people to open their ears. The information will be there, but nobody will force you to hear it. So open your ears. So the barrier is for people to open their mind, to understand. Sometimes you tell them about plastic use. You see people using plastic and throwing it away anyhow. So the barrier is to open up our mind, change our character towards climate change. It will even benefit everybody when you change your mind. So that is the basic barrier. Another one is funding. Sometimes you see Nigeria is struggling to get international donors on the issue of climate change. We have so many projects to do on the issue of climate change. And they are trying. Some are donating, but we need more. States need funding. Departments need funding. So many NGOs need funding. Even CSOs and NGOs, we have so many CSOs in the state, EcoCyclers and the rest of them, SPP, Society for Planet Prosperity. They are there. So it's just for people to understand. We have gone to schools, go to university, go to ENN, we talk about climate change, and every urban radio and the rest of them. So people have heard about climate change. I'm not in doubt that they've heard, but will you open your mind to accept that is one of the barriers to conquer self and understand what climate change is all about?
Okay, let's look at how renewable energy can actually help to mitigate and contribute to both the climate change and also mitigate the economic growth in Africa.
Thank you very much. Renewable energy is the end thing. Someone asked me what's a renewable energy and non-renewable energy. Renewable energy is what renews itself. It comes, you use them, it does not deplete. Non-renewable are energies energy sources that deplete and they equally cause emission. So renewable, you have some renewable energy like solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, that is hydro turbine, hydro energy. You have geothermal energy. You equally have energy you can harness from the forest. So when you talk about this wind energy, one, it saves money, it saves cost. If you have renewable energy, for example, solar in your house, you will not talk about buying a generator anymore or going to the filling station to get fuel. You won't talk about power interruption in your house. So it helps you, it aids you. No matter the kind of business you are into, of course, you know that we need energy to survive in this contemporary time. So if you are into cooking, of course, it will help you. We have so many people are building. If you go to Lagos, I saw that people that build hotels, they mount solar-related panels on their roof. If you go to so many hotels, you won't even know when there's a breakdown on national grid, because immediately you won't even know when they change over to solar. And at night, you find out that they're on solar. So it makes so many things to be cheap. When you come to such hotel, you find that you can lodge in a hotel of less amount because they are not running on diesel, they are not running on fuel. When you go to places that use solar panel, maybe in their businesses like salons and every other place, you find that whatever you get there is always cheaper because they are easy to maintain and you use renewable energy. Same goes to hydro. Of course, in Nigeria, Kainji Dam is hydro, basically hydro. So there are places that people can equally construct their own hydro if they have streams, flowing streams or waterfalls. So when you do that, it's renewable. It renews itself. So you don't need to go anywhere, dig this, refine before you use that energy. So they are there. So when you tap into renewable energy, of course, your economic hub, your economic power will grow. It grow dramatically. Because everybody, if you go out there, you find that you have vehicles that are called hybrid vehicles. They use both fuel and battery. In Abuja here, I saw bikes that are electric, e-bike. When you buy them, you just go there, charge them, and then use them. If you come to ENUGU State, there are some keke men that have removed their engine, they charge their keke napep, and they collect cheaper price. When others are maybe collecting 500, 1,000, they might collect 300, 500 to go there because of what they are not running on fossil fuel. So there are many areas, it is uncountable, where the place I use as a hospital in ENUGU State, they run on solar. And there are so many discounts because they are running on solar. Not before now, they are running on generator 24/7, but now it's on solar. So you see that economically is very viable. You can have your own solar at home. You won't talk of anything that that's fun. If there's any national grid breakdown, you use your solar. You don't need to run to filling stations. So that is exactly what we are talking about. When you open up, so I'm bringing the simplest aspect of it that people are now using, so that you know that if you tap into renewable, of course, it will drastically reduce even poverty, encourage employment, and then, already cushion the effect of climate change on everybody.
Being said, how can Africa actually increase the access to climate finance and the technologies of it as well in order to improve adaptation and resilience?
Improve adaptation and resilience, how Africa can key in, after they've been keying in. For example, I talked of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Most countries have keyed into the Paris Agreement, international IPCC guidelines. For example, in ENUGU here, we have put the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. They are into the NDC 2, NDC 3, and they are from Africa, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Cameroon. So they have keyed into all this just to understand the movement and the wave of climate change pertains to as it pertains to that very continent. So Africa has been at the forefront of talking about climate change. In every conference of party this year to be in Brazil, you see them trooping there to talk about their country. Remember, as we said, Africa is not a major emitter. So what Africa is talking is saying all this while is for those heavy emitters to reduce the emission, because it's affecting us. Now in Africa, we are into forestation. So many areas, so many places, people are talking about afforestation. In Nigeria, I talked about the Great Green Wall. Of course, in so many areas, you see people planting trees, planting flowers, using flowers to decorate this, using flowers to planting economic trees here and there. So Africa is at the forefront of fighting the menace of climate change and even the adaptation. So Africa is actually trying country by country. So we are doing that as it is because it's affecting us seriously.
All right then, with all this being said, how can the government step in? Not just the government, but other social groups. How can the media and every other aspect that you feel can put hands and, you know, encourage these adapting to the renewable energy in order to, you know, stay connected and, you know, inclined with what is happening during the climate change? What can these various media groups, the various sectors, how can they help when it comes to technology? What kind of technological advancements do you think should be implemented? If it's awareness, how can it be done properly in order for this information to get to the right people and be educated properly on it?
Well, first of all, we need to disseminate the information on the issue of climate change, as we are doing right now. What you are doing now and what you are doing now in your studio will help a whole lot of people to understand what we are talking about, what we know about climate change. They will have to do their own research. All of us have phones, and most of the phones are internet service. So you don't have to be watching movies or using it for, you know, all those things that, you know, plugging your ears to listen to certain things that may not help you. Why not research on climate change? Why not go in and check the UNFCCC website, check it and see exactly what every country is doing and what youths are doing on the issue of climate change. Governments are equally trying their best. As I told you, there's no state that don't have Department of Climate Change in the Ministry of Environment. There's no state that don't have Forestry Commission, Forestry Commission. So you see that government is trying to make sure that people understand what climate change is. They have their own forest guards. We have the CSOs, civil society organization, and NGOs. Most of them are doing their own best to gather youth and talk to youth. Now, when it comes to technology, of course, we have all these electric vehicles. You can convert yours. There, we have the CNG buses now in so many places, even in my state, ENUGU state. The government have rolled it out. You know, you can have electric vehicle. People are converting their own into electric vehicle. So there are technologies that will help you. And the only thing we need now is funding to make sure that all these technology are churned out, you know, have massive production to reach people in different areas on different societies. So government, that is where government will come in to make sure it gets to people. On the issue of clean cook stove, government have been sharing clean cook stove to make sure that you use a small quantity of wood to, you know, cook your own food, and then to tell you what that can benefit you. So all these sectors, you know, you have the government, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Agriculture, Energy Commission. If you come to agriculture, for example, there's what we call climate smart agriculture, where so many, you see people, when areas that are being flooded, they have derived a technology whereby they cultivate their own food. Likewise, rice and all that. Now, other technologies that will keep farm produce away from all those pests. You know, these are the technology you have to do so that you can adapt so well on the issue of climate change and try as much as possible to mitigate. What of afforestation? There are many afforestation going on in so many areas. There you have forest reserve in so many areas for carbon sequestration. And take it there, you can equally market your own carbon credit. We have a carbon credit, you can sell them, you can key into the RED Plus program in Nigeria to know what carbon marketing is all about. So these are things, when you open your mind, when you do research, when you listen to news, you will see that government have been doing a whole lot. There are things to read, and then you listen equally to the technology of NIMET. Most times you see them predict, tell you when to plant and when not to plant. The last time I think they talked about 3 days rain and 3 days storm. I think Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that ended last Monday. So you find that you listen to them, check what they about have to say, check their analysis, check their predictions, and then move in line with that. So that is exactly what I can advise people. And then for you to equally change, when you talk about climate change, whatever you do, ask yourself, will it be in line with greening the environment? That is exactly what I think we can have for now.
All right, thank you so much, Arum Namdi. Thank you for your contribution on this particular subject matter.
Yeah, my name is Arum Namdi, not Arum Namdi.
Okay, thank you so much. Our conversation was on global warming and the preparedness of Africa. We'll go on a short break, and when we return,
we are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
welcome back. We are going to have a replay of Signature Evening where we featured Honorable Hyacinth ENUGU on the former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary, and he is the former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary, and he discussed Nigeria's tilting to one-party system. Have a great watch.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Since Nigeria's return to democratic rule in 1999, the political landscape has largely been shaped by a two-party structure. However, recent political trends suggest that the country may be edging dangerously close to one-party system, an outcome that threatens the essence of Nigeria's democracy. The growing dominance of the APC, the fragmentation and internal crisis of opposition parties like the PDP, and the pervasive monetization of politics are converging to create a precarious political environment. If this political trend is left unchecked, this could erode political competition, deepen ethnic divides, and weaken institutions meant to safeguard democratic governance. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu on Thursday, June 12th, Democracy Day, denied that there were plans to turn Africa's largest democracy into a one-party state, pushing back against the claims that he is using the state mechanisms to convince high-profile opposition politicians to defect to the governing party. Several governors and federal lawmakers have left opposition parties in recent months to join Nigeria's All Progressive Congress Party. Abdullahi Ganduje, the governing party chairman, has also said that there was nothing wrong with Nigeria becoming a one-party state, angering many in a region threatened with shrinking democracy space. The question that many Nigerians are asking remains, is Nigeria tilting to a one-party system? And to have the conversation on Nigeria tilting to a one-party system is our guest on Zoom, Honorable Hyacinth ENUGU, who is former parliamentarian and former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary. Good evening, Honorable Hyacinth.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Okay, the pleasure is ours. Just as our conversation is Nigeria really tilting to a one-party system, bearing in mind what Ganduje had said earlier, that it wouldn't be a bad idea if Nigeria is tilting to a one-party system, and the president said that it's just because the APC is doing a great job and people are recognizing it and also tilting to join the defecting from their parties to join APC. The way it is looking with the chaos going on in the opposition, with the opposition parties and their internal crisis, do you really see Nigeria tilting to a one-party system?
Well, thank you once again. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening at all, because no one political party in Nigeria as of today can convert Nigeria into a one-party system. Not even the coalition movement that is currently going on. Even if that happens, certainly it will not turn Nigeria into a one-party system, because there are other parties. Just like you said in your intro, political parties are highly competitive. They are in competition with one another. So that a party is trying to garner more membership for them to be able to win an election, that does not translate that that party is making an effort to turn Nigeria into a one-party system. Party membership.
Okay, go ahead.
Party membership is what gives political parties credence. So I would rather advise all political parties to mend their internal fences. If they have problems, they should, as much as possible, resolve that quickly and start mobilizing. Find a way of holding tenaciously to what they have, the membership they have, and build upon that to have more membership so that they can always be competitive enough to win elections.
With the situation of things right now in the country and APC looking like it is unopposed, because it doesn't seem like PDP is ready, neither is Labour Party looking ready for the 2027 elections. And the APC has already, started taking steps ahead of them in making sure that they're dominating the political space. With all these things happening, don't you see a sort of diversion of the citizens from not really having a choice but to vote in the current party, the party at the center currently?
I said it's competition. Parties to mobilize. Parties should be examination. When students go for an examination, and those that will fail, will they blame it? So in politics, majority comes from membership strength of the political party. In 1999 elections, they won almost all the elections. They managed that their membership. Then APC came on board. And I want to state something here. Why APC is making waves. If you recall, and they won that election free and fairly. They won the general election 1993 free and fairly. Now, the winner of that election, presidential election, MK Abiola, died. With his demise, there were serious problems in Democrats' camp. That was why in the year 1999, when we returned to democracy, because of the division, because the center couldn't hold again for Democrats, they found themselves in different political parties. And one of those political parties they found themselves in were the PDP, which by all standards is a Republican party. Now, with the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in APC and winning the presidential election and being a key figure in the Democratic camp, now all the Democrats in Nigeria today are heading home to APC, which is the home of the Democrats. So it's just like homecoming for those that are moving from other political parties to APC. If I were the PDP, I will now cool down and start going back to history, because we have the Republicans too scattered here and there. They should just cool down and start gathering them and building a strong political party that will be able to wrestle power from APC. It's not about complaining, but if they want to choose to be complaining, crying wolf where there's none, then the party is not ready. And the party that is ready will keep mobilizing, and whenever election comes, they will win. And winning does not translate the country into one-party system, because at each point in time, there are other parties that will win election. National election is not like state elections, the local government and councilorship, where the governors, if you're a governor of a party, the party will win all the seats at the local government and at the councilorship levels too. If there is any move to make Nigeria a one-party system, which is not possible, I think that move started in the states where the governors
hold on, Honorable Hyacinth. You just said that you don't think it's possible to make Nigeria a one-party system. Why do you say so?
I'm saying so because principally the politicians in Nigeria are Democrats and Republicans. So there is no way all the Democrats and the Republicans will come together to form a political party. It is not possible. All the Democrats that are moving to APC today, were Democrats in other political parties, and they were there because the Democrats were scattered after the demise of MKO Abiola. But now they have found a leader, a progressive leader, a Democrat, in the current president. That is why they are coming home. Believe you me, there are some Republicans in APC today that you may see moving to PDP or other parties tomorrow. So it's a kind of moving in and moving out. So with that kind of moving in and moving out, there is no possibility of creating a one-party system. You may be able to create a dominant party, but I can assure you that is also for a while, just like it happened between 1999 and 2014. There was one strong political party in Nigeria. But by 2015, others came around. APC was born, and they wrested power from them.
Okay.
That PDP was so strong from 1999 to 2023 does not make Nigeria a one-party system.
Okay, let's look at the balance of political power in Nigeria. How have, rather, defections have been going on from one party to the other, cross-carpeting, even a coalition, and so many other things. Has this actually affected the balance of power in political parties? What impact has this had on these various political parties in Nigeria?
Well, it is trying to balance. It is trying to balance the political equilibrium. That was what happened in the past and is still happening now. So the movement that we are seeing, just like I said before, there are some elements of Republicans in APC. One way or the other, they will find themselves going back to PDP. And this movement will continue until there is an equilibrium in the political parties, and it will come back to strong two parties, just like we have in other climes. America, even Ghana here, you have two strong political parties and other small political parties. So what is happening today in Nigeria is moving towards establishing two strong major political parties.
Looking at other opposition parties, we have the Labour Party. That we understand that Labour Party became so strong during the 2023 election because of the influence of His Excellency P2B. And then we had the NNPP, who is also a strong opposition party, and PDP as well. Looking at the strength of these opposition parties, PDP has come a long way in the Nigerian political system. I mean, it's a party that has produced different presidents and vice presidents as well. What internal issues have actually brought these parties to this standstill, has actually weakened their strength in the political sphere?
Well, I'm not here to speak for other political parties, but by experience and inference, what others see happening, I think they have internal crises. They have internal crises. PDP has internal crisis. The Supreme Court has tried to give them a leeway to solving that internal crisis. But I don't think they understood the leeway. Don't think they agree to that. That is why that lingering problem continues. Labour Party, the same thing. They have leadership issues. Until they at courts also have said something. Courts have ruled in favor of one or two things. What they ought to have done is to come together and study the court judgment and then bury the hatchets and move forward. But ignoring court judgments and imposing your will on the people and on judiciary, your problem will continue. And there's no political party that will come to solve internal crisis of another political party because they are all in competition. The more other political parties have problems, the better for the ones that do not have problems. So that is the position.
Okay, just to take you down memory lane, what happened in Akwa Ibom State where the governor had endorsed the president for 2027 elections, and it's no news that, rather it is rumored that he's likely to move to APC. And this is a sitting governor in PDP in Akwa Ibom State. And what has this have to see with the democratic situation in Nigeria, whereby a governor of a particular party is endorsing another candidate in a different political, an opposition party as well? Does this not show that we are likely moving to a one-party system? If people that are holding political positions are actually endorsing an opposition party?
Well, to me, it seems they are playing mature politics. They are playing politics without sentiments. They are playing politics as it ought to be. Recall that even in America, where they have deepened democracy, in their last election, some Republicans campaigned openly against their presidential candidate. And nothing happened, though the presidential candidate later won. But the fact that they campaigned against their own candidate meant that the politics in those areas, in America in particular, has deepened so much that they don't talk politics sentimentally or emotionally. They look at facts. And based on that facts, they take their decisions. So the governor in Akwa Ibom, I want to believe that he has looked and weighed the scales. What are the opportunity of the party he was, EDP, winning a national election when the party is in mess? The party is disintegrated. The center couldn't hold. So it's just like a sinking ship. So the governor saw it and bailed himself out. And I recall that today he is in APC because he doesn't want to stay in a party that has no future for now. Politically speaking, PDP has no future for now. And they will start rebuilding their future when they settle their internal crisis.
Would you say that this whole situation is a result of political failure, or is a survival tactics in a broken system like this?
Well, it's not a political, well, it could be political or leadership failure on the part of PDP. And that failure cannot be blamed on other political parties. They should sort out their internal problem. It's only them that can solve their internal problem. Even the Supreme Court said it. It's a party affair. The national secretaryship of a political party, not only the national secretaryship, all officers of the political parties are elected internally. So it's an internal problem of the party. The party should find a way of solving it. So it is only the party that can solve the internal crisis, no other party. Any other party can even try to worsen that their crisis. So it's better for them not to bring out their internal crisis to the public to help them to sort it out. So it's a political failure on the part of those crying wolf against where there is none.
Looking at, can Nigeria still be called a multiple functioning political party system, or have we really diverted from what it is?
We are multi-party system. There's no doubt about that. No two ways about that. We have 18 registered political parties. That shows we are multi-party system, recognized by INEC. And those political parties have their registered offices and are functional too. Some of them have offices in the wards too, and local government. So it's a multi-party system we are practicing here in Nigeria.
Let's look at other smaller parties in the Nigerian political system. We have the major parties that play big in when it comes to elections. The other smaller parties, it seems like they are not really getting the attention that they need. Would you say that we are focused on these ones because they have made big names over the years without paying attention to what other parties have to offer, other than the parties that we are conversant with?
Politics is about opportunities. And most times, opportunities come by chance. Before 2023 election, Labour Party was seen as one of those small mushroom political parties. But an opportunity came. They grabbed it, and they became a serious contender to national election. So other political parties that you see today as not making waves, maybe when one opportunity also comes and they grab it, they could turn the leaf and become major participants in Nigerian political scene. So it's a game of chance and opportunity.
Okay, let's look at some of the risk that it does a de facto party system pose to the Nigerian political system. What are the certain risks that we are going to come through? That we are going to experience if peradventure Nigeria turns into a one-party system in Nigeria? Can you hear me, Honorable?
Hello? No.
Can you hear me?
Please come again. I can hear you now, but not before.
Oh,
I can hear you now.
Okay, I asked what would be our fate if what are the risks, not really our fate, what are the possible risks if Nigeria turns out to be a one-party system?
Well, Nigeria can only become a one-party system if Nigeria turns into a dictatorship, and a military dictatorship. That is only when Nigeria can turn into a one-party system. But I don't see that happening in Nigeria. I don't see a military takeover happening in Nigeria. And once I am convinced, and majority of Nigerians are convinced, even the military itself are convinced that they don't have anything to do in politics, there can never be a one-party system in Nigeria. So the risk It's not there at all.
Can Nigeria
because
really?
it is
Okay,
not.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not contemplated. It's not contemplated at all. The risk of a one-party system, which can only come as a result of military rule in Nigeria, is out of the equation for now, completely. Even the military itself, they are not interested.
Okay,
So
let's look at the judiciary. Is the judiciary still a neutral umpire? Looking at the judiciary now, is it still a neutral umpire, or do you think it has tilted to favor certain people because of the positions that they hold? And the tools actually, this is actually a tool to use in considering a one-party system.
I don't see that too. I don't see that. Judiciary is always independent and has played that role of independence in recent times. That a judgment favors one group or the other does not mean that they have taken sides. Certainly, a judgment must go toward either party in a dispute. The two parties can never get judgment at the same time. So it has become a kind of a tradition for Nigerians. Whenever they lose, they attribute it to a disfavor on their own part and favoritism to the other. Even when an election comes and somebody loses gallantly, we'll be complaining, oh, I've been rigged out, I've been rigged out. Only very few politicians will come out and say, yes, I lost this election, congratulations. And that is why today, politically speaking, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, the former president, holds a high esteem in political arena and political sphere, because he saw that he has lost an election and he didn't waste time to congratulate the winner. How many of us politicians are ready to toe that line? We always complain, even when we know. For example, in an election that requires 2/3, you have to get 2/3 votes of the 2/3 states, in the 2/3 states, and you gathered maybe 100% vote in 2 states. And those people that voted you massively in the 2 states will take it that you've won. And when somebody that has 2/3 votes in 2/3 of the states and majority of the votes was declared a winner, it became a problem. Oh, our own person has been rigged out of the election that he won, because he won in our place 100%. That has been our pain. And until politicians change the narrative to accept that they are capable of losing an election, and after the acceptance, congratulate the winner. And this thing will also cascade to losers in courts. When you lose, you accept it. Make amend and move forward. Until that, we will continue blaming one another where we should not.
Okay, Honorable, let's look at the voter. Let's look at voter apathy and the distrust of the people. Do Nigerians really believe in elections? Let's look at the 2023 elections, where people were really excited and were hopeful that the presidency tickets would go to the Labour Party. And after everything, it still came back to APC, which many people were really disappointed at what really happened that time. And it made people lose a whole lot of trust in the Nigerian voting system. The voter apathy grew higher than it was the previous time. Many people, even currently, people are saying that there's no need to go out and vote because the power will still go to the APC. And these are signs of Nigeria tilting to a one-party system. What do you have to say about this?
Well, I don't agree with you on this assertion. One thing is that Nigerian voters, this apathy towards voting started after 1993, when the presidential election was annulled. After 1993, check the voting pattern and the strength, you will see that it has been declining. It has been declining. So, and thank God that the present INEC and the National Assembly, they've been trying to devise ways to bring up the awareness of people that you need to vote in order to elect your leader. And where you don't vote, the chances are that a leader that you may not like, his policies may be elected. So the apathy did not start in the last election. It has been there. It has been there. Check his historical data about voting in Nigeria. Since 1992-93, the thing started dwindling. So we all need to educate our people the importance of voting in an election. And we also need to educate them that you voted 100% for a candidate that requires to win 2/3 of votes in certain number of states or local governments. And if the candidate fails to garner those votes, that just because you gave him 100%, you will judge him a winner of that election. We must educate our people to realize that that is fallacy.
Okay. Honorable, are there like safeguards or legal institutions or even cultural aspects that really exist that will help Nigeria from tilting from a multi-party system to a one-party system?
The institution available in Nigeria, the Constitution, the Electoral Act, these institutions and laws have made it impossible for a one-party state to exist in Nigeria. So there's no reinventing the wheel. We already have institutions that will cause it not happen. And the institutions are alive to their responsibilities. And even politicians are also alive to their duties. Most politicians who are in other small political parties today, they have the opportunity of being in these 2 or 3 dominant political parties. But they chose to be in the smaller political parties, to play their politics there. So you can see that even political affiliation is a choice. Everyone has freedom of association, guaranteed by the Constitution. So nothing, like I said from the beginning, no political party, not even those calling for coalition, has the capacity to turn Nigeria into a one-party system.
Okay, Honorable, can Nigeria still be considered a multiple political party system, even when one party overwhelming dominates the entire space, dominating all levels of government?
Yeah, it's very, very possible. It's very, very possible. Every political party would want to have majority in the National Assembly, be it Senate and House of Reps, and also produce the presidency, the president of the country. Just like in the governor, in the states, a governor would like to have majority in the House of Assembly of his state. So it is not out of place for a political party to strategize to win majority in the National Assembly and also win the presidency. It's not out of place.
Honorable, after elections, after elections, we noticed that opposition parties are nowhere to be found. I don't know if you've paid attention to that. You just hear, when maybe things happen, maybe when they're having internal crisis, that's when you get to hear about them. They seem to disappear into thin air. So why do opposition parties seem to disappear after elections? Do they really feel there's no need playing in the big space with the party at the center?
Well, you need finance, you need funds to keep your party afloat. You need funds. So if the sponsors of the political party, because they lost election, and they go back to start to re-strategize for another election, which will come in the next 4 years or thereabout. You don't need to see them expending money on the party on a daily basis. But once in a while, as permitted by their various constitutions, these parties have their activities. The activities may not be as loud as the activities of the political party in power. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that all political parties engage their people in different magnitude because their acts, their constitution empowers them. The act that set up INEC give them thresholds to operate. For instance, you at each quarter, you may be likely to hold a meeting. It will be in your constitution, and they still hold it. But the meeting may not be as large as that of the political party in power. So don't say because they don't invite journalists into their meetings like other big political parties would do, that they don't exist or they are not active. They are. Excuse me.
Hey, Honorable, if just in a nutshell, is there anything you would like to say to concerning what is happening currently in the political space, even to the citizens and to the people at the top?
What I would like to say is that politics is a game. It's like a football match. Whereas every political party would want to win an election, but no political party will be happy to go in an election and be elected unopposed. Therefore, the other political parties, the oppositions, owe it a duty to themselves, a duty to Nigerians, and even a duty to the party in power to challenge them effectively and efficiently. That is when the best comes out, when the competition is keen. And that's what deepens democracy. So I want to urge all the opposition political parties to settle amicably their internal crisis, become strong and stronger to compete in elections. That position will put the ruling party on toes to deliver on their promises and manifesto. And by that, all Nigerians will benefit. All Nigerians will be happy. And that is the best way to deepen democracy in our country.
For your inputs on this conversation around Nigeria tilting into one-party system, our Zoom guest is Honorable ENUGU, who is a former parliamentarian and former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Good night, Nigerians.
Okay, and that's the most we can have on this conversation. We'll go at a short break, and when we return, we'll have a conversation around the killings in Benue State. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. In the news and events, personal list is the Children's Day celebration in Nigeria, a national pretense or real acknowledgement. In this report, people had their opinion if Children's Day should really be celebrated, if there's anything worth celebrating, or it's just a national pretense to go about the well-acknowledged Children's Day that is a national holiday for the children. So let's see what the people had to say on this particular subject matter.
No matter how the situation of the country is, we must celebrate our children. They are meant for celebration, and we must celebrate them. I'm even planning towards that for my own children. For their school, they are prepared to ask us to pay some money. I have 3 children, I have 2 boys, 1 girl. So we must celebrate them, and we have to. Anywhere the money is coming from, we should just try so that we make them happy that day. As for me, as parents, or as mother, we have to celebrate our children.
I doubt much if there is any need for them to celebrate such May 27, because the situation of the country in the side of these children is not favorable at all. It's never favorable. Very hard for them to eat, very, very hard for them to go to schools, and it is very, very hard for them to live a good living. So I don't think it is as important as them celebrating this May 27. Even though the rate of insecurity dropped drastically, so if we consider the previous time or the time in the past, actually there is no need for you to ask questions like that. Insecurity, it is everywhere. You know that when there is insecurity, in fact, to eat food with peace of mind is very difficult, talk less of going to school. But now, thank God, the insecurity is reducing and we are finding peace somewhere. But still the area where the insecurity is definitely there is no need of even talking of going to.
Yes, definitely. There's a big and huge need for them to be celebrated. Despite the fact that we have a lot of insurgencies and, how will I put it, things going out of hand, out of control in the world, but we still have children who are obedient and who adhere, or let's say adhere to parental guidance, and yet they do not derail despite the insurgencies and all the happenings in Nigeria. I think they deserve to be celebrated. Yeah. So I will beseech all the Nigerian parents to please do more by bringing up these children. You understand? Show them the right path, not because of you lack money, you say just do whatsoever you please and just let them do their own wish and their choice. No, guide them in that path in which you know that yes, this path is going to proceed something and beneficial or successful in their life.
Being alive alone is worth celebrating. So I think there's a big reason why the children should be celebrated comes May 27th, 2025. There's a need for the celebration. They are not doing enough to manage the future of the leaders of tomorrow. Because in Nigeria today, there's lack of protection, different atrocity here and there, kidnappings, whatever. But as it may, there's also a need for them to be celebrated. There's a big need. But I also urge the government to put in more effort to safeguard the children out there.
Children should be celebrated at all times. They deserve to be celebrated because they are the future of Nigeria. So why not? Parents should encourage their kids on this Children's Day. They should give them more confidence in themselves, like push them to achieve their dreams, support them. Like parents should pay more attention to their children, see where they have interest and encourage them like to build it up and achieve something in the future.
There's a need for Nigerian children to celebrate because in any situation you find yourself, you need to make yourself happy. Talking about Nigerian government doing enough, they are not doing enough. For now, they are not doing enough. We are only hoping. But in these 2 years, honestly, it's been battle. Like I have a family. I have 2 kids that go to school, and then things are not just the way we expect our president to put to order. He keeps giving us hope, and we hope, as he's giving us hope, we hope to see how things are going to get better. But it's about better. If it's about better now, we're not seeing anything yet.
It's good. They can still celebrate for the man that we don't have future, we don't have hope for the nation now. But we cannot say they should not celebrate because we still believe of God that they are the hope of tomorrow. They are the leaders of tomorrow. So we cannot totally rule them out. Even if the economic of the nation is battling with every parent, we can still agree to celebrate our children. The government should try and know that the children are leaders of tomorrow, just as they say, by giving them education, right, good education, by giving them good education, not just all this quagmire education.
And on to the next. Prices of ram soar in Abuja as economic hardship bites. Let's take a look at this report.
Some years back, let me start myself as an example. I used to slaughter at least 2 rams or 3, but for now, as I'm talking, I have not even gotten even 1. Okay, because is it issue of ram or how to feed your house? We are not talking about ram now. Okay, If you can see RAM being sold at the rate of 700,000, 1 million, you should know that it's not more for masses. Everything is for them. They go just help us.
RAM business is going normally as we do it before. Now, what we sell last year is not what we are selling this year because our things expenses more than last year. Understand? So even as we said the boost, understand? We are trying how we take the trend, this thing. If you are calculating the trend where you trend for the RAM, so you can't be able to sell the RAM because things is costly where you won't buy to use to train the rams because all these animal food where they buy is expenses. It's not there like last year. So that is why you see say we are selling the normal price where we sell them as we sell them before. This like this one now. You call it like a 450, 350, 450, 500, 700,000 naira. That the big one. That's what's one. You know, it's like a 150, auto 20, 150. The small one, the other small one, 80,000, 100.
Some of the time you can sell it good. Some of the time you will recover your money. You understand? Some of the time, so you can't recover the money, sir. You understand? That's how the business of the RAM is. Yeah, the selling is going gradually. They are buying it. You know, as the market is moving, some of the time is delaying, you know, that kind of things. So maybe other people doesn't have money to buy. No, then some people are buying normally.
People they are complaining say things no dey ground as it did like last year. So that is what you are demanding. If you observe RAM what it did this year, you know, even day like last year. Because last year RAM what it did here is plenty more than that. So that is the issue of the thing.
The situation of Nigeria is very, very critical this time around. You can see a rams here. There is no ram of 500, 600. A poor man cannot buy it. So we are enter a really critical condition in this situation. Please, we are looking forward to our leaders to look God to help our people, to help our poor people, please.
Welcome back. Our next subject matter is on ENUGU residents bemoans the state of Aloe Street roads in Tinker's Corner. It's no news that some roads on Tinker's Corner, especially the Aloe Street road, is in a very horrible condition, which has actually been a challenge to motorists and every other means of transport, land transportation. Let's take a look at this report.
Aloe Street is a major link that connects Tinker's Corner with Emene, New Haven, and the ENUGU to Abakaliki Road, amongst other areas of the state capital. It is also a connection to some schools, churches, and housing estates in the area. And with the current closure of the entry into Abapanike, Aloe Street Abapa has provided an alternative route to road users, including those connecting the Enugu-Onisha Express Road. However, the current deplorable state of the road, especially this rainy season, is bringing untold hardship to commercial and private vehicle operators who have to contend with the incessant breakdown of their vehicles. Some tricycle operators plying the route outline the challenges they face on a daily basis and the resultant cost of repairs.
The state of road in Tinker's Corner is that, let's say, some of these roads in Tinker's Corner, some of them are spoiled and they need government to put eye on the road, to control the roads, because some roads here is linked to so many directions like Abapa and Emene. So this Tinker's Corner has many routes. It has many places that it leads to. So government should put eye on this road to make it solid and make it okay. So it can help some other roads, like all this, to stop those roads at Abapa Junction and some other places like our 2. So this road too can help too.
The condition of road in this Tinker's Corner is unbearable. It was so bad that I was into thinking if maybe the state governor had forgotten Tinker's Corner. Because it took a load of some of the roads here, wood that are operating as a commercial tricycle. Sometimes we bought tires which are supposed to last for 12 months, sometimes 6 to 8 months they have spoiled. And the maintenance of keke is not easy as people may think because of the bad road what have been costing us. So you may get money today, tomorrow you use it for mechanic. So it's nothing to write home about.
A resident, Josephine Okwefuna, while acknowledging the efforts of the state government in road rehabilitation, appealed for equal attention to be given to Tinker's Corner as a vital link between Abapa and Emene as well as other strategic areas.
We've had a lot of bad roads in this Tinker's Corner. And I overheard there was a guy I went to because I'm a member of Dominant Chaplains, Dominant Cycle. So one of the government financiers in any district happens to come there. So they gave the man microphone to talk, and he was speaking that the governor have awarded 20 roads to Tinker's. So that's good about the government, understand? But he should do it fast because the rainy season is around the corner. You know, if you want that aside though, they are doing work there, doing the gutter, you know, but the rain is disturbing them.
The importance of good roads to development and its numerous other benefits, including increased economic activities, enhanced safety, improved access to services, and environmental benefits, makes it a basic necessity. And as often said, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. In other words, what is good for residents of other areas is equally good for residents of Arlaw Street and Tinker's Corner as a whole. Raymond Ken Mbata reporting for Signature TV.
Afterwards, an alleged rape of a 6-year-old girl by an Aba-based pastor sparks condemnation. This story had happened a few weeks ago and we brought it up here on the evening show. Now we are bringing it again for your viewing pleasure.
After watching the cartoon, he put you on his lap. What else did he do to you?
Carry hand. He put his hand and put on.
He now put hand inside your buttocks. And what else?
He now carries the knees and put on.
The recent alleged rape of a 6-year-old girl by a pastor in Aba has been greeted with condemnations. Unfortunately, the incident is not an isolated one, as countless cases of rape and sexual abuse occur almost on a daily basis. The trend is even more disturbing when it is discovered that many of the perpetrators are elderly individuals, often in the position of trust, who prey on vulnerable children. The increase in such crimes is linked to the erosion of values and sense of impunity that pervades the society.
Maka n'ihe na-eme n'ụwa kịta ọ kariziri mmadụ ọ gbagojuru onye ọbụla anyị sawa n'ụdịrị epula adọ kịta o nwere nke mekwa n'ogba odumanụ otu a jikwa tụọ nwatakịrị ime eje kpochie ya.
The shameful thing, you will see that the man can carry the age of his daughter to romance. It's a shameful thing. It's not good, which I will not do. Tokens of small kids, we're touching it. What do we call it, grandpapa? What will make me joy? Grandma, grandpapa, hey, that's why I'm going to make joy. I will be joyful for that. In such a thing, I will not, it's abomination. Age of my dad. Woman will not have sex with a man in the bush. Focus on the road. And before they have sex, they will hide it. Even though you deal with your children. You no go touch your wife till you wait the children straight.
Sometimes you call your children and advise them. If somebody told you, things are very, very bad in this world now. There's many sickness. Raping is not only the issue. The issue is what comes after the raping. There is many HIV everywhere. Syphilis everywhere, gonorrhea everywhere.
A humanitarian, Chukwujekuoha, highlighted the severe psychological trauma that children who experience sexual abuse undergo, emphasizing the crucial need for more vigilance and closer monitoring of minors by their parents.
A sad one that an adult, a pastor, would bring himself to carry out such a heinous act, especially on a minor. Raping a child is something that is unimaginable. And to that child, talking about the psychological effect, this is something that if not dealt with properly, if that child is not given the proper attention, if that child is not cared for enough, this can go on to damage the psyche of that child, to mold that child into what she wouldn't have become in the first place. This is where you would say that society have failed that child.
Oha stressed the importance of creating an open and supportive environment where children feel empowered to speak up if they find themselves in distress. The growing increase of rape and child abuse, no doubt, demands more attention and collective action from governments, religious bodies, traditional leaders, parents, and individuals. Chinemerimi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whichever time you're literally seeing this. So yes, this is Chat Box, the podcast that would never leave your lips, whether you like it or yes. I'm a little bit under the weather. I don't know about this young lady here. I'm your baby girl. I'm your baby. I'm under the weather. I really feel now. It's doing me somehow. I'm just very chill. I don't know.
Moving on.
I'm your baby girl, Queenette.
Just the introduction. People know me now. That's a period. Thank you.
Okay. So we have is it calm? But we'll see again.
It's not calm.
Okay. At our right, this is my right hand, yes. At my right hand side, his name is Ken Ray.
You are mixing up the name. You are mixing
Ken
up
Ray Mbata.
No, it's Ray Ken Mbata.
Ray Ken Mbata.
Tell me thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Far too kind.
Alright, so today, there's this whole drama going on that this generation do not know the meaning of love. We don't know how to express love. And we promised you that in the next episode we're going to be talking about love. Right?
Yeah.
We're gonna...
And we keep to our promises.
Yes, of course. Love has branches. We may not finish today, but we will talk about...
Even this one is talking like experts. Love has branches.
Of course it has branches. It does have branches. But
relationship coach.
I'm a lover girl.
An expert.
No, I'm actually a lover girl.
Moving on.
Leave me. Moving on, we're going to start this conversation with Raymond telling us what love means to him.
Okay, you guys, please now focus on me. Now, once again, welcome to the program. And like she said, we have a very interesting, a very, very demure, very mindful guest. So please, Ray, leave her. Talk to me. Thank you. Now,
you just have to.
So, like, what's your idea of love? Because basically, now, first of all, there is this whole thing trending about, love being lost in our generation. Everybody just doing as they like. But first of all, before we go into that, let's just see, like, what do you think about love? Like, the concept of love. What's it all about? Educate us.
Wow. Anyway, I'd like to look at love from two perspectives. First perspective is from the, should I call it, from the secular perspective of love, situational, societal perspective of love, that is. And then we'll look at it also from a biblical or moralistic perspective of love. I use biblical because I'm a Christian, but I mean morals and moralistic perspective. And going to the secular perspective, I want to see love, first of all, as a feeling of affection from one person to another person. And back in the days, it used to be between a man and a woman.
I like the emphasis of back in the day.
Yeah, because right now,
crazy things are happening.
You know, so it's usually that kind of love that we're trying to exemplify now. What we're trying to talk about now is actually a love that occurs between people of different sexes.
Yeah.
Between a man and a woman, or between a boy and a girl, per se. And in that aspect, it's something of when a man or a woman has crossed puberty, they feel it's stronger. It's much stronger after puberty has come in, and you feel this breathlessness when you see the person. Feel very shy.
Butterflies in your belly.
Wow.
Feel butterflies in your belly.
Somebody's in love.
Raymond is very explicit.
I like actually.
Like, I like the breathlessness.
You know,
you don't go die.
You feel the weakness in your knees. You want to buckle down. You know, you can't stand. I can't stand looking at the person for a long period of time without blushing and stuff like that. And then so, you know, at that early stages, when one is a bit younger, one doesn't have total control over one's emotions.
But I think that's what they call crush. That's like a crush, right?
Yeah, you could call it a crush, but it's still infatuation. It's still feelings of endearment from one person to another.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, is it love? That's not love.
Could be love.
No, but I mean, as
infatuation is not love.
Infatuation is not love, but like what he actually experienced.
What I'm saying is the beginning stages of it.
Okay.
From when we are younger, when we don't have control over it. And then when we move towards our early or late teens and early adulthood, begin to start experimenting. Get the point. Some people now go beyond just those feelings in the stomach and start, you know, participating in loving activities and stuff that lovers really do. And that's my own concept about what secular interpretation of love is. It's actually a feeling between two people that is very difficult to express fully, but definitely there are some words that you can use to identify that these people have something in common.
Yeah.
And that they are joined by the hip or they are joined by the heart, and nobody can put them apart, so to say. So that's what I think is the elementary part of it. I won't want to delve into the moralistic part now. I want to save that bullet for later.
How? Wow!
This guy is being sound dangerous.
Hey!
That's like, what's your definition of love?
I get the definition.
What's love? What's love to you?
First of all, love does not have any definition. It's a feeling. Now you make a feel, I know what it is. I can't explain it. All I know is that love comes with things like kindness, respect, tolerance, patience, you know, things like that. They are, let's just say, they are characteristics of love. They are things that when someone portrays towards you, you can tell that this person loves you. And I'm not just talking romantically, I'm talking about love in general. Both romantic love, agape love, you know, love between family members or siblings, you know, all of that stuff. But if we're talking about romantic love, it still borders on the same thing, because you will not disrespect me and say you love me. So it's a feeling. The affection is there. Oh. You know, you have the feeling of the affection. The affection is there.
I get you.
But then it's accompanied by all these other things. Yes.
Yeah, you know, I totally agree with you in your own definition of love. Because love is not just an emotion.
Yeah.
It's an action. It's a sacrifice. It's a commitment. Love has literally everything.
Yeah.
You know? And when you started specifying kindness, you know, those other things you mentioned, that's why you see it in the Bible, 1 Corinthians 13, 14, 3 and 4.
Yeah, love is patient, love is kind, love is...
So, but like, there's a problem. Like I initially stated that our generation now, you tend to see statements of we are the loneliest people.
I don't think so.
I don't think so too.
Okay.
But the truth is,
I like we're on the same page.
Yes, it's a trend now that we don't remember expressing love. We're just, like you said, it's a feeling. We're just feeling it.
Yeah, it's just
we're not doing it. We're not acting it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like you said, there's butterflies in your belly, and that's beautiful. And that happens, I think, at the initial stage of
that's
love.
like the attraction.
Yes,
Do you understand?
the initial stage. But what happens when it starts growing, especially in the relationship? Let's go secular right now.
Yeah.
Right? In relationships, now, emphasis on now.
Please.
Yes, like let's call a spade a spade.
Okay.
Yes, nobody wants to be vulnerable anymore.
Yeah.
People don't want to be vulnerable anymore. In fact, we have a national anthem of what's the thing? I choose peace over. If it's not for me, if it gets too hard, it's not for me. I do what makes me happy.
Yeah.
I choose
protect my peace.
I protect my peace. They cannot see me finish. You know, those are slangs now. It became it's interesting. In fact, it's a very good motivation until it became a problem. What do I mean by the problem? We want to enjoy it when it's rosy, you get, which is that whole if it gets too hard, it's not for me. Now when it gets too hard, because life is not a bed of roses.
Not you talking like a very...
I'm a lover girl.
It's not going to be a lover girl. You are sounding like you are sounding so serious.
Because it's a serious problem. I don't know why people are looking at me like it's not a serious problem.
I'm following.
It's a serious problem. It's serious that we don't understand what love is anymore.
I think we do.
We do, but not really. We are just there for the emotions. The sacrifice is not there anymore. Are you vulnerable?
I say we do.
Okay,
yeah, I don't understand.
How do we do?
Okay, let me explain to you how we do. Now, first of all, I want to say that I feel that the reason why people say that our generation is, all of that, is because people are actually becoming more self-aware, more emotionally aware. Things they want, things they don't want. Young people are, should I say, they are freer now making their own choices. Let me not generalize this, but like most parents or grandparents, most of them just, like it didn't.
Use the word. Use the word. What they use.
I'm trying to find the proper word, but most of them it was more a case of I found somebody for you type thing.
Just really.
I said not
okay,
all,
most of them.
Not all, most like just.
You can actually interject too if you want.
Can I?
Yeah,
of course, yes.
But wait, don't disrupt my flow of thought. Because they said you can interject now.
Come
now here and
we agreed we're going to be demure.
We are very demure. We are very much demure. So, but I feel like people are being more self-aware about things they want and things they don't want, because there was also I think one of the things that led to this idea is that there was this idea of endurance. Endurance, they'll say, relationship is for enduring, or marriage is for enduring, and then you see people taking a lot of things
but that one is
they can't deal with. The relationship leads to marriage.
Okay.
at the end of the day. So like they go hand in hand. Except for those of you that are not serious. But when anyone that is serious, it goes hand in hand. And so now these days people are like, okay, look, I know what I want. First things first. If you don't fit into that category, first of all, you're not for me. First things first. Then secondly, if maybe this will protect my peace thing, if at some point
it goes toxic, or we find out that we've outgrown each other, or we
are no longer aligning, because it happens between couples. There are some people that it comes to a point where their goals at that point is no longer aligning, and you find them having issues at some point. Now, when it comes to that point, you know that okay, this one is not enduring, this one is not, oh, you have to stay because you guys are together. You have the option of walking away.
But you know, personally, I think I agree with you.
So that's why I said I think people are more aware of like what they want. They are also more emotionally aware because
there's a thin line actually.
Yeah, there's a thin line. I agree there's a thin line, but I also agree. And first, I just want to say that there are some people that actually go extreme with that whole protect your peace thing, even when nobody's disturbing that peace.
Because I don't get
it. Protect your peace. But I'm just saying on a general note, do you understand? For people, like, you have the option of still doing what you want, like, what, you know, your peace. Exactly.
Your peace, actually.
So it's not that you don't understand love, it's just that people are more, you know, like, more self-aware.
That's why I think, is it the problem of being self-aware or what? Because I have a problem with that whole vulnerability thing, commitment, and personally, I don't even think it's about the endurance. I think it's about me not even being patient. Because if you check marriages of 15-20 years, they sometimes fall out of love.
Yeah, normally if you're in
exactly.
Long term.
So are you trying to say at that point where you fall out of love, maybe distraction or whatever, you fall out of love, you now say if it gets too hard.
Oh, this thing you just said that reminds me of something. When you ask me about what is love is also a choice. So.
I mean,
love is a choice. So.
You can't choose.
Love is a choice.
You don't
because
choose.
Not be every time butterfly.
You're a product of love.
Okay.
You are a product of love. You didn't choose how you came into this world. Love brought you here. So that love is a choice. It's actually conditional love. Conditional love that is based on conditions, and that is not love.
Wait, sorry. Let's understand him.
Okay, that's what I'm
Is it we coming into the world is conditional love?
No.
Or are you generalizing love?
Or are you talking about love between like couples?
Yeah.
No.
Then what
is Thank you very much. And now, I was replying to what you said.
Okay.
That, you know, I said that you are a product of love. You understand? And that those who actually think like maybe it's a choice, it's a product of conditional love.
Oh, okay. Now I get.
If you say love is a choice and you hold on to that principle,
it's under condition.
It's under conditions.
Oh, okay.
The absolute definition of love is unconditional love.
Yeah. No, I think you're misunderstanding this love is a choice. Hold on. Just pause. Now let me explain to you what I mean by love is a choice. Now, like you said when you were defining love, you said you have the butterflies in your belly, your knees get weak, all of that stuff. That's like the initial attraction. Do you understand? Then you get to know this person, you know if you guys can continue. Now when you get, not even more than that, when you both now get to like this dynamic, okay, you guys are together, you know, you're a couple, maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line.
15, 10 years.
Now, if you are being very realistic, you're always going to see someone that's finer than your partner. You're going to see someone that is richer than your partner. You're going to see someone that is more intelligent than your partner. Well, hold on, let's just be real. It's real life.
Very
You're going to find someone that you like, you know, something, you know when you have something you don't have, your eye will You're always going to see someone that probably, you know, does things better
than your spouse.
But now, it's now left for you to know, like, this is like, you know, like when you say,
That's the responsibilities of love coming.
Yeah. When you realize that, okay, this is this.
Yes.
You're not talking about love.
Wait, Raymond, wait.
So what are you talking about?
Wait, no, wait. Let me finish without saying Raymond talk. Wait.
I really want the men to do this talking.
Wait. Let me finish explaining to you. No, like she also said, I want to quote her when she said, there are times when you might fall out of love. It's not like you're no longer in love with the person. But the person feel vex you, the person might annoy you. Just like people will quarrel, people will have arguments. You'll be like, beg this person said now for you too the worry person or something like that. Do you understand? Now it's there for you to make a conscious decision every day you wake up that this is the person I'm going to love, and I'm going to make the effort to show this person that I love them.
That's commitment.
And that's why it's not love is not just the feeling. Love is you put in the work. And that's why most people say that love is not easy. Do you understand? You have to put in the work, you have to pour in so much, and you have to do that with intentionality. And doing that with intentionality means you are making a choice to actually be intentional, because if you can decide you don't even want to.
I actually want to say something, Ray, because it will bring me back to a question.
Okay.
But I want you to say what you wanted to say before she interjected. Don't mind her, she's a feminist.
This is not even a matter of feminism. I'm talking about love.
Yes, don't mind her. Talk to me.
All right. What we're talking about is love. We're not talking about feelings. We're not talking about feelings. We're not talking about how you feel. No, it is a. Like,
that's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah. But love is love.
Which is a feeling.
Love is love.
Which is a feeling.
Maybe I need to help Ray.
Okay.
Ray, there's this talk which gets me pissed. They say men are in love, women are transactional. Rephrase it or elaborate it. How do I say it?
Does that apply to what you wanted to say?
Maybe. Stretch it.
Love is evidential. It's something that is a doing thing. It's not a word that just sticks like that. It must be acted upon for you to know that this is love. Now, it needs a witness, which is the beloved, the lover and the beloved. God is the first lover. Jesus Christ was the first beloved with the Holy Spirit. With the presence of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, God can now, let us make man in our own image. Let us, that's an action of love. He can do it alone, but he chose to share a communion with the Son and the Holy Spirit. And now, you translate it back to how God is to man. Oh, God made man in our own image, in his own image. And God made us to have self-will, to think of our own. And God also made a woman for a man to fall in love with. And also treats the woman the way that God has treated not just Jesus Christ, but also us. So that is a foundation of love. Foundation of love comes from what God has done for the whole world. It's an act of love. When we begin to translate that between a man and a woman, we begin to see that the way God has treated you, the way God has been with you, the way God has tolerated you, you should also do that for your partner, and vis-a-vis, both your partner for you. So I see love from that perspective of, if God loves us and we have been so degenerate, we have been so rebellious and all that, but he still loves us. And
because he chooses to love us.
He didn't choose to. He has already given us love. He cannot change his mind. He will not change his mind concerning the love he has for us already.
He still chose to love us, to keep loving us even in our iniquity. God, wait. God is the
God does not
kind
change
person.
his mind.
Who?
He doesn't change his mind.
But he has the option to.
But he has not.
Because he chose not to.
But he will not.
Because he still chose not to.
God does not repent.
As I was saying, God
doesn't repent.
Doesn't repent.
Yes.
Because he chooses not to. God chose to send His only begotten
I
Son
don't
for
understand
us.
what you mean by
I know where she's going to.
But the truth is, you
I will not
choose
take
who you
that.
love.
You still choose it.
Why don't you try it? Why?
I will not take that.
Why?
Yeah. Because you see, now.
See, when you fall in love, you don't choose, at the end of the day, you actually don't choose who you fall in love with. Do you understand? Your falling in love is instinctual, right? And based off of your personality and the things you value. So automatically, if you see somebody
Just being swept off your feet.
Hold on.
You didn't plan to fall in love.
You that's what I said.
That's
It's not. That's what I'm saying now.
So it's not a
That's
choice.
wait, Raymond. Let's understand ourselves.
You choose to be kind.
Wait.
You choose to do
I said,
all those things.
This
You don't
thing
choose
now.
to be in love.
Wait. That's what
You
I'm
fall in
saying.
love.
To fall in love. That's what I said. You don't choose who you fall in love with. Because automatically, the way you are wired, the way each of us are wired, we are different. So we all have our different preferences, what we like, what we don't like. So automatically, if you see somebody that fits into that, you subconsciously fall in love with that person.
Where does
So when
the
the
choice
choice
come in?
The choice comes in staying with the person. That's where the choice
like
comes
choosing to be
in.
committed,
Choosing to be committed, choosing
to do the
to
attributes
do the work of love.
Now,
That is the where the
Okay,
choice
now
comes
let's
in.
bring up another type of love. The love between a mother and her child.
That's the way that one.
We're actually talking about relationship now.
Relationship, familiar love and familiar love is different from eros.
Make a point.
God, make my points. No, I'm saying.
Make.
Yeah. Now, will a suckling mother abandon her baby?
No, that's not.
That's a part of love that is visual in every other type of love.
It's different between bloodline love.
Do you understand? Like, it's different.
But it's still love now.
I know, by the way, just to, I want to point something
from a generation that
you are pointing out that type of love. Agape love and erotic love is not the same.
People are bringing up microwave love. All that type of love people are bringing up is microwavey.
Relax.
This is not fast food.
Oh, sorry, elder.
We know, elder, ancestor.
Sorry.
We know. But at this juncture, we are talking about romantic
love. So let's stick to
boy
that.
and girl.
Man and woman.
But we will still use other ways to make our point.
We have used agape love already. Stay with agape love.
Ask your question.
We are not on agape right now.
You use Jesus now.
It's okay now.
I use that to make my point.
I asked you a question.
Yeah.
What do you guys mean by men are in love, women are transactional?
What an interesting conversation, if you must ask me. What is love? People have different opinion on what love is, what love feels like to each and every. I mean, it differs. It's what's the word exactly? It's relative to each and every one of us. So I don't know what love is to you. You can always tell us in the comment section. And conversations like this we always have in the chat room on Chatbox. We always bring you amazing episodes, new episodes, to always trigger your mind and get an opinion out of you. And that's the most we can take on the program for tonight. Thank you for joining us and staying till this hour. It's the time where we sign off to meet again tomorrow. I am Quincy Rowland, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're always live on YouTube 247 and on SLTV channel 265. To have a good night's rest, and we'll have a Thank Goodness It's Friday edition tomorrow.
international community is observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.